We're at the CBS News decision desk, and early indications are this is shaping up as a tight race for president. We could be in for a long night. Polls have closed in 6 states, including 2 of the battlegrounds that will decide the presidency.
They are Virginia and Georgia, and it is too soon to project a winner in either state. But in Virginia, Hillary Clinton has an edge over Donald Trump based on the exit polls.
Sample precincts and from the early count is how we're determining that on the exit polls. Trump has the edge in Georgia. The Peach State has been low-hanging fruit for Republicans in every election since 1996.
Both candidates are on the board with wins. We project Clinton will get Vermont's 3 electoral votes.
Trump rakes in 8 in the bluegrass state of Kentucky.
And he gets 11 more in his running mate's home state of Indiana.
We're just getting started. It's election night on CBS.
We want to defend our most cherished values.
This is a movement like no one has ever seen before.
I want this election to be about something, not just against somebody.
We will make America great again.
Let's make history together.
Get out and vote, 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 vote.
America's best days are still ahead of us.
We are going to drain the swamp of corruption.
Let's go out and prove love trumps hate.
Good evening. I'm Scott Pelley with Norah O'Donnell at CBS News election headquarters in New York. With us tonight are John Dickerson and Charlie Rose, Gayle King and Bob Schieffer, and Elaine Quijano. The nastiest presidential campaign in our lifetimes has finally come to an end. More than 4 out of 5 voters told us they were disgusted by it.
That's right, and tonight voters are deciding whether the 45th president of the United States will be the first woman to hold the office. That is 69-year-old Democrat Hillary Clinton, the former Secretary of State, New York Senator and First Lady, or 70-year-old Donald Trump, the New York businessman and former reality TV star making his first run for office. I think everybody knows who the candidates are. They have both had historically high disapproval ratings above 50%.
Voters are also deciding which party will control Congress. Will the Republicans hold on to both the House and the Senate? The Democrats need a net gain of only 5 seats to take the Senate back, or just 4 seats if Clinton wins the presidency and Vice President Tim Kaine becomes the 50-50 tiebreaker.
In the presidential election, it's all about the electoral votes. Each state gets as many of those as it has senators and representatives in Congress. D.C. gets 3 votes for a total of 538. And to win the presidency, you need a majority. That's 270 electoral votes. So let's look at where we are. Trump has 19 electoral votes. Clinton has 3.
John Dickerson, as we're getting into this evening, what are you looking for? What are we seeing in the early exit poll information?
Well, what I'm looking for, Scott, is one of 3 scenarios. Is this going to look like a campaign if you just had a generic Republican and a generic Democrat following the patterns of American politics? That seems crazy after this campaign where we had 2 candidates who were so particular. Then the other thing is they say it's all about turnout on Election Day. So 2 other scenarios is one where Donald Trump brings out that silent majority. The other scenario is where Hillary Clinton brings out, say, the sleeping giant, which is what they called the Latino vote, if she brings out her voters. So those are the 2 other scenarios other than the one that just kind of goes down the middle.
There is so much anxiety in this election. Everyone keeps saying who is going to win tonight, what's going to happen. And while the polls have not closed in many states, they have closed in some states. And as we just noted, Virginia is edge Clinton. Explain, John, what that means based on what we know now.
If it's edge, we're giving the advantage to a candidate, but it means that that advantage could be reversed if the numbers statistically don't work out. So there's a little padding. If it's a lean, it's beyond that, which means they have a little bit more of a lead. And then if you get even beyond lean, well, then that's where you get into the territory where we might make a projection.
And we should let the folks at home know that those projections are based on the exit poll information that we've collected at voting precincts all across the country. Voters have been telling us how they voted and why they voted that way. We've been compiling that information, and then the folks at the decision desk there behind us take all of that information and then the actual votes that are being counted, and that allows us to make these projections on which way states are leaning, or whenever one of the candidates we project has won one of those states. And no matter what we're doing, no matter what we're talking about, the very second that we project a winner in a state, we will interrupt what we're doing and you will be the first to know.
When you talk about the anxiety, Nora, I think that that's such an interesting thing. John, you said it best earlier. You said it's like being at the doctor's office waiting for the results. Charlie and I were talking about later being in the delivery room waiting to hear if it's
a boy or girl.
It's a boy or a girl. And when I went to my polling place today, people may be disgusted, as we were talking about, but they've showed up to vote. The people at my precinct told me that they ran out of the I voted today stickers, that they had the biggest turnout today than they've had in the past 4 elections. So people may be disgusted. They may be tired. They may be anxious. I met a Trump voter and a Clinton voter. One said, I need Tums. Another said, I need a glass of wine. I just want it to be done. Whatever. But they are turning out to vote. They want to speak up.
You know, Scott, it can change during the night because all of the regions that we know, like my North Carolina and New York, the East is different than the center, the Piedmont, urban versus rural. All of that reports at different times. And as we learn more about what region supports which candidate, it affects the state results.
Elaine Quijano, one of the largest voting blocs tonight will be millennials, and that'll be a big change for America.
That's right. 31% of eligible voters are millennials, which is equal to the number of baby boomers. But of course, eligible voters and actual voters are 2 different things. So we're going to be watching to see what it is that they do, particularly when it comes to third-party candidates. Going into this night, millennials, many of them said that they would be about 10%, about 13% said that they would be going for a third-party candidate, either Gary Johnson or Jill Stein. Of course, when they have tight races like this, John Dickerson, you know well, that could make all the difference.
Yeah. So let's talk about what we know right now. Yeah. We're talking about, in particular, Virginia and Georgia. And if at this hour, with the polls closed in Virginia, the Clinton campaign would be very, very nervous if they weren't doing well in Virginia, right? But they currently have the edge.
I think we have all kind of, the handicappers from the beginning, have thought this was going to go to Hillary Clinton. I think it's important, though, that if she's going to win, she needs to get Virginia. I think it'll be extremely difficult for Donald Trump to get to the presidency without Virginia. He's going to have to win someplace where we didn't think he was going to win. I think the important thing right now is there's no surprises. Things seem to be going about the way we thought they were going to go.
All right, Bob, stand by. We want to go to Major Garrett, who has been covering the Trump campaign and is at the Trump Victory Party, they're calling it tonight. Major, good evening.
Good evening, Scott and Nora. The mindset of the Trump campaign visible on Donald Trump's own Twitter feed. The fascinating thing about covering this campaign is, yes, you can talk to senior advisors, but Trump often speaks the truth right out loud on Twitter. And he identified moments ago the importance of the state of Florida. There is deep and abiding anxiety within Trump Tower about what they're seeing in Florida, because they know and have said over and over, there is no Trump path to the presidency without Florida's 29 electoral votes. And they are deeply concerned about the Latino turnout for Hillary Clinton, plus a softening of suburban college-educated women for Donald Trump. And in that reason, Trump has urged Florida supporters to get to the polls. And it's a 2-tiered system in Florida. 67 counties, 10 of them on the Central Time Zone, and some of those counties don't close until 9 p.m. Eastern. So that strategic urging from Trump has real value in those counties, because Mitt Romney in 2012 cleared more than 190,000 votes over Barack Obama. Trump needs to find every vote he can in Florida, hence the urging of supporters to get there before the polls close. Scott and Nora.
Major Garrett for us tonight. Major, thank you very much. Let's go over to Nancy Cordes, who is at the Jacob Javits Center here in New York City on the west side, where the Hillary Clinton campaign intends to have its party tonight. Nancy?
And Scott, they're not popping the champagne corks just yet, but they probably are thinking about how good it might taste. And that's because all of the data that they're seeing, and this is a data-driven campaign, matches up with what they expected. Good news for the Clinton campaign because they have so many paths to those 270 electoral votes. They are especially heartened by that turnout in key Democratic counties in Florida that Major was just talking about. They can win without winning Florida, but Donald Trump cannot. Anecdotally, anecdotally, what they're hearing from their army of volunteers across the country is that there is a lot of enthusiasm out there, and that tracks with what we've been seeing in our polling in the closing days as Clinton took the edge in enthusiasm among supporters from Donald Trump, who had that edge all throughout this campaign. Other things that are encouraging to the Clinton campaign tonight, they're not seeing that secret Trump voter that the Trump campaign had been insisting was out there, that wasn't talking to pollsters but was going to mobilize on Election Day. They're not seeing a huge drop-off in the African-American vote from 2012. There is a drop-off, but it's not as large as some had feared. And they are seeing that big spike in Latino voting, which Clinton's running mate Tim Kaine today described as a powerful new voting bloc in America that is finding its voice in this election, Scott.
Nancy Cordes at the Clinton campaign party tonight. Nancy, thank you.
Yeah, and this is the first time we've had, since 1944, that we've had two major party candidates from the state of New York. Do you remember who it was? FDR and Dewey. So it's amazing to have these two candidates just blocks away from each other.
You're less than 2 miles, Nora, so people could run back and forth if they wanted to.
Assuming anybody would want to.
Yes.
Assuming they speak.
Yeah. Assuming that they speak. Yeah.
Assuming that
maybe the concession they can get together at the end of the night.
That's right, getting together. And you can see together at the bottom of our screen is the electoral vote tally. You can see there Clinton has 3 electoral votes, Trump 19 votes, of course, very early in the evening. But we want to keep that for you there on the screen so everybody knows at the moment's notice how this race is going. We want to bring in Kellyanne Conway, who is Trump's campaign manager, joins us now from Trump Tower. Kellyanne, you have been out on the campaign trail. You're getting in reports now. What can you tell us about the state of this race?
I can tell you that it's still a jump ball in many places, Nora, and we're really happy. I mean, for a campaign that has a fraction of the personnel, a fraction of the money as they do at Team Clinton, we're proud of our efforts on the ground, focusing some of our late in the game resources in some of these places. So we see North Carolina and Florida as a jump ball right now. We're feeling really good about Iowa and Ohio, and then we're looking at flipping a blue state like Michigan or perhaps Pennsylvania, like the late-breaking polls in New Hampshire and Colorado as well. So we see a couple different routes. We see about 6 or 7 different routes to 270, and we're just going to be patient as these returns come in. We know people are still standing in line to vote, and I don't want to talk too much about exit polls that may dampen them one way or the other.
Now, your campaign filed suit in Nevada earlier today over the election. What can you tell us about that?
I understand the judge is not entertaining that suit at the moment. We had received information that perhaps the polls were kept open later to allow folks to vote. And so if it's active litigation, I shouldn't comment on it further. But what I read is I've read that the judge is not entertaining that lawsuit at the moment.
What's wrong with allowing the voters a chance to vote?
Well, we're all for allowing voters to vote. We're all for rule of law. That's really what our campaign is about. We're not the ones under active FBI investigations or being said by the FBI director we've been reckless and careless about handling classified information. So, of course, we're for the rule of law. We believe people who want to vote ought to be able to do that if they're in line on time and if all other procedures have been met.
Kellyanne, you described Florida as a jump ball, but that's also a must-win state for you. I've spoken with the Clinton campaign, as I've spoken with your campaign throughout the day. The Clinton campaign says that they believe they have banked such a big early vote with new Hispanic voters who've never voted before that even if Donald Trump had huge numbers at the polls, there's no way he could win that state. How do you reply?
I think that's a little bit of spin and sophistry. If that were true, then you'll see Florida called early. What we see is a very strong day of vote in Florida today, particularly in counties where we've improved the margins over Governor Romney's margins in 2012. We have people deployed in these counties who are talking to us about the returns, and we're getting data inputs into our war room on a constant basis, Nora. And we like the fact that Mr. Trump seems to have grown the turnout and grown the voter share within some of these key counties across Florida. The other thing I would say is that we already know Republicans are behind in early votes. That's why we count on a big day of vote in places like Florida and Nevada and North Carolina. And then when you look at states that don't have a tradition of early voting like Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire, that's part of why we went back to those states late in the game, because most of those voters will, except for those who vote absentee, will cast their ballots today on Election Day.
All right, Kellyanne Conway, thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
John Dickerson, I know you're both reporting and looking at all of the numbers, but analyze what Kellyanne has told us and what we know about the state of the race right now.
Well, she's talking about multiple paths, but there really aren't multiple paths. I mean, really, because Hillary Clinton starts with a lead, because of the way states traditionally vote, historically, more Democratic states in Hillary Clinton's column. And so what Kellyanne Conway is saying is there are a bunch of different states, but she still has to win Florida, North Carolina, Ohio, and then a couple of other big ones. At this hour, what they need to be saying is we're going to flip Michigan. We're going to take one away from Democrats who haven't lost that state since 1988, or take one away in Pennsylvania in 1988, another state that Democrats have won since then. And it's still, the description she's giving of the different pathways is still quite diffuse at this late hour.
Do they really have 6 different paths, as she says?
Well, you can, I mean, 6 different paths if one of the paths assumes winning every single battleground state. So the key question is, what are the realistic paths that they have? And we've known, because of the historical voting patterns, the way these states vote, Donald Trump starts a little bit further behind if tradition holds in the way these states vote.
And Charlie Rose is standing by right now with our political panel for some insight into all of this. Charlie?
Thank you, Scott. We do indeed have a political panel. Next to me is Wall Street Journal's Peggy Noonan, also Slate's Jamel Bouie, and the New York Times' Mark Leibovich. Let me begin with this idea of a close race. Surprising. It could change during the evening as we learn more, and we have more polls that have been counted.
Right.
But surprisingly close.
Well, close, tight. You're wondering if it's close and we have no idea what's going to happen, or close and trends that existed a week ago in which Mrs. Clinton was doing well will continue. To me, we're just starting out this evening. I'm looking at who shows up at the polls. It looks anecdotally like a lot of people did. We will see. We won't know till the evening. Bottom line, does the Obama coalition hold for Mrs. Clinton and really come out? Does Mr. Trump's promise of a broad working class sort of coalition with a lot of Democrats in it turn out to be true? What is the mix of Hispanics, white educated, white not so educated folk turn out to be? From there, we will know a lot, and it'll take a while to figure it out.
I mean, right now it's looking like it did with the polls.
Exactly. That's what it looks like.
The results we seem to be getting at this point, very early still, suggest an electorate that looks a lot like it did in 2012, maybe larger, and it suggests that we're not going to see some huge deviation from the last suite of national polls or state-level polls. There still might be some surprises, precisely because things are close, things are tight, but we shouldn't, I think, at this stage expect some sort of wild variation. If you've been obsessively clicking on polling forecasters, you probably have a pretty good sense of what this race looks like.
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise at all that we have a close race. I think people are obviously going to be very cautious at this hour of the evening. You have to be very definitive, like, say, Vermont or Kentucky in either direction in order to make a real call. Right. I do think that, as Jamel said, I think that the numbers that we've seen leading up seem to be predictive. I also think that, maybe the most important numbers of all, which are Hispanic voters in Florida, seems to be the operative, number. And I think if that holds through the evening, that'll be interesting.
And the question is whether the turnout is driven by voting against something or voting for something.
Yeah, you have to wonder if it's hate voting or hope voting.
But either way, I mean, a vote's a vote, right? So if a bunch of people turn out because they hate Donald Trump, they're still turning out, they're still casting ballots. And as far as Latino voters go, if they are turning out in the rates that anecdotes suggest in Florida, then that's great. That's a great sign for Secretary Clinton.
One state you looking at, Mark?
Well, North Carolina, and not just because you're from there. No, I mean, it's been close. It's closer than a lot of the people thought. Hillary Clinton seems like she has a very good chance to win there. African-American vote seems a little down, but we'll see.
We'll be with you all evening. Back to you, Nora.
All right, very interesting indeed. And coming up, 2 more battleground states close at the bottom of the hour, Ohio and North Carolina, 2 states that Trump's own campaign says they must win. CBS News of the 2016 election continues in a moment.
Back now with Election Night on CBS, and we will bring you any developments the moment that they happen. In the meantime, we've been talking to voters all across the country as they left the polls today. We've been compiling that exit poll information, and Anthony Mason is sorting through that. Anthony?
Scott, throughout this campaign, the two major party candidates have had the highest unfavorable ratings we've seen since we started polling back in 1984, and you'll see that again in our exit poll today. 54% with an unfavorable view of Hillary Clinton, 61% unfavorable towards Donald Trump, and that has affected the way people voted. 20% of Hillary Clinton's voters saying their vote for her was essentially a vote against him. 28% of Trump voters saying they voted for him to vote against her. By comparison, 4 years ago, only about 10% of voters said their vote was against the other candidate. The scandals also significant impact today. 62% said they were bothered by the Clinton email scandal, 71% bothered by Donald Trump's treatment of women. So negativity weighing heavily on voters' minds in our exit poll. Gail?
Anthony Mason, thank you very much. Bob, this will be the first time in American history that we elect a president who has an unfavorable rating above 50%. It's never happened before.
And that's why I think people are so anxious about all of this. I mean, it's not just that we're choosing a president tonight, but I think a lot of people, what's on their mind is whoever we elect, what happens after that? Will that person, some person who is unpopular, who is considered untrustworthy by many, will that person be able to bring people together and get this country going again? And, you know, it's hard to figure out how that's going to happen.
But not only are they anxious, the latest exit poll also shows this. It's 72% of Clinton voters say they're scared of a Trump presidency. 59% of Trump voters say they're scared of a Clinton presidency. How do you get past that when people have such high negatives?
Exactly. Right. Which candidate are you less scared of?
Well, I mean, Nora was saying this is the high anxiety election today.
And the demands on the new leadership will be incredible because of that.
And, you know, part of this started before we had these two candidates. Is the way our politics work now, the way you raise money, the way you get people to turn out to vote is to stoke these angers. They found in the Pew has done a poll, and they looked at people and found that people who are involved in politics are much more likely now to think of their opponent as the enemy, not just a nice person who has the bad ideas, but is in fact the enemy. That was before this race.
Yeah.
All right, thanks to all of you. We're going to have much more ahead. We'll be right back. It's Election Night on CBS.
Wednesday.
This election is about what we stand for.
We are about change. She is about keeping it the way it is.
Polls are now closed in 4 of the 13 battleground states that will decide the presidency tonight. We have no decision yet on any of them. In the very early going, Trump has 24 electoral votes, Clinton 3, both still a very long way from the magic number of 270.
Now it is 7:30, so polls have just closed in Ohio and North Carolina, of course, 2 big battleground states. CBS News estimates that Clinton has the edge in the Tar Heel State. That's North Carolina.
Yes.
And in Ohio, we rate that contest a toss-up right now. That is a state that Trump feels good about. And West Virginia, Trump picks up another win. He's adding West Virginia's 5 electoral votes to his total. Also want to update you, Virginia, remember, closed at the top of the 7 o'clock hour. We're giving the edge at this hour to Hillary Clinton, and in Georgia, a slight edge to Donald Trump. John?
So if you look at Virginia and North Carolina, remember that the Clinton math, as they see it, is if those traditionally Democratic states vote for Hillary Clinton, and that would include Pennsylvania and Michigan. So, you know, we want to make sure that people know those states are still up for grabs. But if Pennsylvania and Michigan go as they have for Democrats before, and she wins Virginia and North Carolina, it's looking increasingly likely that she's on her way to that magical 270
number. And do we assume that she got a lot of support from Barack Obama with the African-American vote?
Well, yes, undoubtedly, but we'll have to see what the shape of the vote is in North Carolina. The two things to watch for are, of course, the African-American vote, 22% of the electorate there, but also then those suburban women, white women that she has been able to do better with than Barack Obama did with in 2012.
But isn't there a big millennial population there
Listen
in North
to what
Carolina?
she's doing with the black vote right now in North Carolina. She's winning it 89-7.
Yes.
If you got to win the black vote, I think she's well on the way to winning that. She absolutely has to do that.
But John, isn't that such a big college state? There are a lot of colleges in North Carolina. Isn't there a big millennial population there?
Sure, and you know the key point here on all of these groups when we talk about them is not just the margin by which somebody's winning, but also are they turning out? So she can be doing very well with any one of these individual groups, but then the question is, are enough of them turning out? And that's particularly a question with millennial voters.
And right now she's doing in North Carolina exactly what she's doing in Virginia. She is winning white women with college degrees. She's doing the same thing in Virginia. So we're seeing the same trends in North Carolina we're seeing in Virginia.
But she's not carrying white women overall. In fact, one of the things that jumps out of the exit polling data is that Trump is carrying white women in Georgia, Virginia, Ohio, and North Carolina.
One of the things we've seen in this race is that the thing to keep the eye on is the education gap, the difference between voters who have a college degree and those who don't. And Donald Trump is winning with those without a college degree, but it's Hillary Clinton has an edge for those with a college degree, but that's different by state. And so we have to watch state by state. In the polls, she has been down by a pretty good number with college-educated white women in Florida. So it's not a rule that applies to every state.
You know, it's interesting, too, that Hillary Clinton chose to make her last stop, her midnight rally, in Raleigh, North Carolina, at the end of the night.
Yeah, and I don't think we should miss a point here about how significant this race is. Whoever wins tonight will be making history. Hillary Clinton, I've seen women, many people will be surprised, Scott, to hear that women are not supporting Hillary Clinton, given what we've heard from Donald Trump. But I saw interviews with many women of all ages saying, look, I'm just so sick of Washington. I'm really kind of sick of her. I just want something different. And maybe I may not agree with what he says. He said some inappropriate things, but it would be a change, and they are so desperately craving a change in Washington, D.C.
One of the things that the exit polls have told us is a very large number of voters think change is the most important issue for them.
Most important. Let's go over to Elaine Quijano, who is at the social media desk. Elaine?
Well, Nora, you've been talking about North Carolina. We're going to talk about that in just a moment. But first, I want to share with you a tweet from Indiana Governor Mike Pence, of course, Donald Trump's running mate, thanking Indiana, as he said in this tweet, for making our state first on the board to vote to make America great again at real Donald Trump. What we've also seen, though, in North Carolina, specifically out of Durham County, there is a hashtag now on Twitter that is trending right now, hashtag stay in line. There were some reports of issues with electronic voting, and we have some social media posts to show you of the line in Durham County. What we know comes from our campaign embed, Sean Gallitz, who says that the North Carolina State Board of Elections just approved extended hours in 8 locations because of reports with issues reports of issues with this electronic voting. Now, those 8 precincts are out of 57 precincts in Durham County. So some of this video that we're seeing here reflecting what we're seeing. Even Hillary Clinton, I'm just being told, has tweeted and is tweeting about this situation still going on. So we're going to continue to monitor those reports on social media out of Durham County, North Carolina, and update you with the latest. Scott and Nora?
One of the states that Donald Trump nearly has to win is Ohio. That's another one of our battleground states. It's a toss-up state, and that is where we find Dean Reynolds tonight. Dean?
Scott, history says that he has to win Ohio. No Republican has won the presidency without this state. And we were talking earlier in the evening with Attorney General Mike DeWine of Ohio, and we asked him, you know, he's a Republican, where would he be looking tonight? What area would he be looking for an early indication of how things are going? And he said Mahoning County in northeast Ohio. That includes Youngstown. That's a home to a lot of displaced blue-collar workers, and he wonders how deeply the inroads that Trump could make into that voting bloc, and whether or not the Clinton campaign can offset that erosion of traditionally Democratic voters by gathering support of at least nominally Republican voters in the suburban areas around Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati, Republicans for whom Trump may be a bridge too far. Now, the early voting, which comprised about 23% of all registered voters in the state, reached 1.8 million. That's about 11,000 more than voted early in 2012. And those are the first votes that are going to be tabulated tonight. We're going to be hearing those numbers first, and then the other parts of the state later. The Mahoning thing, though, is key, and it was key also 4 years ago, because then we could see certain levels, certain targets that President Obama had to hit if he was going to defeat Romney, and he hit him, and we knew early on in Ohio who was going to win the state. That may be taking place tonight. We can't really say for sure. You've seen the exit polls. Trump is winning among men. Mrs. Clinton is winning among women. Trump is winning among whites. I would say, though, that Rob Portman, the incumbent senator here, the Republican senator, has won easily. Possibly he could have coattail effect for Trump that would help Trump carry the state. But again, he has to win Ohio, or he's not going to win the presidency.
Dean Reynolds for us tonight. Dean, thank you very much. I was in Ohio talking to voters, and there was so much anxiety, sort of an identity crisis among them. I was talking to a suburban woman who had worked for Republican campaigns, but she told me she just couldn't vote for Donald Trump. On the other hand, I went to a steelworkers union hall. The only portrait of a president on the wall is FDR.
I saw that.
There's a Hillary Clinton sign on the door, and the steelworkers are telling me they're going to vote Republican for the first time in their lives.
What I remember about that report is that there was a husband and wife who hardly were speaking to each other because they
couldn't watch the debate together. They had to separate into different rooms.
But in Ohio, Scott, even the governor of Ohio didn't endorse Donald Trump. John Kasich said, I'm writing in for someone else.
That's right.
For John McCain.
And was in an open conflict with their party's nominee, as basically was the Republican Party of Ohio. So it is the sort of ground zero for the conflict in the Republican Party that we saw in many different places.
Yet the Clinton campaign spent a lot of time there, brought out the heavy hitters. LeBron James, who was beloved in that state. Beyonce and Jay-Z, also beloved really in the country when it comes to...
Or the world.
Yeah, I was going to say when it comes to Queen Bee, she's globally loved. And I thought, John, you had such a great point the other day on CBS This Morning when you said, yeah, that's very good. If Beyonce and Jay-Z were running and they had a voting booth on the stage, maybe that would have worked. But does that enthusiasm translate to votes for Hillary Clinton? And
in Ohio, it goes beyond celebrities,
yes.
And it goes beyond names. It's about jobs. It's about trade.
And we're learning some interesting things from the exit polls. And we asked specifically voters in Ohio, what about trade with other countries? And 46% say trade takes away jobs here in the U.S. And that's why we see this split among the exit polls in the union vote. Why it's a toss-up at this hour. What does that tell you, though, that Ohio is where it is at this hour? I mean,
well, what it tells me, and to Scott's point about union households and the exit polls, of those who live in a union household, 50% of those are going for Donald Trump, 44% for Hillary Clinton. To Scott's point, what it tells us is that Ohio has been changing since they were voting for FDR. It's a state in which the working class in Ohio has been trending towards the Republican Party. There's not a huge African-American constituency at about 14% in Ohio, so the coalition for Clinton there is different than in a state like Virginia, where she can put together a little something different.
Did the Republicans come home in Ohio? We know that educated women did not, but did the Republican vote over the last several weeks come back to Donald Trump?
I think if he's going to do well, the Republicans must have come home to him. And also, though, he's getting these Democrats. I mean, and we'll see how it breaks out across the stage. There was great worry in the Ohio Republican Party, and this is why there was the split, that those suburban white women around Columbus and around Cincinnati were not going to vote for Donald Trump.
Ohio has always been, for the most part, in the pathway for Donald Trump's road to the presidency. It's not been one of the key points in the Clinton road to the presidency. They knew it was going to be a tough state for a long time.
Donald Trump's getting 88% of the Republican vote in Ohio, so they're doing well for him. We found in the polling the states where Donald Trump did well are the states where he got a big share of the Republican vote. We found in the battleground tracker in Pennsylvania before this election day came upon us that he was only getting 78% of the Republican vote. That's why he was many points behind Hillary Clinton. So to your question, Charlie, it looks like the Republicans are coming home for him. The same number of Republicans voting for him as Democrats for Hillary Clinton.
So are you all saying that Beyonce didn't make a difference in Ohio?
She may have made a difference.
That's going to break hearts all around.
Not in their voting.
We're certainly saying we love lemonade.
Yes, we really do.
Anthony Mason is keeping track of the exit polling information. He's been looking at what voters in Georgia have been telling us today. Anthony?
Yes, Scott. The last Democrat to win Georgia was Bill Clinton back in 1992. African-American turnout and voting there, key to the Democrats' hopes in Georgia. 8 years ago, when Barack Obama first ran, the African Americans made up 30% of the vote in Georgia. As you see, this time around, it's roughly the same. Hillary Clinton is winning 9 out of 10 black votes in Georgia today, but Donald Trump is taking 7 out of 10 white votes. So a sharp divide by race, but also by gender. Let's look at men and women, and you can see Donald Trump is winning men 57 to 38%. Women are going for Hillary Clinton 54 to 41%. But again, African-American turnout key in Georgia to the Democrats' hopes. Not clear that they're getting it, which is why Trump has the edge in Georgia right now. Gail?
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony. Continuing with the exit polls, it says 82% of Trump voters wanted change. 90% of Clinton voters said experience is most important. What does that say to you, Bob Schieffer?
Well, I think it just shows the break and the divide that we're going through right now. I mean, that's right. Trump voters wanted change, and they saw him. Maybe they didn't think he could make the change, but at least he could thumb his nose at the establishment.
I do think there were some voters who wanted change, but did not think Donald Trump was the right vessel.
Yeah. One interesting finding from the exit polls we have here on the question of honest and trustworthy. That was a huge question for Hillary Clinton throughout this campaign, and there was a long stretch where Donald Trump was seen as the more honest and trustworthy candidate. In the exit poll tonight, when asked that question, 37% said Hillary Clinton is honest and trustworthy. 32% said Donald Trump was. So she has, at least according to the exit polls at this moment, flipped what was the case for much of this campaign.
Yeah, but when you look at how voters feel about Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton, they're not flattering. When they talk about the attributes for Donald Trump, words like stubborn, arrogant, sexist. When you asked about Hillary Clinton, stubborn again, not willing to admit her mistakes, and flip-flops. None of those are qualities that you think, that's who I want in a leader,
but
on
now,
either candidate.
But now that people do seem to think that she's more trustworthy than Trump. Well, I guess progress is where you find it.
We'll be coming back with more Campaign 2016 in just a moment.
And welcome back to CBS News election night coverage. Here's the electoral map. It's early still in the night. And as you can see, Hillary Clinton with 3 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 24 electoral votes. We've got some 13 battleground states that we're watching very closely tonight. And if you've been watching our coverage, you know there are already some breadcrumbs along the way about how this night may go. We've already spoken with the Trump campaign tonight. Now we want to speak with the Clinton campaign and Brian Fallon, who is the press secretary. Brian, good evening.
Great to be with you. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. First, tell us how the campaign is feeling at this hour.
Well, we really feel, based on what we're seeing so far today, that what you're seeing is a rise of the Clinton coalition. This is a issue where, coming into the election, I feel a lot of people thought that it was an open question whether Hillary Clinton could galvanize support from the Obama coalition that helped power President Obama to victory in 2008 and 2012. And what we're seeing in the early voting and then in the turnout today suggests that Hillary Clinton has not just reassembled that Obama coalition, but actually expanded on it. It's being powered by a surge in the Latino vote. In a state like Florida, you saw the early voting figures from Latinos double to more than 1 million Latinos voting early in Florida. I think that's going to help us break 2012 turnout levels in terms of Miami-Dade County, which is a huge powerhouse county for Democrats. You can't win Florida without running up the score in Miami-Dade. If you look at Nevada, you're seeing record turnout in the early vote in Clark County, which is a huge Democratic stronghold area. And even in a state like North Carolina, which we think is going to be tight and probably going to be late to be called, where initially there was some talk about a drop-off in African-American turnout. We not only made up gains there in the second week of early voting in North Carolina, but we actually offset it with a surge, 83% increase in Latino participation in early voting in North Carolina. So I think that's going to be one of the emerging storylines tonight.
Brian, another emerging storyline from our exit poll information is that Donald Trump is leading Hillary Clinton among white women in Ohio, North Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia. Does that surprise you?
This was a demographic that he was leading with from a very early point in the race. I think that overall, the story with respect to white voters may be the huge break and split that you see in terms of college-educated white voters. This is overrepresented in places like the collar counties outside Philadelphia. That may swing the state of Pennsylvania to us, which will essentially block the path for Donald Trump. If Hillary Clinton wins those voters, it will mark an improvement, again, another area where she outperforms 2008 or 2012 in terms of growing the Democratic coalition beyond the base of support that powered President Obama to those historic victories in 2008 and 2012.
And Brian, just quickly, the state of Michigan, any concern there?
Michigan, we've been pleased with what we've been seeing so far. In fact, I think that the day after this election, one of the mistakes that the Trump campaign will look back on is their failure to contest a state like Michigan earlier on. We never took it for granted, even though it was late to the battleground map in the minds of some. We actually had 35 offices open there. We had a full staff in place there. We were always built to win a very close race, and that's what I think is going to happen tonight.
Brian Fallon, thank you so much for joining us there in the Javits Center, which the Clinton campaign chose especially in part because it has a glass ceiling. And they are hoping that there will be a crack in the glass ceiling tonight. That was a strategic choice by them.
After it's a safety. It's obviously paying a lot of attention to Florida, making, as you mentioned earlier, this has been their message for a while, that the Latino vote is turning out in Florida and that's what's going to give them the edge. But it sounded like on Michigan, there's still something to watch there. Yeah. There was less of an easy, quick response about how it's going so perfectly well for them in Michigan. And while winning Florida would be a huge deal for Hillary Clinton, there is still that back door about Michigan that Democrats are sending me emails about saying it's tight in Michigan, worried in Michigan.
Yeah.
Well, Donald Trump has to win some state that traditionally goes Democratic in order for him to win the election.
That's right, or run the table on the battleground states. I mean, so the more traditional Democratic states he can take, the more breathing room he has in a state like Florida and Ohio, although he's still got to win those two, probably.
All right.
We're back with more. You're watching election night coverage on CBS. We're back now with more Campaign 2016 election night coverage. Bob Schieffer, what are you seeing in these early hours?
I still think the most important thing is finding out how many Latinos, this Hispanic vote. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that most Hispanics are not going to vote for Donald Trump. So I think this is very important. What we're seeing in Florida, we're seeing it in North Carolina. I want to know more about how many Hispanics did turn out.
What's important about that is what the Clinton spokesman just said. the Latinos are part of creating a new Clinton coalition, adding to the Obama coalition in 2012.
Right now, what the exit polls are telling us is 18% of the vote is Latino. In Florida, that's up 1 point, and Romney got about 40%, and Clinton and Trump's getting 31.
All right, we're getting close to the top of the 8 o'clock hour. Polls close in 16 states, and we have a close eye on the battlegrounds, including Florida.
Welcome back to CBS News coverage of Election Night Campaign 2016. It is now 8 o'clock in the East. Polls are closed in half the states, including 3 more of those battlegrounds that will decide the presidency: Florida, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. In the race to 270 electoral votes and victory, Donald Trump has 51. Hillary Clinton, 30.
Yeah, let's take a closer look at those battleground states that just closed, starting with Florida. The Sunshine State means the moon to Trump's presidential hopes, and right now it is a toss-up. Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, is another possible key to victory. A toss-up there, too. And New Hampshire, that is a toss-up, too, so polls are closed now in 7 battleground states, and we can't project a winner in any of them. Both candidates, however, did pick up more electoral votes. We project Trump the winner in South Carolina, Oklahoma, and Tennessee, and Clinton gets Massachusetts, Maryland, Delaware, and the District of Columbia. Scott, I was thinking we ought to dig in right to these states. I mean, Florida has just closed, and there are some interesting numbers that we're learning out of the exit polls, too, John. We've been talking about the Hispanic votes, and it looks like 64% of Hispanics breaking towards Clinton, 30% towards Trump. So he is underperforming what Romney did in that.
Right. Romney got 39% of the Latino vote, and there is 1% more of the Latino vote. It was 17% of the electorate in 12. It's 18% now. But we're still at the toss-up stage, so that's only one piece of the puzzle in Florida.
Florida is certainly a must-win state for Donald Trump, not necessarily for Hillary Clinton.
That's right. That's right.
Well, let's have a look at the board, shall we, and bring the audience up to date on exactly where everything is. As you can see there, we're estimating that at this point, Hillary Clinton has 44 electoral votes, Donald Trump 51. And the states that you see in red are the states that we have projected victory for Donald Trump. The states in blue are the states that we have shown that we have estimated victory for Hillary Clinton. The states that are in white, these critical states that are in white, are states where the polls have closed, but the vote totals are so close that we're not able to make an estimate in those races. Believe us, the moment we can make an estimate in any of those races, we will do so and drop whatever we're doing to bring you the breaking news.
One of the other states that closed at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock, Pennsylvania, a state that the Democrats have felt comfortable about, but certainly there are many things in the state of Pennsylvania that Donald Trump could turn his way. He's made a big play for the state of Pennsylvania. We've been talking about white college-educated women. Clinton has turned them out 58%. That's 20 points higher than Obama got. He got 38% of the white college women. Does that suggest that something shifted big in Pennsylvania?
You heard Brian Fallon talking about those color counties. So the suburban counties around Philadelphia, 2 keys for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania. Turn up the African-American vote in the cities in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia, and do well with white college-educated women in those collar counties. The women who throughout this campaign felt a nervousness about Donald Trump on that central question of whether he has the judgment and temperament, and the people that Hillary Clinton constantly tried to keep the image of Donald Trump saying things about women and some of his other more controversial comments in front of those voters to keep them from drifting back to the Republican ranks.
So how do we know what we know? We have for decades on Election Day sent reporters out all across the country to talk to voters as they've left the polls and ask them how they voted and why they voted the way that they did. Anthony Mason is collecting all of that information for us tonight. Anthony?
Scott, we're going to look at the Hispanic vote in Florida, but to start, 27 million eligible Hispanic voters in this country now. That's a record, 12% of the electorate. In Florida, though, it's higher, 18%, and Hillary Clinton is leading among Hispanic voters in Florida. Florida. She's taking 62% of the Hispanic vote to 33% for Donald Trump. But there's an interesting split among Hispanics there. Cubans, traditionally Republican, are going for Donald Trump by a 53 to 41% margin. Other Hispanics, though, and they are now a larger voting bloc than the Cubans, are dominated by Hillary Clinton, 70 to 25%. So she's doing really well with that group. Gail?
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony. Bob, you went out on a limb saying you think that most Hispanic voters will go for Hillary Clinton. Seems like you're pretty safe on the limb.
Sturdy limb.
Yeah, it's a very sturdy limb. You're in very good shape. But they also say this. 59% of the Florida voters who we talked to today say immigrants help in the United States. 27% say immigrants hurt the United States. What do you have to say about that, John?
Well, if there is a single policy idea that Donald Trump brought into this campaign, it was immigration. It was the beginning of his election kickoff when he rode that escalator down. He talked about immigration. He was constantly talking about immigration. So this is a very important policy point for his base. But tonight it's all about the battle of the bases. And while on the one hand the base was turned out by Donald Trump and his talk of strong immigration controls, on the other hand the new coalition that Hillary Clinton may be creating was in part perhaps driven by a strong reaction to Donald Trump's
I think many people won't forget where he talked about the wall.
I do want to continue to talk about this minute, but forgive me, we're just going to make a quick call here. CBS News is projecting that Hillary Clinton is the winner in Illinois, the state that she grew up in. It's talked about, where she learned her Midwest values. She's reminded us on the campaign trail, but not a big surprise.
That's not a surprise that she would win her home state of Illinois. That would be a very bad sign if she did not win Illinois, John Dickerson.
But Gail, you were talking about the Hispanic vote.
Yeah, that many people still know are smarting over his comments as he rode down the escalator. That was the first sign that this would be a very unusual type of campaign as entrance. But he talked about building the wall, and that was the first time that, you know, it was a jaw-dropping moment when he referred to Mexicans as rapists. Many people still have not forgotten those comments from that day one.
Yeah.
The irony, of course, is that the very first people that he insulted may have the last word tonight.
Yes. That's ironic.
Charlie Rose is with our political panel, and they have been talking about Hispanic voters tonight. Charlie?
Thank you very much, Scott. We continue this vote about Hispanics. I want to talk to Leslie Ruth Marcus here, and Leslie Sanchez, and Frank Luntz. Frank, what do you think is going on in the Hispanic community, and how large will this turnout be, and how influential is it in this election?
If the white community is angry, the Hispanic community is insulted. They were insulted by the language that Donald Trump used. They were insulted by the tone. And every time he would say that Mexico was going to pay for the wall, and whenever he talked about immigration policy, they felt like he was telling them they weren't welcome. And every time that he said to the Hispanics, they love me, they don't. And I'm looking across the country, and it's not just on border states. It's also states like Colorado, Illinois. The Republican Party in general, and Donald Trump in particular, cannot win when you are only getting 25 to 30% of the Hispanic vote. You cannot put together a majority, and they are the fastest growing segment of American society and the greatest switch away from the GOP over the last 10 years.
And I'd say one other thing to that, which is you use the word insulted. I would actually use the word incensed, because I think that
driven to the polls.
Driven to the polls. But you know, if you're insulted, you might sit home and just seethe. They're going.
If you're incensed, you will get in the car and go vote.
You're getting in the car, and it's not just. I suspect it will be not just the Hispanic community. We saw this 4 years ago with Asian voters. Who would be typically Republican voters deserting Mitt Romney. I think you may see that again, maybe in even greater numbers this year. So when you insult kind of one ethnic minority and a bunch of immigrants, you insult even more than the Hispanic population.
I think you're talking about. I think the question tonight is this going to be the largest rejection of a GOP nominee in basically recent history? Republicans have earned about 31% of the Hispanic support for the last 10 presidential elections. The question is he going to perform below that? Are we going to get in Bob Dole territory of 21%? But one thing I would caution is that big wave, what he has managed to do is unite a dormant Hispanic community that it doesn't vote in the numbers that they can.
The Clinton camp is saying there's a new coalition. It includes Hispanics, and it's a larger coalition than even Obama had.
And I'd say it's way too early to see that. Barack Obama made the same declaration in 2008, and then Republicans won control of the House in 2010. He made the same declaration in 2012, and the GOP won Congress and the governorships in 2014. These things are temporary. But make no mistake, Charlie, Both Republicans and Democrats are looking at these numbers and saying that this group that is moving so fast, that is growing so fast, is going to be a nightmare for the GOP going forward unless they adopt a new message and new policies.
Well, and the GOP knew that, right?
Yes.
4 years ago, we had this famous autopsy. They diagnosed their problem. They set out the solution.
Their problem was on outreach. We've got to reach out.
No, specifically immigration reform. Where was it? What are they going to do now?
We have to go back to the desk, Nora.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. And CBS News projects that Rhode Island goes for Hillary Clinton. One of the big stories of the night is control of the U.S. Senate. Juliana Goldman has been following the Senate races tonight. Juliana?
Well, Nora, we are ready to make the first call for a Democratic pickup in the Senate. In Illinois, it looks like Congresswoman Tammy Duckworth has beat incumbent Republican Senator Mark Kirk. That is one of the first calls. Again, that's the first call that we are able to make for a Democratic pickup in the Senate. Remember, Democrats need to pick up 5 seats to take control of the Senate, 4 if Hillary Clinton wins, because Tim Kaine would be vice president and he would be the tie-breaking 51st vote.
All right, that adds one more woman to the United States Senate. And, you know, Tammy Duckworth, the first member of Congress born in Thailand, also a Purple Heart winner. Yes. She is a double amputee, of course, lost both of her legs in the Iraq War to helicopter pilot. It had been a contentious Senate race there, but she is now, according to CBS News, heading to the United States Senate.
Strongish.
First Republican loses his seat tonight in the Senate.
And he was considered the most vulnerable of all the Republicans on the ballot.
John Dickerson, you were just telling us about a warning sign for the Trump campaign that you were noticing in the exit poll data that we have coming in.
One of the key questions is whether Donald Trump's strategy of really paying close attention to white voters was going to pay off. Now, Ronald Reagan won with 54% of white voters. Mitt Romney got 59% of white voters and lost. The difference, the share of white voters. There were more of them in Ronald Reagan's day. Well, right now, the exit polls suggest that only 70% of the electorate is white voters. In 2012, it was 72%. So Donald Trump is working with a smaller group. Within that, non-college white voters, in 2012, they were 36% of the electorate. Now they are 34% of the electorate. These are not huge numbers, but in a very close race, if your base is not turning out, and the premise of the Donald Trump campaign was not just that he would match Mitt Romney's numbers, but that he would grow them. Right now, it does not look like he's growing.
In fact, one Republican Senator, Lindsey Graham, has said his own party is in a demographic death spiral. Tonight, we've seen that the share of the white electorate is getting smaller and smaller. As
America's changing, and so is its politics.
Yes, and we have a projection in the state of Mississippi goes to Donald Trump. He is the winner in that state. Expected victory there and a large win for him there. All right, the Democrats are hoping to take back the Senate. We'll look more at those key Senate races and more states closing at the top of 8:30 when we're back here on CBS News Election Night.
Back now with CBS News Election Night coverage. Let's look at the state of the race right now at this moment. This is the Electoral College map. The colored states you see now are the ones where the polls have closed. The blue states signify victories for Hillary Clinton. The red states, victories for Donald Trump. Right now, at this early stage, the Electoral College totals are Clinton 68, Trump 57. And of course, 270 needed to win. Now you ask, what about those white states here? This is the whole ball game, folks. Many of these states are going to be deciding who the president of the United States is, and these states are so close right now, we can't make a projection about the winner. Anthony Salvanto is our director of elections. He's running the decision desk back here. All of our experts who are watching the exit polling information and all of the actual vote data coming in. Anthony, let's look at Florida quickly. Sure. Donald Trump must win it. There's no question about that. Tell us what's happening there right now. Why is this so close?
Well, that's right, Scott. This is critical to his path. And I'll tell you, the story in Florida right now is a story we're seeing in a number of battleground states. And that is that even though Hillary Clinton is doing well down in the areas where Democrats typically do well, and that's down around Miami, getting decent turnout there, getting the percents of vote that she probably needs in and around Miami. But Donald Trump is outperforming Mitt Romney and typical Republicans in a lot of these other Republican-leaning counties. And one by one, that's adding up his totals. So we see him outperforming typical Republicans, and that's keeping this race close.
Again, red for the Republicans, blue for the Democrats.
Yep.
Look at this, 60% of the precincts reporting, and it's a virtual tie.
And that is dead even. You know, there was a lot of early vote here, Scott, and that's a lot of what gets counted fast. We thought that the early vote looked like it would be even, and lo and behold, it is. It's very even, including in what was cast before today.
Now let's look at another state extremely important to both candidates, and that's North Carolina.
Yeah, North Carolina is actually a similar story. I'll point you here in and around Raleigh-Durham. This is a place where Democrats typically do well, and no surprise, Hillary Clinton is. She's turned out a lot of her base so far. But all these red places that you see lit up, including down here in the western part of the state, with strong turnout and with Donald Trump outperforming what Republicans typically do, that right now is just about matching Hillary Clinton's margin. So she's got a little bit of an edge, but it's certainly not enough to say where this race is headed for sure right now.
Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, thank you very much. And folks, the moment we can make an estimate on a winner of one of these states, we will drop whatever we're doing and you will be the first to know. Clearly, one of the big efforts on the part of the Clinton campaign, especially today, has been its effort to get out the vote, to get their voters to the polls. And Nancy Cordes, who is at the Clinton election night watch party tonight in New York City, has more on that. Nancy?
Scott, this is an operation that the Clinton campaign has been working on and building out for nearly 2 years now. And according to the newest numbers that they have given us, their volunteers have made 23 million voter-to-voter contacts since Saturday morning. That means door knocking. That means people calling other voters on the phone. In fact, we've heard stories about Clinton volunteers so thick on the ground in some of these battleground states, 100,000 volunteers today alone, that they say they've gone through their entire list, knocked on every door, and gone back again. Somewhat irritating, perhaps, if you live in a battleground state, but pretty effective. You were just talking about Florida, for example, where it is so close. Imagine if the Trump campaign had had the money or inclination to invest in a similar size get-out-the-vote operation. He might be leading by a point or two there right now. Instead, in Broward County, which is a county that went for President Obama in 2012 by 35 points, hit record turnout today at 6 p.m. Miami-Dade hit its record since 2012 by the time the polls closed as well.
Nancy Cordes at the Clinton watch party tonight. Nancy, thank you. As Nancy was saying, the Trump campaign has not invested nearly as much in the Get Out the Vote campaign today. And we have our Major Garrett at the Trump watch party tonight.
Scott, it's the most important decision Donald Trump made as he sought the presidency of the United States, to essentially subcontract his get-out-the-vote operations to the Republican National Committee. And in talking to senior Trump advisors in the week leading up to this election, I said, what worries you most? And they said that we're going to be close and that we're going to look at the election results and wish we had our own get-out-the-vote operation. And we don't, which means in certain respects, in certain precincts, certain states, we don't know as much as we need to know. And Scott, I can tell you this was a conversation that went on in the Trump campaign. And Trump was absolutely adamant. He wasn't going to invest in it, didn't believe in it, didn't think it was as important as what he saw in the adoring crowds, thousands of them he kept encountering on the campaign trail. What he may learn tonight in these very closely contested states like Florida, no Trump get-out-the-vote operation there. North Carolina, a small one, but not nearly large enough. Other states that will loom large in the evening, Pennsylvania, Virginia. Those are day of voting states. Not a lot of early vote in either one of those states. The Trump campaign not well positioned to get out the vote and identify the key constituencies that they need in those states. So across the board, Scott, the great lament from Trump and those who support him come tomorrow, if he loses, may be we should have invested where we didn't.
Major Garrett, thank you very much.
Yeah, really interesting to see those two differences between the two campaigns. Just want to show everybody right now what's happening in the state of Florida. We've talked about how this is such a key battleground state in Trump's path to victory. Look at this, 48 to 48. We are calling it a toss-up for a reason. 88% of the vote in. We'll have more additional states closing at the top of the hour when we come back.
The best political reporting every morning on CBS This Morning.
Polls are closed now in half the states. There is the map as we stand right now as we are approaching 8:30. Let's take another look at the Sunshine State, the state of Florida. It is a toss-up, 48 to 48. We'll have more when we return on CBS Election Night.
From WC.
Back now with election night coverage on CBS. Polls are closed in 26 states and the District of Columbia as America elects a president. No projected winners yet in any of the 13 battleground states that will tell the tale tonight. But in the race to 270 electoral votes and the presidency, Clinton has 68, Trump 66. We still have a very long way to go.
We do, and we're going to get to some of those individual states in just a moment, those battleground states. We're getting some really interesting numbers. But first, in the state of Florida, CBS News projects that Marco Rubio has won his Senate seat there in that state. I think it's fair to say that of the 16 Republicans that challenged Donald Trump for the nomination, Rubio may be the only one who's having a victory speech tonight. He wasn't going to run for the Senate. When he lost, he decided to get back into this contest.
And so many people wonder if his career was over, his political career was over after he dropped out of the race. I have relatives in Florida. I have relatives in Florida who said he talked so much about his dislike for the Senate.
Yes, exactly. Until the Republican leaders came to him and said, we're in danger of losing the Senate. We need to hold on to a seat in Florida, and you need to go back and run in that seat. He is now, along with Senator Portman in Ohio, one of the two Republicans who was able to get out from under Donald Trump. Even though Democrats tried to tie them, they were able to succeed. We don't know what the outcome in Florida is at the presidential level yet, but obviously Marco Rubio did better because we're able to make a projection there about Marco Rubio.
Well, let's have a look at the battleground states now. These are the 13 states that could go either way and will therefore determine the election. As you see that graphic there, Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina, Ohio, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, and Florida, the polls have closed in all of those states, and they are all so close that we are unable to make an estimate of who is ahead or who is projected to win in those states. The states that you see below there, those polls will be closing later as we go on into the evening.
Scott, you and I were looking closely at the state of Florida, a must-win for Donald Trump. We've now got 91% of the expected vote in, and wow, the margin is razor thin, isn't it, Scott?
8 million votes cast so far, and they're separated by 70,000.
Wow. What's going on in Florida?
I'm working on it, Nora. So here's one thing that is not that doesn't help us. One is that in 2012, there were 67% of the electorate in Florida was white. Now it's only 61%. So that kind of a drop between 2012 and 2016, you would think would hurt Donald Trump, but he's neck and neck here tonight. So he's picking up some. The alternative is that Hillary Clinton is not turning out the vote in the way Barack Obama did. So we're just going to have to keep waiting to figure
What segment of the vote she's not turning out?
Yeah.
But, you know, I mean, this is eerily like 2000. I mean, are we going to start hearing about hanging chads in a minute here?
In 2000, there were only 500 or so votes between Al Gore and President Bush.
But, John, didn't Donald Trump and both Hillary Clinton spend a lot of time in Florida? Both of them.
Well, that's the cost of doing business in politics. When you have to pay attention to Florida and Ohio and North Carolina. I mean, they're battleground states for a reason. So they spend a lot of time there. What's interesting is, to Major's point about a ground game in Florida,
and Donald Trump lives there.
The Republican National Committee set up a ground game after the loss in 2012. Reince Priebus, the chairman of the party, said we have to have people on the ground working the doors, knocking on the doors, getting people to vote. But he set up a system, and the question is, how did that system work with the Trump campaign? That may be one of the after stories.
What do we know about the vote that has not been reported in Florida? Where is it coming from?
I'll let John look at that right now, and I can tell you this, though, the interesting breakdown between men and women, it's virtually split. I mean, women are going for Clinton 51 to 44 for Trump, and men, Clinton 44, Trump to 49. So you don't see a huge gender gap. You see a small gender gap there in the state of Florida. And independents almost breaking even, Clinton 44, Trump 45%. But the Clinton campaign has been saying Miami-Dade would be key to their victory, that they would be able to turn out the Hispanic vote and the African-American vote in large numbers, in part by the early vote and also on Election Day. If they don't do that, that means that Trump can win that state, and as of right now, with 90% the vote in, it's neck and neck.
Trump must win Florida in order to have a reasonable path to the presidency. It's not essential for Hillary Clinton, though. She can put together other ways to get there.
Yeah.
That's right, especially if she's, Virginia is edging towards Hillary Clinton. Again, if she wins the traditional Democratic states plus Virginia and North Carolina, then she's very much on her way to getting that magical 270.
If anybody was going into this, Nora, wondering whether there was going to be a blowout tonight, we now have the answer. This is going to be a very close race.
A very close race. I want to show you the state of Ohio, of course, because we've talked a lot about that state. Only about a third of the vote is in at this hour. But at this hour, Hillary Clinton is leading 50 to 45%. And as you can see, a very close margin there. I don't think we can make any assumptions right now because so little of the vote is in. And this is a state that Donald Trump is expecting to do well in. Some of the early signs suggest that he has the edge in that state. But there's the vote there.
Can I just say that we have, it appears that on Virginia we have it as leaning Dem now, not just edge, but leaning Dem, moving a little bit more warmly towards Hillary Clinton.
But North Carolina is still at edge?
Yes.
We see now, of course, the state of Virginia, which just has about half of the vote in, as John just mentioned, and Hillary there with about a 4-point lead, and that's why at CBS News we are estimating that Hillary Clinton has the edge in Virginia, and also now, Charlie, you just mentioned, in the state of North Carolina. I think we should just back up because we just went through the boards about what that means.
That's right. What does edge mean? What does lean mean? Yes. What does all of this mean?
Likely mean, yes.
Help the audience, please, with our definition.
It means a little bit more than an edge. Yeah. It's like an edge, a lean, and then a likely.
Right.
Edge means it
and then
change.
You turn yourself around, and that's what it's all about. If you have an edge, yes,
that's called the hokey pokey.
I know, Gail. But anyway, in Virginia, if it's edge, that means it's quite close. That means that if there's a statistical anomaly, it could reverse itself for that candidate. If it is leaning, that means that reversal is less likely. And then if it goes past lean, then it's something where we might be in the neighborhood of making a projection.
So right now, if she has the edge in Virginia, do you think Tim Kaine played a role in that? Her running mate who's from Virginia, a governor, a senator, a mayor there?
At the moment, she leans in Virginia, yes. I mean, Tim Kaine, also another important thing.
She's leaning, it's not edging.
Robbie Mook, the campaign manager for the Clinton campaign, also was the campaign manager for the successful 2013 gubernatorial race in Virginia. So he knows how to do races in Virginia. That, plus the vice presidential pick, Tim Kaine, those all may have contributed to Virginia.
But Tim Kaine is an enormously popular politician in Virginia. You would have expected a lot better showing than this at this early point.
Yes, true enough, although it could be another piece of evidence in the idea that basically people vote for the top of the ticket, and vice presidents may not get you as much as you might want.
But North Carolina and Virginia are very similar, aren't they, in terms of profile?
They are similar, but, you know, Barack Obama won Virginia twice, and he traded. He won North Carolina
2008, but not in 2012.
So North Carolina is sort of more on the knife's edge than Virginia.
And Bob, you were saying?
I was just going to say, she's leaning in both states for basically the same reason. She's attracting the same voters in North Carolina that she's attracting in Virginia.
And those are whom?
Well, I mean, educated white women. She's getting the educated vote. She's getting the minorities. And it's pretty much stacking up the same way in both states. And I think that's significant.
The suburbs around Washington, D.C., a large growth there's Latino, there's also Asian voters in Virginia as well. The growth in the state is the newer kinds of voters who are more like Hillary Clinton. Virginia is such an important state because it is partially representative of the larger story we're talking about with America, which is as a state changes from traditionally Republican, where there's a large share of the white vote, to a state that is more mixed. And that's the story in Virginia, and that's also the story perhaps in the nation.
And for more about what this all means at this hour, Charlie Rose is with the political panel. Charlie?
Here we have Ben Domenech, the publisher of The Federalist. We have Michelle Norris from the Aspen Institute. She's a former NPR host. And Michael Gerson, the Washington Post columnist. So when you look at this so far, the results we've been listening, where we think that they may be leaning, where they may be more definitive, what do you see?
Well, I see the Republican Party tried again a white turnout strategy. Last time, a lot of wise heads, after the Romney loss, said that's not possible anymore. You need to accommodate a multicultural America with real outreach. That didn't happen in this election. Everyone knows in 20 years that can't work. But the question is, can it work this time again? And we're seeing mixed messages.
You think the lesson will really cannot work in the future, so therefore we have a realignment of voter groups?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. But I don't think they can go back to the pre-Trump message, though, because there are blue-collar workers who have said, we're here.
To Michael's point, the real question for the Republican Party now is what comes next. And it seems in a lot of these different races, you see various senators running well ahead of Donald Trump in states like Ohio and states like Florida. And they're going to be returned to the Senate, and they're going to have to decide whether they're going to make a change in the policy approach, the agenda approach that they've had in the past, and whether they're going to try to reach out to some of the groups where Hillary Clinton has lagged Barack Obama. She's lagging behind him in young voters in Ohio and in Florida. The question sort of is, are you going to try to reach out to them? And that would probably require elevating newer, younger faces, people like Rubio himself, to lead the party.
But did it get derailed because of Donald Trump?
Of course it got derailed because of Donald Trump.
Like
This was a process. The Republican Party was leaning in the direction of reforming its agenda for a while. Trump really short-circuited that conversation. They're going to have to find a way to live with a coalition that includes some of his voters and then reaches out to others as well.
Well, let's remember they did that whole forensics report after the last election, and they didn't even take their own advice. And so, yes, they are going to have to do a lot of rebuilding. Even if Donald Trump wins, the party will have to do a lot of rebuilding to reach out to voters who are obviously very angry at the party itself, even though they were voting for a Republican candidate, and to reach out to Hispanic voters and to reach out to college-educated women, for instance, who are voting for Hillary Clinton.
Which seems to be the new coalition for the Democrats.
In very large numbers.
But there are splits within the Democratic Party as well.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. And there are splits among the college-educated voters, and there are splits along economic issues that we see as well. And so the Democratic Party will probably have to do some rebuilding, but not to the degree that the Republican Party will.
Yeah, and I think if we have a President Clinton, she will have a decision to make to do real outreach, or whether she's precluded from doing that by her own base, the Sanders base of the Democratic Party. And that will be determined early in her presidency with the issues she picks.
She signaled that she wants to do that.
The biggest problem Republicans face is that nobody really trusts them to lead anymore. They're going to have to reassert themselves in a certain way, and I think that just relying on the same old pre-Trump message is not the way to do it.
Thank you all. Back to you, Scott.
Charlie, thank you very much. We're going to be back in just a moment. We're going to have a closer look at this race in Florida. More than 8 million votes counted. That's nearly all of them, and it is neck and neck. We're back in a moment.
Polls in more than half the country are closed at this hour, and this race is super tight in the state of Florida. It is a toss-up, too close to call, as Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton neck and neck with more than 90% of the vote in. One call that we do have and have made in the state of Florida is for Marco Rubio, who has won the Senate seat there. And Mark Strassman is there in Miami at Rubio headquarters. Mark?
Hey, Nora, Senator Rubio, in fact, has just taken the stage to claim victory here. He has defeated two-term Congressman Patrick Murphy and won re-election to the U.S. Senate. He made a joke right at the top saying this election that is going better than the last time he came out on stage in Miami when he was thumped in the Florida primary by Donald Trump. Many, but not all the people in this room, of course, will be rooting for Trump tonight. This race still has many bitter feelings among Rubio's supporters. And this race in Florida is, in fact, so close now. Trump seems to be ahead by about 100,000 or so votes. And the votes are starting to run out, too. Remember that Florida had 6.5 million folks who voted early. That's a record for the state and the most of any state that had early returns. And so even though Hillary Clinton left South Florida, the most popular part of the state, solidly Democratic with a 280,000 vote margin or so, Trump has managed to pick up votes in more conservative sections of the state, in North Florida and Central Florida along the all-important I-4 corridor between Orlando and Tampa. And at this point, the two cliches we've heard about Florida in this election are both true. One is that Trump cannot win the White House unless he wins Florida, and two is that this race was going to be extraordinarily close, and in fact it has been.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. Scott Pelley is over at the Decision Desk. Scott?
Nora, thanks. We're back here with Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, and what that means is he's our numbers guy. He's working with all of our experts at the Decision Desk, taking in the information from the exit polls and the actual vote totals now, and it is Anthony who helps us make these estimates about who's ahead and who may be winning. As we were just hearing, Anthony, Florida, it's the entire ball game for Donald Trump, and my goodness, how close it is. How much of the vote has been counted so far?
Well, about 75% of what we expect the vote to be. But as the vote comes in, our expectations can actually move up. What we've seen now is the bulk of that absentee vote has been counted. And I will tell you, Scott, one of the things, Hillary Clinton is actually doing well for a Democrat. Down here, you mentioned Broward County. She is performing about where a Democrat typically does well. These counties here in South Florida, solidly Democratic. But here's the thing, Scott. Everywhere else in the state, she is just underperforming a typical Democrat, Donald Trump doing just a little bit better than typical Republicans do. Up here through the Orlando area, through Central Florida, and certainly up around near Jacksonville. You look at some of these counties, and he's doing better than Mitt Romney did. That is adding up little by little to keep him even with Clinton.
Well, let's have a look at what this says. They are of more than 8 million votes counted so far. They're separated by about 100,000.
Right, exactly. And that's
Donald Trump slightly ahead.
Donald Trump very slightly ahead in the vote count. In our models, we've got it even, and that's because what we do in the model, Scott, is we account for the number of registered voters who haven't yet had their ballots counted, and we look at it that way. So if you do that, then you look at a slightly more even race because not everything is in from some of these counties. But I will tell you, this is about as close as it gets.
Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, thank you very much. So Donald Trump performing in Florida a little bit better than Republicans normally do. John Dickerson?
Well, Scott, let's see. I was just looking at the vote that Donald Trump is doing with white college-educated women. We've talked a lot about them tonight. That's a group that's very strong for Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump is winning with white college-educated women 58-39 in Florida. That's better.
Wait a minute, give us that again.
Donald Trump is up with white college-educated women in Florida in a way that he is not anywhere else.
You would not have expected that.
How do you explain that,
Well,
John?
she had been
How do you
up.
explain that?
He had, well,
that particular.
He explains there's an older electorate in Florida, so a lot of your college-educated voters are typical Republican voters. Mitt Romney won the white college-educated 57-42. So Barack Obama at 42 of white college-educated women in Florida is ahead of where Hillary Clinton is now at 39 with white college-educated women in Florida. So that's one area that Hillary Clinton is turning that vote out in other places, but apparently not enough in Florida, which is what makes it close, even though there are other parts of the state that she's turning out lots of Latinos.
Is there any other?
And the share of the white vote is actually smaller in Florida than it was last time around.
Is there any other place we know where Trump is winning college-educated women?
And not that, well, other than his red states.
Right.
I mean, in terms of battlegrounds,
Right.
I haven't found it yet.
Right.
It is a really interesting. I'm looking at those same numbers, too, as the same time you are. I mean, we're talking about 50 and 60% he's winning those white college-educated females, white college-educated males, sort of across the board. That may be why he's so close in the state of Florida.
And just for context here, Hillary Clinton nationally is winning white women with a college graduate degree 51 to 43. So by 8 points nationally for Hillary Clinton, but she's down by almost 20 in Florida.
91% of the vote counted in Florida so far.
That's right. All right. Coming up, polls close in the two-candidate state of New York. We'll talk about that. We've also got Arizona, Colorado, Michigan, New Mexico, Wisconsin, and a big state of Texas.
Big state of Texas.
The night is young.
The night is young.
Yeah.
More ahead coming up after this.
Back now with election night on CBS. It is 9 o'clock in the east, 6 in the west, and it is a tight race for president and a long time before we are going to know who won tonight. Polls just closed in 14 more states, including 4 key battleground states: Arizona, Colorado, Wisconsin, and Michigan. All 4 are toss-ups right now. Still no winner in any of the 13 battleground states that will decide this election tonight. In the race to 270 electoral votes and the presidency, Donald Trump has 123. Hillary Clinton has 97. It is still early.
And look at that, what is almost a river of red flowing right through the United States, up and down. We have a number of states. In the state of New York, home state to both of these candidates, CBS News projects Hillary Clinton is the winner. In the state of Texas, CBS News projects Donald Trump has won by a decisive margin. There is a large Hispanic population, but he won that state. In Kansas, CBS News projects Donald Trump is the winner. In the state of Nebraska, another state goes to Donald Trump with a large margin there. And in South Dakota, CBS News projects that Donald Trump will win that state when all the votes are counted. And North Dakota, CBS News projects that Donald Trump will win that state when all the votes are counted. And in Wyoming, Donald Trump is the projected winner as there.
This is pretty much what we expected.
Yes.
But the big headline of the hour is Florida. Almost all the votes, 91% of the votes have been counted in Florida. More than 8 million votes have been counted. And at this moment, Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton. They are separated by only 140,000 votes. Still much too close to call.
Can we talk, Scott, for a second about why he's doing so well with working women, educated women in Florida? When you look at all of the things that Trump has said with his issues with women, the Access Hollywood tape, the comments that he made about Alicia Machado, the accusation of sexual assault, starting with Megyn Kelly in that very first debate. How do we explain how this is possible?
Well, the Republicans who like him are willing to forgive him those things. We've talked to voters who are in the Trump camp, and they were the ones who said, "Oh, this is locker room talk," and this is that's part of it. They forgive him, and why do they forgive him? Because they don't like Hillary Clinton, and they think the country needs to be turned around, and they think that he can do it. Another thing about Florida, just that's true of all these other states that we're looking at that are battleground states, is that this is a debate here in the country right now between the cities and the rural areas. And what Donald Trump is doing well in Florida is he's doing well in 41 or so counties, 40 or more counties, all over the rural areas, doing a little bit better than Mitt Romney did. And Hillary Clinton is doing well in the cities. But that's the combat. So in these states, you'll see a sea of red, all the counties smaller in population that Donald Trump is doing well in, and then deep blue in the cities. And we're seeing that now in Florida, and we'll see it in all the battleground states.
And a point you made earlier, it's an older population, too.
Yes, and that's the difference between college-educated women in Florida versus college-educated women. If we want to look for another echo, perhaps we might look in Iowa, where the population is also older. We'll have to see what
What's the definition of older? I'm very curious, John. Careful.
Let's just say,
have to bring that up with someone other than me, Gail.
Let's just say that many of the
over
college,
80.
Over 80.
Many of the college,
no, 85
are retirees in Florida.
I like that.
Let's have a look at our battleground tracking list here. This shows you the states that have polls that have been closed. So the polls have closed in all of the battleground states except for Iowa and Nevada. They're at the bottom. And folks, you would normally be looking for check marks on either side of the state name showing whether we have projected the race for Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump, and you don't see any. And that is because all of these battleground races at this moment are so close that CBS News cannot yet make an estimate. But let's have a look at the electoral vote now, where it stands, snapshot in time at this moment. Hillary Clinton with 97 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 123. But remember, there are 270 that are needed to win. There's some big Democratic states where the polls are still open. California, most notable among them. And so it is going to be a long, close race tonight.
Anthony Mason has all of the exit poll data. Anthony?
Nora, we wanted to break out the battle in the battleground state of Pennsylvania, where we knew there would be a substantial divide between the city and the rural areas. And there is, as you can see in our exit poll. Hillary Clinton winning basically 3 out of 4 voters in the city. Donald Trump winning nearly that margin in the rural areas. But as you can see, the real battle is there in the suburbs where it's dead even. Hillary Clinton finding strength among suburban women, winning them 56 to 40%. This was a group that went for Mitt Romney 4 years ago by 52%. So great strength there. But there was no early voting in Pennsylvania, and the late deciders are going to Donald Trump by a 52 to 39% margin. And that's why things are still close in Pennsylvania. Gail?
Yeah, that seems to be the theme of the evening. Thank you very much, Anthony. Too close in Pennsylvania, too close in Florida. Another interesting thing from the exit poll, college degrees. Hillary Clinton has 55% of those voters. Donald Trump has 41%. No college degrees. Donald Trump has 50% of that voting population. Hillary Clinton has 46%. Now, last night, John, the Clinton campaign ended very strong with President Obama, Michelle Obama, Bruce Springsteen, and John Bon Jovi in Philadelphia on the steps of Independence Hall.
Yeah, the voting on Election Day is a bigger deal in Pennsylvania than in North Carolina or Ohio or any of these states where you have the early vote.
And we have a call in the state of Arkansas. Bill Clinton carried his own home state in 2 elections, but there's a little rock in a hard place tonight for the Clinton family as Donald Trump is the projected winner in the state of Arkansas.
Is this a surprise, Nora?
No, it was expected that he would win there.
But she was First Lady of Arkansas for quite a long time.
Now was the former senator from New York State, so she's won New York, lost Arkansas, the 2 states that she's spent most of her life in. Let's go back to the map, as you've pointed out all night, Scott. 129 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 97 for Hillary Clinton. There's that river of red right down the United States. But
it does look like a river, too.
It does look like
down the middle.
But I'm really fascinated by what's going on in these battleground states that we have talked about all night. John, you were excellent in pointing out about what would be the storylines of tonight, we would know whether Donald Trump is having a good night or whether Hillary Clinton is having a good night. It's 9 o'clock. This is tight. Florida's tight. And Virginia, still tight?
It's very, very close, very tight. It's looking more like a map that you would expect if you had a generic Republican and a generic Democrat. There's not a wild success by, or they're both having success at the same time. So, yeah, it's getting tighter, it feels like, as we go on.
Let me ask it this way. If you are inside Trump Tower tonight, you are looking at this map, what are you nervous about?
You're holding your breath.
Yeah.
Well, you're nervous that nothing's getting better. You're happy it's a toss-up life. Yeah. But remember, you've got to win more places. And so the probability of winning all of these that are very close, or winning more of these that are very close than Hillary Clinton is still tough.
You know, there have been no surprises tonight. I think that's very important to understand. The states we thought were going to go Democratic have gone Democratic. The ones we thought were going Republican so far has gone Republican. All of the battleground states are very close. The most, I guess if there is a surprise, it is that Florida has not been called yet. It's very close. I'd still like to know what's going on down in Georgia. I think most people thought that would go Republican, although some of us called it a battleground state. But I think you're right, John and Nora. They've got to start winning something they weren't supposed to win if they're going to win tonight. That is their path to victory. So far, everything is going just about like we thought it was going to go.
But did we think it would be this close, though, John? Did we think that these battleground states would be toss-ups at this time of the evening?
Well, you know, it does take a little while for us to call them. Now, they seem to be getting tighter as the night goes on. Usually, you start to call one of these battleground states around 9-ish in the past 2 elections. So, you know, that's usually what happens. But we're just not there yet, but we knew it was going to be close because of the way the polls have looked. Now we're going to, you know, another state that we're going to talk about in a little while is Michigan, and that's another one of these great question marks because that's where Donald Trump made a last-ditch effort.
And that's a traditionally blue state.
That's right.
He spent a lot of time there. Well,
Charlie Rose is standing by with our political panel. Charlie?
Thank you, Scott. I'm with Republican strategist Frank Luntz, Peggy Noonan of the Wall Street Journal, and Michael Gerson of the Washington Post. Picking up on the conversation, why is it so close in the battleground states? Is that the nature of battleground states?
Tens of millions of dollars in advertising, get out the vote efforts like you haven't seen, phone calls, direct mail, emails, texts. These people have been watching politics 24/7 for the last 4 or 5 months, and so everyone's engaged, everyone's involved, everyone's voting, which is why it takes so long to count the votes, because the turnout's so high.
Peggy, same thing.
Yes.
You're surprised. Is that close in these battleground states?
So far I am. One of the things I'm thinking is, one of the problems Trump had is that he talked in a way about certain policies, like policies appealing to the working class, and it had some real power, but the way he talked about those issues and his approaches was limited, or seemed to people to be talking to the white working class as opposed to the Latino working class, the black working class. Do you know what I mean? He started out with policy insights and then limited his own appeal.
Ronald Reagan used to say that Latinos had a natural home in the Republican Party.
He believed it. I believe it.
Yeah, I think Trump has benefited from extreme partisanship in America. I think never Hillary trumped, never Trump in many voters' minds. And this has made it closer. We're also seeing a real reaction against the establishment and globalization across the Western world. There's something going on having to do with populism and the reaction to elites.
Populism is about ideas. There's also a question of this election being about personality rather than ideas.
Yeah, I don't think issues matter. And in fact, I'm looking at the statistics from the exit polling. In terms of qualified, 53% said Hillary Clinton. She's been a United States Senator, Secretary of State, First Lady, and only 53% thought she was qualified. Donald Trump, it was just 37%. Having the right temperament, which was the biggest spread of any of them, 56% Hillary Clinton, only 34% Donald Trump. They did not vote on issues. They voted on candidate persona, and that's where Hillary Clinton had the advantage.
I think it was in part an issue election. I think Donald Trump had real insights on issues and policies that might have a profound impact changing the Republican Party, but he showed at the same time, as he spoke and acted out and did his 3:20 a.m. tweets, that it was reasonable for you as a voter to doubt his temperament, to doubt sometimes his stability, to doubt his character. That was his problem. There were issues, but he didn't do them well.
But this wasn't doubting. This was actually hatred.
I think
in some cases, yes.
In the aftermath of this election, America is going to need a healer with real skills to bring together the country. Neither of these candidates has shown that set of skills.
We'll come back to that point.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Back to Scott. Scott?
Charlie, thank you very much. John Dickerson?
You know, they're talking about what the next candidate has to do. I was talking to some Senate Republicans who were already, before this, we started to get results in tonight, were talking about what Hillary Clinton would have to do to reach out if she were to win. It was a bit of an odd conversation to have because the vote hadn't taken place. They were already assuming a bad night for Donald Trump, but they were already laying the markers that she had to meet, and they said she can't be a kind of Elizabeth Warren type a Democrat, very liberal. And so I guess the point is, for whoever wins tonight, the traps are laid for them, and the score will already start being kept based on what they say in their victory speeches in terms of this question of whether a whole new round of partisan battle begins once the new president, you know, no honeymoon. The minute they win, those partisan battles are going to pick up.
Are we to believe, though, John, that temperament doesn't matter? I remember very vividly, Nora, the debate that we covered, that Hillary Clinton said in the middle of the debate, he is not fit to be president. And I've never heard an opponent take on another opponent that way. You may disagree with his issues, you may disagree with some of his policies, but I've never heard someone say, you are not fit for this job.
Well, that was his Achilles heel, and to the extent that voters felt that way and put that at front of mind about their worries about the candidate, that was when things were not going well for him. They started to go better when people could focus on him as a change agent in Washington, and they want Washington changed.
All right, looking at these battleground states, we have yet to call a battleground state. It's 9:15. Florida separated the two candidates by
20,000 votes.
Just about 20,000 votes at this hour. We'll have the latest from there when we're back.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, if they are watching CBS News inside the Trump Tower, they probably made a small cheer as we are watching this contest tonight. Not only is Florida a toss-up too close to call at this hour, but we had the state of Virginia as lean Clinton. It's now in the toss-up category. What's going on, John?
Well, it's getting closer for Trump. Remember when we talked about the difference between edge and lean? The idea was always that it could roll back the other way. And so now Virginia, which was leaning down, leaning to Hillary Clinton, is now back in the toss-up category. So while things are tight in Florida, they're also now tight in Virginia.
But
so
do we know why?
We don't know why. Maybe Anthony knows.
That's why Scott Pelley has gotten up. See, Scott Pelley is no longer here because he's all the way over at the decision desk.
All right, good.
Not that far
Scott, you
away.
better have an answer.
I do not, but I bet Anthony Salvanto, our director of elections, does. He's our numbers guy tonight. Anthony, what's going on in Virginia?
Okay, I'll tell you why. The western part of the state is going for Trump very heavily, more heavily than we would have expected, even for a Republican.
Coal mining area, farming area.
All this out here, exactly. Coal country, all out west of Roanoke, okay? Then, all over here in the D.C. suburbs, the place is so critical to Hillary Clinton. She is doing well, but just not well enough. Maybe 2 or 3 points tracking right now behind where she needs to be. So you look up here in places like Prince William and Loudoun, all of this taken together is tracking just a little behind where she needs to be.
And we want to remind the audience that blue is Hillary Clinton, red is Donald Trump. Donald Trump doing very well in the rural areas. Hillary Clinton confined mostly to the cities.
There's definitely that rural-urban split, but let me also say what I mean by needs to be, where people need to be. Each of these campaigns is going to have vote targets, people who reliably vote Democrat or reliably vote Republican. In a partisan race like this, if that's off even a little bit, it makes the state a lot tighter. And this is a pattern we're seeing in so many states, Scott.
Now let's have a look at Florida. Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump both holding their breath and turning blue over Florida right now. There's been a record voter turnout there.
Yes, there has. And same pattern, okay, down here in the southern part of the state, Hillary Clinton doing well, but just not well enough. But here's the real story. You go out here in and around the Orlando area, everybody talks about the I-4 corridor as a swing area. But what Donald Trump is doing here is, it's not just swinging it, it's that he's adding up small, relatively small numbers of votes in all of these relatively smaller counties, and that is offsetting whatever Hillary Clinton can get in the Democratic counties. So So it's that rural or suburban, even ex-urban areas where he's overperforming and, of course, doing well in the Panhandle.
93% of the vote has been counted in Florida. Trump must win Florida to win the presidency, and so far he's doing it.
Well, he is, but let me tell you, when we see percent in, sometimes precincts report, and you'll hear people say, oh, there's so many precincts reporting, but with so many absentee votes in Florida, those don't always come in as precincts. So you can sometimes see more votes than you see precincts, and that's what's going on here.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much. We will remain on Battleground Watch when we come back.
The battle for the battlegrounds continues at this hour. CBS News has yet to call any of those key 13 battleground states. Why? It's too tight. Look at the state of Florida. More than 90% of the vote in, and it is super tight there. Even Donald Trump holding a slight edge as the vote is still being counted. The Democrats were feeling optimistic when I spoke with them at about 3 hours ago. They said they thought they could turn out enough Hispanic and black voters. We'll see what's going on there.
Well, Nora, when Eric Trump was sitting in this seat this morning, right here on CBS this morning, he said they were going to win Florida. Maybe he knew something we didn't know.
Virginia also now the toss-up category. We'll go inside these states to find out what it may mean for tonight and who will be the victor. That's coming up right after this. It's CBS News Election Night.
Gentlemen, let's leave it there so I can ask a question of Senator Cruz, who's also running for president.
Gentlemen,
Nixon
the people at home cannot understand either one of you when you speak over each other.
This was WrestleMania.
Election night on CBS, it is still WrestleMania tonight as we have been unable to project any of the 13 battleground states that will decide this election. Let's go to our map that shows where the election stands right now. Well, we have our there it is. There's the map that shows you right where things are at this very moment. Red states are Trump. Blue states are those states that we have projected for Hillary Clinton. The states in white, ladies and gentlemen, are places where the polls have closed, but the count is so close, we are unable to project which candidate is the winner in those states. Hillary Clinton with 97 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 129.
Scott, we have something really interesting going on right now that we should talk about, and we'll go through these states one by one. I want to tell everybody. But a state like Michigan, that in the last election that we had called at 9 o'clock, it's now 9:30. We're not able to call that state. So let's go through, because I want to talk about a number of these states that we've not called at this point. We'll first start off with Pennsylvania. The current estimate there, CBS News estimate, that is a toss-up. Now, we have just 16% of the vote in, but again, this is based on actual votes, exit polls, and others, but it is a toss-up. Look at the state of Florida. 94% of the vote in, Donald Trump ahead by 2 percentage points. The Democrats were boastful to me earlier today. I'm getting radio silence right now asking them what's going on in that state.
He has to win Florida, and right now he is.
He is, and Ohio. Look at this. Another state that Donald Trump felt confident in, he's performing well, 53% of the vote in there. Let me get through these. Michigan, just 17%. Colorado first, forgive me. A toss-up in Colorado. And Michigan, a toss-up as well. John.
Well, so we got two different kinds of states here. The Rust Belt states are all linked, and why are they linked? Because we've talked about it earlier tonight. One of the key themes of this election is the difference in college education or not college education. If you look at the states, they all group together in terms of having a large non-college educated electorate. Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they're all very close to each other. So the electorates are the same, and so Donald Trump is obviously doing well with that electorate. What's interesting is that Florida is a different kind of state. So he is doing two different kinds of things here. He's winning, or he's holding his own in two different kinds of states, and what's key here is that if he does well in Pennsylvania, then there's a chance he could do well in Michigan and Ohio and then Iowa.
Trump's
theory of the case was that he would do well in the Rust Belt, that there was a vote there for him.
Because of this large share of the electorate that was non-college educated, blue-collar workers who are disappointed with Washington. They don't feel like they're
upset about jobs and trade.
And also, there's a cultural piece to this. These are the ones when you hear "Make America Great Again." They
What does that really mean, "Make America Great Again"? Because when you talk to many people in this country, they'll say, "When was it not great?" What does that mean exactly? Make America great again.
Well, there's a gradation of what that means. I mean, for some people, it means a world in which the economy is better, in which middle-class jobs are stronger. But for other people, it means a world in which there is not so much of a minority presence in America. And culturally, where the kind of liberal mores are not a part of my everyday experience. And so it gets very messy.
And he's talking to the steel workers in Ohio who have lost their jobs because of cheap Chinese steel. There's a steel mill in Lorain, Ohio that has been producing for more than a century, and it closed last spring, laid off 600 workers. Those are those people.
It's both cultural and economic.
Michigan has not voted for a Republican since 1988. Let's go now to Anthony Mason, who has the exit polls about what people think in that state. Anthony?
Yeah, Nora, it was George H.W. Bush, the last Republican to win the state of Michigan back in '88. Here are two key reasons why Donald Trump is competitive in Michigan tonight. The first is whites without a college degree. John was just talking about them. He's winning them 61 to 31%, a 2-to-1 margin. But what's significant here is he's outperforming Mitt Romney, who won this group with 55% 4 years ago. He's also winning men by a margin of 52 to 40%. Now, Donald Trump is winning men around the country, but men in Michigan went for Barack Obama 4 years ago, narrowly, but he won them on the way to winning the state. But these two changes are a big reason Donald Trump is competitive in Michigan right now. Gail?
Yeah, it's very interesting, Anthony. It's not just the non-educated voters that he's resonating with. Look at these numbers, guys. White college-educated voters, 50% are going for Donald Trump, 43% are going for Hillary Clinton in Michigan. What does that tell us, John, about what's likely to happen or what's going on in Michigan at this moment?
Well, it's a gender thing. So in other states, Hillary Clinton is winning white college-educated women by more than she is in Michigan. She's only winning them by 6 points. But look at how well Donald Trump is doing with white men with a college degree, almost 20 points ahead for Donald Trump with that group. So he's doing better culturally in Michigan than he would be doing in, say, a state like Pennsylvania, where Mitt Romney won white college-educated women by 11 points. Hillary Clinton is now up by 22 with white college-educated women. So that's really interesting because we're assuming that Pennsylvania and Michigan are alike, and in that case, they are not alike.
But you know, when he first started going to Michigan, we were sitting thinking, why is he going to Michigan? That's such traditionally a blue state. Why is it, Donald Trump, why is he spending time there?
Well, because of those
yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it.
And we're not the only ones watching the results of the election as they stand so far. Wall Street is watching, and the Dow futures are down 400 points at this point. The market hates uncertainty, and if there's anything we can say conclusively about tonight, it is uncertainty.
Yeah, Michigan is one of those blue states that we talked about that Donald Trump wanted to pick up. He placed a $25 million ad buy in the final week of the campaign. Michigan was one of those states. Michigan is also a state that has a large African-American community, 15% out of Detroit, 15%. Hillary Clinton has performed well among that group. However, there's been some question about whether she was able to get black voters to the polls on Election Day. But noteworthy again tonight, Michigan, one of the battleground states that has trended blue in the past. The last time it voted for a Republican was in '88, and at this hour, it is a toss-up.
Want to remind everybody.
I'm sorry.
No, please, Bob, after you.
Squeeze in a word here. You know, we knew at the beginning of this evening, we have known for 2 months, this was a deeply divided nation. What we have found out so far tonight is we were right about that. Maybe we didn't understand how divided we really were.
Now, I want to remind everybody that we are watching these battleground states closely every second, and the moment CBS News can make an estimate of who is ahead or who is winning, we are going to stop whatever we're doing, and we're going to tell you about that. Well, and now we have one. Nora?
We do have a call in the state of Connecticut. Hillary Clinton has won in that state. She is the winner. Not a big surprise there, not a huge electoral cache of votes.
Not a big surprise there. Now Hillary Clinton has 104 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 129. Still very early yet, but the tale of the evening is going to be told in these 13 battleground states. Now, Nancy Cordes is following all of this for us from Clinton election night headquarters here in New York City. Nancy?
Scott, I just got off the phone with a top Clinton campaign official and asked him what the campaign makes of the situation in Florida, where you were just discussing how close the race appears to be right now. He said, look, we have been saying for 6 months that this race would be close, and that is what we are now seeing. He pointed out that not all of the votes in Broward County, the second most populous county in the state, are in yet. That is a big Democratic stronghold. But he also pointed out that their electoral strategy does not rely on winning Florida. Yes, they would love to win it, but they still continue to believe that their most likely path to 270 involves the battleground states of Nevada, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Virginia. Now, you were also discussing the fact that Donald Trump appears to have made up some ground in Virginia, so I asked him what's going on there. He pointed out that Fairfax County, the most populous county in Virginia, Northern Virginia, has only reported about 50% of its votes so far. He said this happens every 4 years. Fairfax County reports late. Democrats start to freak out. They feel that they're losing the state, and they come back and win. And he says he's very confident that that's what's going to happen in Virginia. How confident? Well, we've already been told by the Clinton campaign that the Clintons, both Hillary and Bill Clinton, have been working with their speechwriters on a speech, making some final edits, and that those speechwriters have left the room and are now inputting those final edits. And that's significant because yesterday we were told that those speechwriters had prepared 2 different speeches for her, a concession speech and a victory speech. And the fact that they have settled on one means that they believe at this point that she's going to win.
Nancy Cordes, thank you very much.
And Nancy, if you can still hear me, is there any reporting from the Clinton campaign about what they think is going on in Florida?
You know, they say it's a nail-biter. They really weren't willing to make a prediction about whether she will win or not. They say it's just incredibly close. Same situation in North Carolina, and that's why they sent all of their resources down to those 2 states. But they say if they pull off one, if they pull off both, it'll be great, but they're not relying on the states the way that the Trump campaign is.
Nancy Cordes at Clinton campaign headquarters right now. We should point out, too, Scott, you first brought this up, the Dow now down 500 points. At the same time, we have a CBS News projection at this hour. In the state of Louisiana, Donald Trump is the winner.
No big surprise there, of course. That's not a battleground state. Expected it to go Republican all along. But let's have a look at our map status of the race right now as it stands. Hillary Clinton with 104 electoral votes, 137 for Donald Trump, 270 needed to win. The red states we have projected for Donald Trump. The blue states we projected for Hillary Clinton. The states in white are those states that the polls have now closed, but they are too close to make a projection. Major Garrett is at Trump campaign headquarters for us tonight. Major?
Scott and Nora, earlier this evening, there was a definite despondency within Trump Tower looking at the exit poll data and what they were seeing and hearing based on reports from battleground states. That has turned to cautious optimism. And one thing I heard repeatedly from senior Trump advisors was, look, the exit poll data doesn't look good, but we are going to overperform the exit poll data. Just as we predicted to you, we would overperform public polls. How much? Maybe 1 or 2%. The trend lines we're seeing tonight, according to Trump Tower, reflect that overperformance of what is noted in the exit polls and the public polling of these battleground states before votes actually started being counted. Let's talk about Florida for a second. Just got off the phone with Susan Wiles, who is the Florida director for the Trump campaign. Her direct quote, we feel pretty darn good about the prospects in Florida. But the Trump campaign, just like the Clinton campaign, waiting to see what happens in heavily Democratic Broward County to tip the scales one way or the other in Florida. But it is worth pointing out, Florida is an absolute must for Donald Trump. There is no path without Florida, and they would like to see more encouraging trend lines in North Carolina, Virginia. They're encouraged by Pennsylvania and Michigan, but they have yet to see that breakout state where they can achieve that clear path to 270. Everything is very close. They are not nearly as discouraged as they were earlier this evening, but they are still looking for a momentum builder, a battleground state that goes for Trump and that builds momentum as they try to reach that 270 mark.
Major Garrett, thank you very much. 13 battleground states that will decide the election tonight, states that could go either way, and right now all of them could go either way. We'll be back in just a moment.
The best political reporting every morning on CBS This Morning.
It's election night on CBS, and what an election night it is. Let us show you where the race stands right now at this moment. This is our map of the Electoral College vote. We have Hillary Clinton with 104, Donald Trump with 137. The red states for Trump, the blue for Clinton. The white states are what we are watching right now. Those are states where the polls have closed. But the vote is so close in those states, we cannot project who might be the winner. John Dickerson.
Well, if I'm a Clinton supporter and I'm looking at Virginia, this state that was once lean for Hillary Clinton and is now a toss-up, I'm paying a lot of attention to Fairfax County. As Nancy Cordes reported, 80% of the vote is in. Hillary Clinton is down overall just 10,000 votes. Fairfax County brings in, Barack Obama got 260,000 votes there. So
this is the suburbs of Washington, D.C.
Fairfax County is just outside of Washington, D.C., a very strong Democratic county. If I'm a Democrat who wants Hillary Clinton to be elected, I'm watching the votes come in Fairfax County, hoping that it performs as it did for Barack Obama, which would give her, or at least help close that 10,000 vote deficit in Virginia.
Can you put it in perspective, John, from 2012? Where were we in terms of calling states?
Well, in 2012, by now, the battleground states, although Michigan wasn't as much of a battleground as it is right now, was called by now, as was Pennsylvania. Again, not as much of a battleground as it is right now. At 10 o'clock, by 10 o'clock, North Carolina, which was very much of a battleground, tight, very tight, was called by 10 o'clock in 2012.
All right. Bottom line, to follow on your line, if you're a Clinton supporter, you're popping an anti-anxiety pill right now. Charlie Rose is over with the panel. Charlie?
Thank you, Nora. We're talking, remember, the first thing we said at 7 o'clock, it's a tight race. And we're seeing that in the states that are contested and very different. On the one hand, you got Virginia and North Carolina and Florida, and then the Rust Belt, and then you have a couple out west. Let's talk about the Rust Belt. Why are they so tight?
You know, it's interesting. I was in Ohio just a couple of weeks ago in Trump country, southeastern Ohio, eastern Ohio. There's this Scots-Irish spine that kind of runs up and down Appalachia, and one of the things that is pretty consistent along that spine is that they've seen less of an economic comeback in the wake of the recession. They have a lot more economic resentment. They also have cultural resentment towards a class of elites who they believe have ignored their needs, ignored their priorities for far too long. And I really detected when I was talking to voters there just an enormous amount of rebelliousness, a feeling that they needed to send a message to Washington and to the country. I think you're seeing that happen tonight.
Jamal?
Yeah, I want to talk a bit more about that cultural resentment, because I think we run the risk of sort of painting it a little too amorphous. But remember, Trump ran his campaign. He began his campaign attacking Hispanic immigrants and various other racial and ethnic minorities. And I think some of this cultural anger we should correctly identify as being racial animus, and that it's significant that Trump has closed so much of a gap and done so well with white voters across the country.
Racial because they believe as they gained in terms of voter strength and economic strength. Right. That they were losing.
Right. That's sort of zero-sum view of American life.
It is zero-sum, but I think that the other aspect of it is the message Trump was sending was, it's not your fault that things are this way. It's the fault of immigrants or bad trade deals or wasteful wars, etc. And that was a message that they responded to.
Correct. Well, I mean, Donald Trump has run, for a Republican especially, a very negative campaign. Not just so much negative as far as attacking his opponent, but also negative, very pessimistic. It's like America is really suffering. Make America great again. It's backward looking. So in a sense, I mean, that was directed perfectly to the states he needs in the rest of the night: Ohio, Michigan, Pennsylvania. And those are, I mean, he needs to break through certainly in either Michigan and Pennsylvania, and we'll see if that's going to carry him through. But it does seem like pessimism has helped him there.
Yeah. To his point, it's that power of nostalgia. Nostalgia for a time when the Rust Belt felt stronger, when there were more jobs, when there were stable situations. In Ohio, union voters went for Barack Obama in 2012, 60 to 37. Now it's 49-44, essentially even in terms of the exit poll data.
And I think a second big question here is to what degree are college-educated white voters okay with Trump's campaign of nostalgia, of racial animus? I think the assumption has been that they wouldn't be okay with it, but perhaps in states like Florida and North Carolina especially, they may just be.
Good point. And it also seems like he is maybe overperforming, in very early numbers, granted, but it also seems like Hillary Clinton might be slightly underperforming, maybe among Hispanics as far as the volume of them going for her in Florida. I think Fairfax obviously is key in Virginia.
And the night is young, and in some of those cases we've only heard about 20 to 25% of the vote. Right. Back to Nora.
All right, Charlie, thank you. That's right. 13 battleground states that we are watching very closely. 4 years ago, we had called 2 of them. We've yet to call any of them tonight. We're going to go state by state, go in depth and explain why this race is so close at this hour. You are watching CBS News election coverage. Well, this is getting awfully exciting, guys. North Carolina, a state which we had earlier given the edge to Hillary Clinton, we've now moved back up into the toss-up category.
Charlie Rose, those are your people.
They are
North Carolina.
And I'm not sure what's happening, John.
Well, we've got a little bit down in the African-American vote. 21% of the electorate there is African-American. It was 23% in 2012. That might be one answer. In Mecklenburg County, that's like Fairfax County in Virginia, only 43% of the vote. That is Charlotte. That is a deeply blue area. If I'm Clinton's people and I'm focused on Fairfax, I'm also focused on Mecklenburg.
We've also got new information about what is happening in the state of Florida, why it's so close, record-breaking turnout, and we've got news of your local races. More as CBS News Election Night continues.
The United States. This race is close. We can't project a winner yet in a single one of them. Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, let's have a look here at some of these states that are just too close to call. We just moved North Carolina into the toss-up category.
Right. It had been leaning Clinton for a while, but what's happening, Scott, is that we are seeing votes coming in now all here around the coast, counties where Donald Trump is, and this is a story we've been telling all night, overperforming what we thought he might do, overperforming in Republican areas. Hillary Clinton is down just a little bit in some of these blue counties. They represent places that are going Democratic, doing not well enough. But if Donald Trump can offset whatever margin she's going to make down here around Raleigh-Durham, then that's why we've got it at least back to toss-up right now.
Before we leave you, let's have a look at Florida.
Yeah, let me tell you what's going on. In Florida,
extremely close. Donald Trump has to win it.
He has, well, you know, he probably has to win it. But let me tell you what's happening here. We're seeing record turnout, as you mentioned. But what happens is when we look at these counties and we say how much of the vote is in, well, votes keep coming in because turnout is so high. So what happens is in our models, we're waiting to see 100% in, but that bar keeps getting higher and higher because more and more votes keep coming in. So in that case, we just have to wait and see what the final tally is going to be.
Anthony Salvanto, thank you very much. Welcome. Nora O'Donnell has the breakdown of each of these 13 states tonight.
That's right, Scott. Thank you so much. And let's just say what it is right now. It is a white knuckles kind of night. You're either opening a second bottle of wine or you're brewing a new pot of coffee because we've got a long way to go tonight. So let's go through all of these states, starting with Florida. Take a look at the Sunshine State. It is still a toss-up. We have more than 90% of the vote in. Donald Trump ahead by about 2 percentage points there. Just so you know, Anthony was telling us earlier that they're expecting a record turnout in this state. Let's look at Ohio. Also, just about 70% of the vote in. Donald Trump leading there. North Carolina, Donald Trump leading in that state. In the state of Virginia, you can see how close the margin is there. Clinton's team waiting for Fairfax, that Northern Virginia, to come in. Pennsylvania, another battleground state. Look at that. Another toss-up, 48-48. Let's take a look at the Keystone State of Pennsylvania. First, we'll go to Georgia. Bob, you were asking about Georgia. Donald Trump giving him the edge in the state of Georgia. Let's take a look at New Hampshire. Also a toss-up at this hour. And Michigan. Just about a quarter of the vote in there. CBS News estimating that as a toss-up. And Arizona, a state, of course, that has just closed 0-0 at this point. As part of the early vote, the Hispanic vote will be key there. Let's wait and see. And then Wisconsin. CBS News also calling that battleground a toss-up, I think. And Colorado, a toss-up at this hour. Remember, Colorado is a 100% mail-in vote. Be interesting to see how that particular state turns out. Let's just pull back for a second, John, since we've just gone through all of those boards, what it means.
Well, I'm just looking here in Florida, and to Anthony's point about turnout, I mean, in the big counties of Broward and Palm and Miami-Dade, you're seeing 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 more votes for Hillary Clinton, but also in Broward, 10,000 more votes for Donald Trump. In Palm Beach, which he's familiar with, 13,000 more votes for Donald Trump. So both sides are going up, and that's why it's so close.
Let's have a look at the Electoral College map quickly to show you where the race stands right now. Hillary Clinton, 104 electoral votes. Donald Trump, 140. 270 are needed to win. In other words, Donald Trump is well over halfway there. Some big Democratic counties, of course, like California, for example, the biggest of all. Still, we haven't heard from them because the polls haven't closed. But at this snapshot in time, Donald Trump more than halfway there. The red states we have estimated for Trump. The blue states we've estimated for Hillary Clinton. The white states are states where the polls have closed, but they're too close to call.
Well, Donald Trump said from the very beginning he was going to do it his way. He was going to run an unprecedented campaign. And clearly his message is resonating, depending on your point of view. Back to your point, Nora, you're doing the hula, or friends I know are calling on sweet black baby Jesus right about now. It really depends on where you stand in this election. And so far, people, he said he wanted to do it. He said he wanted to make a change, and people have liked the message that he is giving people tonight.
Yeah, Elaine Quijano, you're hearing from the Trump family, I understand. They're posting on social media.
Yes, yeah. Let's go ahead and show you that first. I want to return to the issue of Florida, but let's go ahead and take a look at what Donald Trump himself tweeted just a short time ago. This was at 9:45. He said, watching the returns at 9:45 p.m., hashtag election night, hashtag make America great again. And you can see in that picture there, of course, his family. You see his running mate there, Governor Mike Pence. But I want to go back to Florida for a moment, because we had talked at the outset of the millennial vote and the affinity for third-party candidates. Well, now we have a little bit of data, because you recall going into it, I said about 13% or so of millennials were saying that, you know, they would go for another candidate. Well, now in Florida, with 95% of the vote in, we know that those who chose Gary Johnson and Jill Stein combined for over 265,000 votes.
Wow.
And when you consider that Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton separated by just 134,177 votes, perhaps the third-party candidates are a factor.
That's really interesting.
Yeah, also happening in North Carolina, where the share of the vote for the younger voters of 18 to 29 is up to 19%. That's 3 points higher than in 2012. But here you have Gary Johnson getting 7% of that vote. Hillary Clinton only getting 58% of the vote, which is down from Barack Obama, got 67%. So
Gary Johnson being the libertarian candidate, the third-party candidate.
And on climate and change issues like that are very appealing to millennials.
Bob Schieffer, you had a point.
I was just listening to Nora run through these states here, and you know, we called these battleground states in the beginning, but we had picked out favorites. Like, for example, we thought Colorado was going to be a battleground state, but we thought that Hillary Clinton was probably, in fact, some of the Clinton people told me it was already theirs.
Yeah.
Last week they were talking about. It's now a toss-up. Pennsylvania. I think most people thought that was leaning toward Hillary Clinton. That was maybe the safest big battleground state for her. It's a toss-up. Georgia, we always thought that would go Republican, and it's going that way. But then Michigan, I think most people thought that was in the Democratic column, leaning that way, even though it was a battleground. So we are seeing things now, and it seems to be a trend here, where we see him leading in some places, or at least toss-ups where we didn't think that.
How do you explain it, Bob? How do you explain it, Bob?
Well, I don't know. I mean, most people seem to have voted for him than voted for her.
Remembering the exit vote that we saw, we said it was going to be tight. That was one thing that we said. But is what we're seeing now different than what we expected from the exit polling that we had?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. We just have some new numbers out of Virginia. Anthony Mason can share those with us that I think will shed some light on what is going on in the Dominion state. Anthony?
Yeah, Nora, we want to look at 3 potential trouble spots for the Democrats in Virginia. First is among white women with college degrees. This was a group that Hillary Clinton wanted to perform very well with, but as you can see, Donald Trump is running just about even with her among highly educated white women. The second group, young voters. Now, Clinton is winning young voters very strongly, 51 to 38%, but Barack Obama got 61% of young voters 4 years ago, so she's underperforming by 10 points here. And finally, voters in Virginia view Hillary Clinton almost as negatively as Donald Trump on the issue of honesty and trustworthiness, as you can see right there. So 3 problems, 3 areas of trouble for Clinton and the Democrats in Virginia, which is surprisingly a toss-up right now. Gail?
All right, Anthony, following up with what you're saying about Virginia, the independent voters there, 49% voted for Donald Trump, 41% voted for Hillary Clinton. Independents, it seems, can make a real difference here, John.
They can. I was just looking here at the, we were talking earlier about in Virginia, Fairfax County coming in now for Hillary Clinton, so that she was down 10,000 votes. She's now up by almost 17,000. So that's how, again, those Democrats looking for hope, they're finding it in there.
Let's check in on the state of Missouri, because CBS News projects that Donald Trump has won the state of Missouri. We'll be also watching the state of Missouri, as there is a key Senate race there as well. Senator Roy Blunt facing a tough challenge in that state. We'll have an update on his race out of Missouri, but Donald Trump, the projected winner there.
Now with 150 electoral votes on his way to 270, those being the votes needed to win the presidency. Hillary Clinton still at 104.
And that was pretty much expected.
Missouri. Yes, Missouri. Very little of the rest of this has been expected, certainly in the 13 toss-up states.
Let's talk about, too, what's going on as the polls have closed in almost all of the battleground states. Well, in fact, they have closed in all of the battleground states. We've been here for a few hours, so I've lost track of time, but it is 10 o'clock and they've all closed.
Iowa's just closed.
Iowa's just closed. Nevada.
Well, two fascinating. Iowa is a state that Barack Obama carried twice, is one of those states where it's got an older population even than Florida. It's got a highly blue-collar or non-college educated and a big white population, so that the Clinton people have thought Iowa gone. Nevada, very interesting, because before tonight, based on the early vote, the Clinton campaign and Democrats were basically saying that Nevada was really going to be in their column, that Donald Trump couldn't match on Election Day what they had been able to accumulate in the early vote. Well, that may be another thing that gets undone by what we're seeing tonight.
John Dickerson, thank you very much. We're going to take a brief break here. We are going to come back with all the very latest results from these key battleground states, and we're going to visit with some of our correspondents who are in those states for us. Election night continues here on CBS. Election night on CBS, we have an important update for you on Ohio. We have now moved Ohio into the likely Republican category. Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, tell me about Ohio.
Well, Scott, it's not a projection yet, but let me show you why this is trending toward Donald Trump. We always talk about Cleveland and how Hillary Clinton had to get big turnout there. She's doing okay, but I would point you to these counties around Cleveland, places like Lake County. Democrats often do well in the suburbs around Cleveland, too. Hillary Clinton is not. Donald Trump is outperforming. Again, I've used that word 100 times tonight, but he's outperforming what Republicans typically do in these counties here along the lake. And if that holds, then he could very well take Ohio.
Tell us about the rest of the upper Midwest.
Yeah, it's so important, Scott. We talked coming into this night that if this would be what they called the blue wall, Hillary Clinton's base where these states reliably vote Democratic, but they're full of the kind of blue-collar workers and voters that usually go Democratic, but Donald Trump has been targeting them. And we haven't made projections yet in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. All of those are still in play. And as long as that holds, it tells you the story that Hillary Clinton is underperforming what she needs to do.
Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections, thank you very much. In the closing days of the election, Donald Trump spent extra time in Wisconsin and Michigan, and Nora, it looks like tonight that's paying off.
That's right. And as Anthony said it, Hillary Clinton underperforming in a number of these battleground states that she had expected to do well in. We've got reporting from inside these battleground states. Jan Crawford is in North Carolina. Jericka Duncan is in Pennsylvania. First, we'll go to Jan Crawford. Jan?
Well, remember, I mean, North Carolina is a state that typically goes Republican in presidential races. Back in 2008, of course, President Obama won this state, but by the narrowest of margins. And then in 2012, Mitt Romney won by 2 points. But still, this was one of those closely fought battleground states that the Clinton campaign thought they could possibly win. And they made a big push here. I mean, Hillary Clinton came here for her last stop of her campaign, that midnight rally last night, featuring Lady Gaga and John Bon Jovi, attracting thousands of people. And then, of course, today she continued to do radio interviews here in this state, trying to get her message out. But to win this state, she needed to carry the African-American vote, and there were troubling signs there. Now, early turnout, early voting, that was up across the board. The totals, about 12% since 2012. But the African-American early vote was down 9%. So we actually saw people, we drove around to a lot of the precincts today, and we actually saw people standing in line, African Americans at polling places, and there weren't that many lines, on the phone making calls saying, why aren't you voting? Come out and vote. People saying that they just weren't going to vote. That is key for her here. On the flip side, Trump needed to turn out those rural whites, people who may not have voted for Romney, they didn't particularly care for him, people who may not have come out in 2008. He needed to turn those out, and some of the early voting numbers suggested those voters came out as well. All over, of course, the battle for these 15 electoral votes that are up for grabs in this state.
All right, from North Carolina now to Pennsylvania, which is also in the toss-up category. Jericka Duncan is in Philadelphia. Jericka?
There was a lot of concern here about potential voter fraud, which is something that Donald Trump made an issue. So you had the district attorney putting extra resources into that voter fraud task force. But at the end of the day, there were no reports of any intimidation or voter fraud. As for voter turnout, I can tell you the nonpartisan watchdog group Committee of 70 was saying that turnout seemed to be higher than the last presidential election, but nothing official yet. A lot of folks that we spoke to, primarily in African-American communities, felt good. They said that just based on the lines that they had seen, the amount of people that were out early this morning, that they felt Hillary Clinton definitely had this state on lock. And we know that the last time a Republican actually took this state was in 1988. So you're talking about a state that is primarily Democratic, but of course it is up in the air. It is not over yet. So it remains to be seen just how all of those factors factors play into what actually happens tonight. We also want to note that the absentee ballots, that was actually down about 20%. So there will be a lot of questions asked, a lot of analyzing, but at the end of the day, it's not over just yet.
Jericka, thank you very much. We are making an adjustment in our estimate in Florida. We are moving Florida now to lean edge. I beg your pardon, not quite a lean, just an edge, but an edge to Donald Trump, the Republican. John, why are we making that change, and what does it mean?
Well, it means that Hillary Clinton may have turned out her vote, and a lot of Latinos are turning out, but Donald Trump is turning out his vote too. Again, in those rural areas, when you look at the map, all of that red, he's doing it a little bit in each place. Hillary Clinton is doing it in big places around the cities. One thing I think we can conclude basically here is at the beginning of the night there was a big question. Did Donald Trump's vision of the electorate, which was in contrast to many Republicans, which is that he could do well by appealing to the electorate on his terms, that's been ratified. He did well by appealing on his terms. He may or may not be president. But in terms of that theory of the case, he has done well enough tonight to prove that he was right about that.
I want to talk more about Florida, but very quickly, in the state of New Mexico, CBS News projects that Hillary Clinton has won in that state. New Mexico now goes for Hillary Clinton, and it's 5 electoral votes. We're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, more on the state of Florida, why it is edge Republican, what it now means for Donald Trump and for Hillary Clinton as they try to put together an electoral vote pathway to victory. We'll explain. We'll be right back. We've got news to report, ladies and gentlemen. In Arizona, Senator John McCain has been declared the winner in that state. John McCain was seeking his 6th term in the United States Senate, 80 years old. Of course, the former Republican nominee for president has won a victory there.
He also made it clear he would not be voting for Donald Trump. I think the final straw for him was after that Access Hollywood tape. He said neither he or his wife would be voting for Donald Trump. And he had stood by him for several times.
I remember, of course, Donald Trump at one point said he liked people who weren't captured and made prisoner.
I do remember that.
Well, at this hour, we have a number of battleground states still yet to call. I think I said earlier, it's a white-knuckle race. We'll have more. Charlie Rose in the political panel. All that coming up. In the state of Virginia, CBS News projects Hillary Clinton has won the Old Dominion. This was a state that was lean edge, it was toss-up. Well, now we're projecting
it's been called.
Those electoral votes are now in Hillary Clinton's column. 13 electoral votes.
Why did it jump around so much? Because, and this will happen in other states over the night, and people should know about this, there are those places where the Democrats do well, those cities which have a lot of votes in them. And if it takes a while for those votes to get cast, Hillary Clinton can be behind and then come back. And so that's what happened in Fairfax County. The vote came in from Fairfax County and went to Hillary Clinton. And that, again, suburb of Washington, D.C., and that appears to be what put her over the top.
And this is the very first of the battleground states that we have been able to estimate a winner in. Let's have a look at the battleground map now. Hillary Clinton goes up to 122 electoral votes to Donald Trump's 150. As you know, 270 needed to win the presidency. Still much too close to call in Florida. And CBS News is making a new projection for the state of Ohio. And we'll have that up for you here in just a moment. And there is the state of Ohio. CBS News is projecting that once all the votes are counted, Donald Trump will win Ohio. Now, this keeps his hopes alive. Ohio was a very important state for him to win. He needs to win Ohio. He needs to win Florida. Right now, Florida is too close to make an estimate, but Donald Trump is leading in the vote. There's the electoral vote count right now. Hillary Clinton 122, Donald Trump 168. John, what does Ohio mean?
Well, Ohio was one of those states. They're falling into the traditional patterns. Ohio was a state that Donald Trump was had a chance to do well in because there was a big portion of the electorate that was non-college educated voters. There's a low portion of the electorate that was minority. And so that was a state, if people were to put it on a list, Ohio would be one that might go in the Trump category. It did. Virginia, a more diverse electorate, also with a larger share of college educated voters, that has gone to Hillary Clinton. So those are ones that have sorted in a way that we would have expected before tonight, which is a change since so much has happened tonight that's been unexpected.
But it's also a state where Hillary Clinton pulled out all the stops in terms of star power that she brought to Ohio. I mean, it shows you that celebrity endorsement don't necessarily mean victory on Election Day, very clearly.
That's for sure, unless you're a celebrity yourself, in Donald Trump's case, and that seems to have helped him certainly in the state of Ohio.
Yes. This is going to be a very close election. Because if Donald Trump goes on to win Florida, that will mean he has won 2 of the big battleground states. Hillary Clinton can still win if she wins Pennsylvania, but this one's going right down to the wire.
In fact, I spoke with a top Clinton campaign official when I asked about what's going on in the state of Florida, because they had boasted to me earlier in the night that they felt very strong because they had banked a lot of early votes, and at this hour we have it edging Republican in Florida, edging, to be clear. This top Clinton official telling me it's very tight in Florida, but we can afford to lose it as long as we get Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Nevada.
And Michigan becomes even more important now.
Great point.
DeMarco Morgan is with Anthony Salvanto over at our decision desk, and to tell us a little bit about why we made these estimates, Trump for Ohio and Hillary Clinton in Virginia.
All right, Scott, let's go ahead and start with Ohio right now. Hillary Clinton was heavily counting on the African-American vote. Looks like it didn't work in her favor. How did Trump win and walk away with the state?
Because it wasn't enough, DeMarco, because I'm going to point you to a story of a couple of counties down here around Canton. Now, all through this campaign, we've been talking about those blue-collar voters that might go for Donald Trump, that might respond to his message. It's clear that they did, because there are counties here around Canton, Mahoning County, Stark County, where he has outperformed what Republicans typically do and actually exceeded what is typical, even in the best of times, for a Republican. Maybe they break even there, but he's up 56-40, he's up 53-42 in those places. That's a big reason he wins Ohio.
Now, before we move on to the other states, is it safe to call this a surprise tonight?
Well, he was up marginally in our polling coming into this, but he had to get this pattern in order to actually pull it off, and he did. So in that sense, our pre-election poll looks like it was pretty much right.
Okay, before we talk about Virginia, let's go to Florida. Still too close to call.
Yeah, yeah. Florida is an interesting case because we're still counting how many ballots there are, not just who is up. So as we've been saying all night, we've been looking through all these counties around Orlando, around Tampa, places that Republicans usually do well, but he's doing exceptionally well. And the last thing I'll point you to, DeMarco, I want to take you to Virginia, which we also projected for Hillary Clinton. And here she's gotten enough turnout around these D.C. suburbs, even though all the votes aren't counted there yet. That's her area, and so when all the votes come in, we can expect that she'd be able to carry the state. But this is much, much closer than the pre-election polling ever expected.
Are you surprised that we haven't called to North Carolina yet?
No, that one looked razor tight going in, and it still is.
Long night?
Maybe.
All right. Let's go to send it back to Scott and Nora.
All right, DeMarco, thank you so much. There's lots to talk about how the rest of this night will go. Charlie Rose is with the political panel. Charlie?
And I'm with 3 women, Peggy Noonan of the Wall Street Journal, Michelle Norris of the Aspen Institute, and Ruth Marcus of the Washington Post. We want to talk about women, and there is a number of divisions that we can speak to. One, college-educated versus not college-educated, young, old, African-American, white, and rural, urban. How is the women's vote influencing this election?
Well, look, we may be in the middle of witnessing an epic upset here, so we're just not sure what's going on, but Mr. Trump is performing better than he had seemed to in exit polls and in other polls. Part of that obviously would suggest that A, there actually was something of a hidden Trump vote, and B, some of them would have been women. So we'll figure that out as the days go by. That having been said, Mr. Trump would not be close now, but I think very much in the lead now if his attitude towards and language towards women, minorities, etc., had not been so alienating. Put a lot of them off. I'm sure it cut down on the number of people who were voting for him.
You're almost saying if he hadn't done that with respect to women and Latinos, he would be much closer to being president.
Yes, actually. I actually once wrote a column called Saying Trump Would Win in a Landslide.
If he weren't Donald Trump.
Just be frank.
Well,
there's
just
a different candidate altogether.
There's two things that we know. If he weren't behaving as Donald Trump had behaved, he'd have a much better chance of being president. But also, if only men still had the right to vote, he would certainly be president, because we still see a really significant gender gap here. A couple really important points. Women are 53% of the electorate. This looks like this time around, same as they were 4 years ago. But Hillary Clinton is performing better against Donald Trump than Barack Obama did against Mitt Romney with women. I'm going to put on my I might put on my glasses for some of this. She is down 8 points against Trump. With men, she is up 14 points with women overall. With white men, she is down 30 points, okay? She's down with white women, but she's only down by about 8 points. That is less than that is better than Barack Obama's performance with white women versus Mitt Romney. So I think here's my point. If you're not a Donald Trump fan and he wins, blame the men. Don't blame the women.
But the story here might be rural women. And rural women who lack college educations. I mean, when I was visiting Ohio not long ago, someone said that, you know, people focus on Hillary Clinton trying to break the glass ceiling, and that perhaps they should have looked at women who, the cracked windshield voters, the people who can't afford to fix the windshield, that can't afford to put food on the table, that can't afford to send their kids to college. And she may have had a harder time reaching out to those voters, because those voters seem to be supporting Donald Trump in much larger.
That was in all the focus groups, what you just described, how they felt
and
about
there's also a
good.
question about those young women and how we still haven't seen precisely those numbers, whether they were as energized as, say, their mothers were.
Notwithstanding the fact that electing a woman would be a historic thing. Is it fair to say that the three of you, when you came here this evening, did not believe that Donald Trump might win this election, and now you all three think it's possible?
Well, he had a very narrow path at the beginning of the evening, but it seems like that path is not as narrow as it was. I mean, I think, speaking of the room, I think all of us feel that that changed within the last hour.
Yeah, past hour and a half, we started to see, wait a second, expectations in the polls are not being borne out by the numbers we're seeing on the screen right now.
Thank you all. Back to the desk.
Nasty women.
Not nasty women. Not nasty women.
Nastier.
Back to Scott and Nora.
A fascinating discussion, really interesting.
One of the interesting things, Nora, is that since the nomination of the two candidates, Donald Trump has never led in the CBS News poll, never been ahead since he and Hillary Clinton were nominated, and yet tonight he's keeping up quite well.
Well, if there was a time to get ahead, this is it.
Well,
this is the time to pull ahead, y'all.
It's all pretty academic today. That's true.
Let's roll out the old cliche, the only poll that matters is the one on election day.
Yes, that's right.
Finishing strong indeed. We have a lot of data still ahead to share with you, including the Hispanic vote and what is happening in the West. We're also getting closer to a call in Florida. Before we get to Florida, let's go to Anthony Mason on that Hispanic vote. Anthony?
Yeah, as we said early in the evening, Nora, the Hispanic vote makes up about 12% of eligible voters, but in three key battleground states in the Southwest, Nevada, Colorado, Arizona, it's higher than that. Let's see how much higher today. As you can see, coming in Arizona, it's about 16% right now, Colorado 13%, Nevada 18%. Interestingly, this is actually a little bit lower than 4 years ago. Let's look at Nevada, where Hillary Clinton has a significant advantage among Hispanic voters, 59% to 27%. But let's go back 4 years and see what Barack Obama did. He won Hispanics with 71% of the vote, so she's significantly underperforming Obama among Hispanics in Nevada. That's discouraging for the Democrats. Gail?
All right. Thank you very much, Anthony. You know, to follow up, Charlie, on your panel with the women who made it very clear they are not nasty women. We're now thinking about pathways to victory. What does that look like? In the beginning of this evening, Nora, Kellyanne Conway said she had 6 different pathways to victory. What are the pathways to victory we could focus on?
Those pathways still remain somewhat the same. The Clinton campaign believes that if they were to lose the state of Florida, that they could still win with Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Nevada. In fact, a lot of their models did not include Ohio.
There's the question, there are 2 questions. One is how are they going to split up the battleground states? That's one. The other is, can Donald Trump pierce the so-called blue wall, those traditionally Democratic states? Michigan is one of them. Wisconsin is another one. And Pennsylvania is a third. And so does Hillary Clinton hold on to those? The limited number of pathways that Donald Trump had was based on the idea that a number of states would follow their historical path.
John, I'm sorry to interrupt, but CBS News is projecting that when all of the votes are counted, Hillary Clinton will have won the state of Colorado, one of the toss-up states that we have been watching very closely tonight. CBS News now believes that Hillary Clinton will be the winner in Colorado. That gives her Colorado and Virginia. Donald Trump, we have projected the winner in Ohio.
This was the state, Bob, that we talked about earlier, Colorado, where the Clinton campaign believed, because it is 100% mail-in vote, that organization, that ground game would put them over the top.
Yeah, this was one of those battlegrounds that, you know, in the beginning we called it a battleground, but most of the polling suggested in the beginning that she was going to win Colorado. This is very important now with Florida still out there, with Ohio still out there. This was a very important win for her.
Let me do a what if. I mean, can we go to the fact that if, in fact, Donald Trump wins Florida, wins Pennsylvania, and wins Michigan, is he much closer to the nominee?
Yeah, because he's won Ohio, but those
he still has to win North Carolina.
Not if he wins Michigan and Wisconsin, that changes the original map.
Or Michigan and Pennsylvania.
The thing about Colorado that's important and interesting here is that it is connected to Virginia in the minds of a lot of Democrats.
Right. Let's have a quick look at the tally where we stand right now. Hillary Clinton 131, Donald Trump 168, on the way to 270 electoral votes needed to win. We'll be back in a moment with this very tight race. It's election night on CBS. Welcome back to Election Night on CBS, and what an election this is. It's already having ramifications for the American economy. Have a look at this. The Dow futures are now off 632 points. That's about 3.5%. Investors are reacting to this. This is the election as it stands right now. Let's have a look at the electoral vote. Hillary Clinton 131, Donald Trump 168, 270 needed to win. Now look at this. This is the popular vote. These are the raw total of numbers of people who have voted. And as you can see, Donald Trump is ahead of Hillary Clinton by a little bit over 2 million votes.
Investors don't like the uncertainty of what we're looking at right now?
Investors hate uncertainty, and if this night is anything, it is uncertain.
Unless you're in the team Donald Trump, they're feeling that they're looking at us thinking, this is what we predicted all along,
guys. I think that they're probably looking at this, if the rise of Donald Trump, the fact that he's made this so close, they believe he brings more uncertainty because he's less familiar to them in terms of a leader.
And he's also called out the Wall Street corporate interests that are in control of Washington, and he represents more uncertainty if he were to be president by design.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall at Trump Tower or at the hotel where Hillary Clinton and her team are tonight to find out what they are thinking at this hour. Nancy Cordes has been talking to her sources inside the Clinton campaign. Nancy, what have you learned?
Well, Nora, if you ask the Clinton campaign now or even any time in the past few months what their most likely path is to 270, they would always say we have multiple multiple paths, but the most likely one is this. These 5 states, Virginia, Colorado, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, they probably wouldn't have even included Michigan on that list because they considered it a foregone conclusion. They still think they'll win, but it's going to be a lot closer. So far, they've been projected to win by CBS News 2 of the 5, and so they are watching those other 3 increasingly because now Florida and Ohio have been taken off the table. It's one of their only paths to 270. Are they confident? Yes. They feel that Virginia and Colorado were always so strong for them that they actually stopped airing ads in those 2 states for about 4 months. Michigan was a little wobbly towards the end, but Hillary Clinton went back there twice. The president went there as well. They're feeling pretty good about their path, but it's certainly not the cakewalk that they hoped it would be.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. Major Garrett has been covering the Trump campaign. Major, they've got to be feeling good inside the Republican nominees' campaign headquarters.
They're feeling much, much better. They now see 1 or 2, maybe 3 paths to 270 electoral votes, Nora. The Florida director for the Trump campaign, Susan Wiles, has told them, count on Florida. We're going to win Florida. I was just texting with Paul Manafort, former campaign manager for Donald Trump, still attached to this campaign, though not officially. He believes Trump is going to win North Carolina. I was just texting with the former Pennsylvania governor, Republican Tom Corbett. He is not a Trump person at all, but he's looking at Pennsylvania. He says because Trump is winning in Erie County and Luzerne County and running just a little bit behind Hillary Clinton in Lackawanna County, he said he believes Trump will win Pennsylvania. Another top Trump official I talked to is working with their field staff in Pennsylvania. They feel very encouraged about that. In the end, this may come down to Michigan, Nevada, New Hampshire, and the states I just mentioned. Nora and Scott.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. Pennsylvania at this hour, still a toss-up. When we come back, we'll talk more about the battle for the battlegrounds, plus poll closings in the West Coast, including the biggest electoral prize of them all, the state of California.
I will be your voice, and I am going to fight so hard.
It's about fighting for a future where everyone counts.
It's election night on CBS, and we have breaking news. Polls are now closed in every state but Alaska. CBS News projects Hillary Clinton has won California and 55 Golden State electors. Donald Trump gets Idaho's 4 electoral votes. And with that, Clinton retakes the lead from Donald Trump in the race to 270 electoral votes. She has 186, he has 172. But 10 of the 13 battleground states still have no winner.
It's an incredible night. We're going to go now to the battlegrounds. Let's take a look at Florida because we've made a change in the Sunshine State. 99% of the vote in the state of Florida, and CBS News now estimates this as likely Republican. John.
Donald Trump needed to win Florida, Ohio. He has won Ohio. If Florida goes his way, that's his straightest path. He's picking up the states for that straight path, and we still have the big question marks of those Rust Belt states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course Pennsylvania.
We should just point out that the electoral vote number just jumped to 190 for Hillary Clinton because we've just called Hawaii, the state of Hawaii, the Aloha State, yes, for Hillary Clinton, a reliably Democratic state there. But let's talk about Florida for a moment and then some of these additional battleground states. I think if you'd been watching CBS This Morning or the CBS Evening News or Face the Nation, you would have heard the Clinton campaign saying that they felt very good about that state because they had turned up the Hispanic vote. They even said that their modeling showed that they'd found a large portion of that new vote was Hispanics, over 900,000 Hispanics that had voted early.
And didn't they feel they had banked some votes, to your point?
They had told us that they had banked those votes, particularly in the Miami-Dade area, and that would offset any large turnout by Donald Trump on Election Day. So, John, does that mean that Trump supporters came out in droves today?
They did. And also, if the Clinton coalition is minorities plus women, white women with a college education, she didn't get that vote in Florida. That was not available to her because of the way the Florida electorate is shaped. So she was not able to, she did turn out the Latino vote, but not as much as Donald Trump turned out his vote.
You know what, John, so much during this campaign, we kept hearing that both candidates are very unpopular. They both have high negatives, that on Election Day would be people voting against someone as opposed to voting for someone. When you look at the results that are in so far, does that tell you anything?
Well, it could be
about
both.
That theory?
It might be both. I mean, it might be both voting against and for, with both groups being motivated to turn out. I mean, what we aren't seeing is what I was running into a lot with voters who were just saying, I just don't want to, I don't want either of them, and then we thought they might stay home.
Let's bring you up to date on the electoral map just quickly, because Hillary Clinton, for the first time tonight, has jumped into the lead with that big haul that we were expecting, of course, in California. She has now vaulted ahead in the Electoral College vote. 270 needed to win. She has 190 now.
We were talking about Donald Trump's pathway to victory. That includes a win in Florida. It is now likely Republican. A win in Ohio also would include a win in North Carolina. Let's look now at where we stand in North Carolina. CBS News is estimating that the state of North Carolina is leaning Republican. Now, this has been a Republican state. It has enjoyed battleground status recently because Barack Obama was able to put it in the Democratic column in 2008. He lost it to Mitt Romney in 2012. But this is leaning Republican.
Leaning Republican. We also just, this will make you even more nervous if you're a Democrat, is that Wisconsin has just moved, Sorry, it moved and then moved back. Never mind. It's
how about another state nearby, Michigan?
Still a toss-up.
How about Michigan, which is a toss-up?
Those are all still toss-ups. There was a brief moment there where Wisconsin moved, but it's back in. It's back, but it's fibrillating. Back to your point about North Carolina. You know, Donald Trump needed to win. That's one of the states he needed to win, and it looks like it's.
In addition, we talked about picking off.
We are just now making a projection for North Carolina. CBS News is estimating that Donald Trump will be the winner in North Carolina. This is a critical breakthrough for the Trump campaign. John Dickerson?
Yeah, I mean, it's that when we talked about the fact that the Republican is behind based on the traditional states that go Republican and Democrat, he needed to win a bunch of these battleground states, and now he's doing it.
But, Charlie, you know the state so well. I'd love to hear what you're thinking right now.
Well, you've got to remember that for a long time, North Carolina was conservative because of Jesse Helms, and that he represented North Carolina's politics. North Carolina has a governor who is Republican. That was always there. That was the African-American vote that Obama got to come for him in 2008. And we thought that with the president there, it might make a difference this time and get the level of the African-American vote. He may still have. Hillary Clinton may have that level of African-American vote, but those people in eastern North Carolina who are conservative are obviously coming out in strong numbers.
We can now say, we keep talking about paths to victory. I think it's fair to say now that Donald Trump has a realistic path to victory at this point in the night. We're seeing all these divides tonight. Men versus women having different attitudes. And another divide we're seeing over and over tonight, rural versus city.
Yeah, well,
as well as educated and less educated.
And that's in North Carolina, too. That's what eastern North Carolina is rural.
He's gone from long shot to real shot.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, he may, in fact, have more paths now to get to 270 than she does. I mean, we have to see how Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and Michigan turn out. But if depending, and we also have to obviously wait to see the way things go in Florida. But if they continue to trend his way in Florida, that will, along with Ohio and North Carolina.
And John, you know as I do, because we've talked to both sides thought if he was going to win one of these big battleground states, probably his best bet was Iowa. And
yes.
we still haven't called that yet. So.
Nancy Cordes.
Go to Nancy Cordes now, who is at Clinton headquarters. Nancy?
Well, Nora, the fact that North Carolina and Ohio now appear to have ended up in the Trump camp is a bitter disappointment for the Clinton campaign. They literally spent tens of millions more dollars in those states than Donald Trump did. They have been airing ads in the states for months. Hillary Clinton went back to North Carolina one last time at midnight last night. It was her final rally. Her running mate, Tim Kaine, spent the entire day in the state yesterday, so that just shows you how winnable they thought that state was. As for Ohio, she was in Cleveland twice in the past couple of days. She did that big concert with Beyonce and Jay-Z. Then she went back just to get a coronation from King LeBron James, which shows you the kind of impact that they thought those visits could have. Now, they would never have said that they thought that they had a fantastic shot in either of those states. Ohio, they always knew was a reach because of the demographics, but North Carolina, they really thought that they had a shot, and they had a huge ground game there, working especially to turn out African Americans in the state, but it appears it wasn't enough.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you. We just want to quickly point out that Wisconsin, the defibrillation continues. Is that what we called it?
Well, it was a fibrillation, and now it's fibrillated into the edge Republican.
Meaning some Democrats may need a defibrillator.
Yes, yeah. right. So the reason, of course, that's so important is that is a part of something that was a part of the firewall that the Clinton campaign was supposed to have in those Midwestern states that traditionally go to the Democrats, which means now Donald Trump is putting pressure on Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania and now in Michigan and Wisconsin.
Wisconsin is the home state of the chairman of the Republican National Committee, Reince Priebus. Major Garrett is at Trump headquarters, has been talking to those inside the RNC. Major, what have you learned?
So what I've been told via Paul Manafort, remember, Donald Trump's second campaign manager, someone who is still close to the campaign and who is talking to all significant Republicans around the country, he has texted me just a moment ago that Reince Priebus, the Republican National Committee chairman and a Wisconsin Republican of long standing, has told Manafort that he expects Donald Trump will carry the state of Wisconsin. Okay. And Iowa Governor Terry Branstad has told Manafort he expects Trump would carry Iowa as well, and they're very encouraged about what they're seeing in Michigan. So in this upper Midwest aspect of the Trump campaign, they are seeing exactly what they hope to see, and they believe they are now, for the first time, seeing a solid path to victory, paved in part by the industrial Midwest.
Major Garrett, thank you very much. John Dickerson, help the audience with the map and the path moving forward. First, how does Hillary Clinton theoretically put a victory together?
Well, she has to hold Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, all states where Donald Trump is putting a lot of pressure on her right now, and where he's doing very well in all three of those states. She has to hold all of them. And so that's basically the biggest challenge for her.
And what path to victory would Donald Trump have?
Well, he has to start picking off one of those states. If he got Wisconsin, that would put him, if he took Wisconsin and she held Michigan and then held Pennsylvania, that would get it at a, and then New Hampshire comes very much into play. Yeah. And then you start talking about the Maine, the 2nd District of Maine, which has 1 electoral vote, and in Nebraska, 2. We start to get down in 1s and 2s in terms of getting to that magic number.
And you know,
then
there's Florida. Let's not forget something else. Georgia has not yet been called. Our presumption was from the beginning that it was going to go Republican. They haven't called it yet.
And I don't want to raise this, but I will. There is a possibility of a tie. This could be tied. There are ways that this could tie, but not many.
And if they tied, you mean without anybody reaching 270?
Yes, 269 to 269.
And then it goes to the House.
Then it goes to the House of Representatives, where each state delegation has 1 vote. One would presume they would vote for the Republican, exactly. But I think tonight we've learned not to presume.
That's right. Yeah, but I mean, we haven't called New Hampshire yet. You know, it could come down conceivably to New Hampshire. I would also point out we haven't called Maine yet, Nora, where they split their electoral votes. They have 4, and it could be 3 to 1 or 2 to 2 or
For those that are calling their therapists right now, the night is still young. Stay tuned, because there are still a number of white states still on the map that we have not called or predicted.
It's young on the West Coast. It's very late here.
It's young for us. I know. You're absolutely right. The Clinton campaign still believes that they could win with Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Nevada. We should talk about those states. We'll see. Arizona is one that they had hoped would be in their back pocket. Long shot of a state to think about Arizona, especially the way this night is going.
Probably
but
thinking about,
since we just did Donald Trump's pathways, I just wanted to be fair and give Hillary's pathways as well.
But she has to hold Wisconsin and Michigan under that scenario, which is not at all certain at all that she's going to hold those two states. Hold them, by which I mean keep them in the Democratic column, because they have traditionally voted for the Democrats.
All of this may explain why they ended their campaign last night in Philadelphia.
What if the independent wins out in Utah? Just to further scramble the situation here.
We've got Wisconsin up on the screen right now. We have estimated that Donald Trump has an edge right there. Now, there's about 64% of the vote in, and he is ahead by about 50,000 votes out of nearly 2 million that have been cast. So very close there. That's Wisconsin. Let's have a look now again at Florida. Florida is a shoe that has not dropped yet, but we have estimated it is likely to go Donald Trump's way. There is nearly 100% of the vote in, and it is 9 million votes roughly together, and Donald Trump is ahead by just a little over 100,000 out of 9 million.
When Donald Trump was in Wisconsin recently, I remember watching TV and him telling voters, listen, if you've already early voted and you wanted to change your vote, please feel free to do so.
Yeah, there's no indication that that many people did that, but what they did learn in Wisconsin, your point out, is that they were able to, they had something like the airport hangar held something like 4,500 people, around that number. They said that they had tens of thousands of people that RSVP'd that couldn't get in. They clearly tapped into something in Wisconsin. Many people had doubted the Trump strategy of going to Wisconsin and Michigan at the last minute. They said, doesn't make any sense, but they saw something there.
And especially since he wasn't warmly welcomed by Paul Ryan. What role does he play?
What are the numbers as we look now at Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, Charlie, we still show as a toss-up state. We show Hillary Clinton ahead there by 100,000 votes. There have been more than 4 million cast. She is ahead by 100,000 votes. 81% of the vote has been counted so far, so still a toss-up there. Another toss-up, as Nora was noting, is Michigan. This is a state that Hillary Clinton's campaign fully expected that they would carry. And with 55% of the vote in, Donald Trump is ahead by about 58,000 votes out of 2.5 million that have been cast. So this is coming down to very small numbers between the two candidates.
One of the interesting themes that we talked about early on in this night that would give us some clues about how this election was going are the suburban women, white college-educated women. And you see in the states that Donald Trump is doing well, such as Florida. He won white college-educated women. That has helped fuel, that coalition has fueled him doing so well in the state of Florida. It has broken in different places in different degrees.
Those are the 13 battleground states that you're looking at on the screen now. Blue for Hillary Clinton, red for Donald Trump. And as you can see, of the battleground states, there are only 4 of them that we have been able to estimate because the race is so tight in all of the others. The polls are now closed in all of the 50 states, save one, and that is Alaska, which will be closing very late tonight.
So I think we're going to be here very late tonight.
We may be waiting for Alaska. In the popular the popular vote, as everyone knows, doesn't count for anything. It is the electoral vote that counts, but it is interesting to note that Donald Trump at this point in the popular vote is ahead by more than 2 million votes. He has 49% of the popular vote to Hillary Clinton's 46%.
Let's take a look at the state of New Hampshire. New Hampshire had Al Gore won New Hampshire, he would have won the presidency. New Hampshire is a small number of electoral votes, but could be critical tonight. Look at this. We're calling this a toss-up state. 47 to 47%. There is just 67%,
we need to
of the vote in there.
Interrupt because CBS News is estimating that in the state of Utah, Donald Trump is the winner. In the state of Oregon, we are predicting that Hillary Clinton will be the victor at the end of the night. So we should go back to our electoral vote board and show you where things stand right now. Wow. Hillary Clinton with 197 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 193. 270 needed to win, and now it is coming down, of course, to these battleground states like Florida, as Nora was saying, New Hampshire, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and just too close to call on those states right now.
All right, Major Garrett has been talking with his sources inside the Trump campaign about what they believe at this hour is their pathway to victory. Major?
Well, we haven't projected Florida, but the Trump campaign counts Florida. They're also beginning to count Pennsylvania, though it hasn't been called. They are extremely encouraged about Wisconsin, primarily because, as I reported just a few moments ago, the Republican National Chairman, Reince Priebus, has let them know he thinks Wisconsin will be won by Donald Trump. I've talked to Republicans in Michigan. They say it's very, very close. They give a slight edge to Donald Trump. You put Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania together, ladies and gentlemen, that's the path. That's the path that Donald Trump has always imagined might be possible. An anchor in the industrial Midwest with a conversation with the country for the first time in a very long time, challenging the underlying economic assumptions of globalization and free trade, because he believes, and these results tend to reinforce, that voters in those states either have felt forgotten or out of the conversation or left at the economic margins of this country. And when he appealed to them, they have responded in numbers that did not show up in the exit polls entirely, and certainly did not show up in the public polling before this election day occurred. So that's the path they see. They're assuming Florida, North Carolina, and then Pennsylvania, Michigan, or Wisconsin, possibly all three.
Wisconsin, possibly all three. John Dickerson, I was curious about the role Paul Ryan might have played in Wisconsin, since he certainly didn't embrace Donald Trump.
He didn't embrace Donald Trump, and he got a lot of grief for it from the voters of Wisconsin. You know, what I was told by Republicans in Wisconsin is actually Ron Johnson in the state, the senator who was trying to keep his seat, was, you know, all senators had to figure out how much they were going to support Donald Trump or not. And Ron Johnson supported him, and that's because Donald Trump was, they thought, doing very well in Wisconsin and would help the Republican senator in that state, not be a wait for him. And that looks like that might very well be happening.
How is the Senate race in Wisconsin? Do we have any?
Well, it looks like it is leaning towards Ron Johnson. This was, of course, an epic matchup between him and Russ Feingold, who many people remember from the McCain-Feingold bill. And it was a rematch there, and it looks like we have not made a call yet in that particular state, but Ron Johnson appears to be holding on at this hour. Bob, as we stand here now at 11:20 and we take a look at which battlegrounds are still yet to be called, those are those white states there on our electoral map. What are you watching?
Well, I think Pennsylvania, number one. I think at this point it is absolutely crucial for Hillary Clinton to win Pennsylvania, which she was favored to win Pennsylvania. That was going to be her best battleground state. And I'm just hearing that they've just called Ron Johnson as the winner of that Senate race out in Wisconsin, so that may...
Juliana Goldman has been covering the congressional races for us. Juliana?
Well, Nora, the big news here with Ron Johnson holding on to this Senate seat in the race against former Democratic Senator Russ Feingold is that this win has essentially cut off Democrats' path to an outright majority in the Senate. The Democrats have only had one pickup so far because Republicans have held on to Indiana, Florida, North Carolina, and Wisconsin. So at this point, the best the Democrats can do is get to 50 seats, and then to get control of the Senate, they need Hillary Clinton to win, because remember, under that scenario, then as Vice President Tim Kaine would be the tie-breaking 51st vote. So again, the big news here out of the win for Senator Ron Johnson is that it essentially cut off Democrats' path to an outright majority in the Senate, and you've got that combined to our own projection, which says that that Republicans are also going to be holding on to control of the House.
All right, Juliana Goldman. So I think we've all decided that in terms of Congress, it looks like a very good night for the Republican Party.
It certainly is a big night for the Republican Party, and it's been an amazing night for Donald Trump so far. Let's have a look at the battleground states again. We have a graphic for you that shows you the ones that we have projected and the ones that we have not been able to project. Remarkable that Georgia is still out there. The states in red, of course, are Donald Trump, in blue, Hillary Clinton. But look at the rest of them: New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Florida, Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Iowa, Nevada, all too close to call at this point. And remarkable turnabout for, as we mentioned before, a candidate, Donald Trump, who never led in the CBS News poll from the point that he was nominated to this night. He was never in the lead against Hillary Clinton, and now he is running neck and neck with her. The Electoral College count right now is Hillary Clinton 197, Donald Trump 1.
But everything about him, though, Scott, has been so unconventional. When we first started with 17 candidates, everybody kept saying in the end it will be Hillary Clinton and Jeb Bush standing at the end. Everything about him has been unconventional from the very beginning. He kept winning and winning and winning, and here we are tonight.
This could go either way.
Yes, right. Yes.
That's the headline right now.
In 2012 and in 2008, we had made a call about who won the presidency of the United States.
At this time?
Yes. Tonight, we are not able to make that call because Pennsylvania is still a toss-up. New Hampshire is a toss-up. Nevada is a toss-up. Michigan is a toss-up. All those states to look into more. And yet there are several, Nora, as you see here on our computers, several that are edge Republican or likely Republican as we head deeper into this night. We will have the very latest on this election coming right back for you. Some of you are going to your local returns. The rest of you will see you right here for more Election Night on CBS. Breaking news, CBS News now estimates that Donald Trump will be the winner in Florida. This was key to the Trump campaign. He virtually could not win the presidency without Florida. He has now racked up Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio by our estimates among the battleground states. Nora, there are several other states in the battleground states that we're looking at that haven't been called yet. That's right. We should take a look now at the state of Pennsylvania, which now becomes crucial for Hillary Clinton to keep in the Democratic column.
That's 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania, 29 in Florida, so those are big numbers there.
Donald Trump is now 48 votes from having the presidency.
Let's look at that Electoral College map. We'll show you that Hillary Clinton has 197 Electoral College votes. Donald Trump now regaining the lead with 222. Trump has had the lead most of the night. Hillary Clinton vaulted ahead when California and Oregon came through, but now Trump is beginning to color some of those swing states red on our map.
Let's also take a look at the state of Wisconsin. One of those states in the blue wall But as John Dickerson said, the Republicans hope to pierce tonight in the state of Wisconsin, home to the Speaker of the House as well as the chairman of the Republican National Committee. CBS News now estimates that Donald Trump has the edge in Wisconsin.
That's 10 or more electoral votes.
This night has gone much differently than anyone predicted.
Well, when we thought about the possible scenarios, and we'll see what happens in the Midwest, so we'll have to see how far Donald Trump goes into Democratic territory, how far what he was calling the silent majority, the strength of that blue-collar voter, how big that becomes. But for the moment, it's big enough to have won him those crucial states of Florida, North Carolina, and Ohio. We
should also pull up the state of Nevada, a state that had a large early vote turnout. We have now, CBS News is now estimating that leans Democratic. The state of Nevada leaned Democratic. That had also been a state with a heavy Hispanic turnout in the early vote. Donald Trump went there in the final days of the campaign, hoping to drive up turnout on Election Day. We are currently estimating that state leans Hillary Clinton. How does this affect, John, the pathways to victory?
Well, obviously, he's got, if the traditional Republican states come in, then there's Arizona is out. There was talk about how that might be a state that was in peril, although that was at the heady days of Hillary Clinton's best moments. I think the way the night is going, you would expect Arizona to behave as a Republican state, so that's another electoral votes, and it really means the path for Donald Trump is through Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, and he doesn't have to win all of them. And so it's really a question in the Midwest at the moment.
And the pathway for Hillary Clinton?
Hold those states. She has to hold those states and win Nevada. And if she does that, then she's able to. And she also has to keep Maine, which is one of the other states as a part of the blue wall. Maine, which is with its 4 electoral votes, so she has to hold that too. And in a night where Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania are in the balance, simply holding what Democrats traditionally hold is not a certainty.
John, his campaign had predicted that he would win the Rust Belt area. Seems to me that they were exactly right, weren't they?
They were, and they kept talking about the enthusiasm and turnout at his rallies. And anybody who's covered politics knows that sometimes a big rally is a bit of a fooler, because you can get a lot of people super enthusiastic in a rally, but sometimes that's all you can do is fill up a rally, and you can't get the rest of the coalition. But here, the rally sizes did.
They rallied, and then they went to the polls.
Look at the supporters there at Clinton headquarters, listening intently as the results come in. Some of the people look almost crestfallen.
Well, certainly not what they were expecting at the beginning of the evening.
We had called Pennsylvania 4 years ago at 9:40.
And now it is a toss-up too close to estimate.
And we should reset the map here.
What about the hidden Trump
CBS
voters, guys? You know, there was so much talk about hidden, secret Trump voters who would say one thing publicly, but then go in the voting booth and do something else. Do you think that's what has happened here, John?
I don't know. We'll have to check. The place you would look for that would be in the white college-educated voters in the suburbs. They seem to be turning out in some places, certainly in Pennsylvania, very heavily for Hillary Clinton.
The tears have started at the Clinton campaign.
This is Clinton campaign, the watch party at the Clinton campaign. Clearly a great deal of concern there at this point in the evening. Charlie Rose is with our political panel. Charlie.
Thank you, Scott. With me now, Michael Gerson of the Washington Post, Republican strategist Leslie Sanchez, and Mark Leibovich of the New York Times. The question is, what's going on? What's happening? And how will it end up?
This is a populist wave. We're not sure if the wave is high enough to elect Donald Trump yet, but it's a real wave. It involves a reaction against globalism and multiculturalism and a culture that people think is condescending.
So Trump said there was a movement. He saw it in Brexit, and he was part of the movement. He didn't create it, but that movement is happening tonight.
It is.
Yeah.
No, it's a movement that's very frustrated, disappointed with both the Republican and the Democratic Party. In many ways, the ways they see them is very similar. And they wanted an outsider to come in and break up Washington to get things moving again. What's interesting, though, Charlie, is people that in these states of Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina are deciding at the last minute they went for Trump.
We'll come right back, but let me go back to Scott for a call. Scott?
Nora is just watching these data come in.
That's
Nora?
right. CBS News is projecting that in the state of Iowa, Donald Trump has won. This was a state that Barack Obama had won in the past 2 elections, but the demographics of the state did favor Donald Trump.
They did, although he lost the caucus there. So Barack Obama's career started by winning the caucuses in Iowa. Donald Trump lost them there, and now he's won tonight. And you're exactly right. It's a state that was demographically very much in the Donald Trump camp.
Let's have a look at our Electoral College map. At this moment in time, Hillary Clinton with 197, Donald Trump with 228, and as you know, 270 are needed to win. And that story is going to be told over the next hour or two as we watch these very close races in these battleground states. The states that you see in white are those states where the polls have closed, but they are too close for us to make an estimate. Let's go back to Charlie Rose in our political panel.
Thank
Charlie?
you, Scott. Mark, pick up where we were. What's going on as you see it, and how surprising is it?
Well, it's surprising, but it shouldn't be in a way, because precedent has been wrong every step of the way. And in a way, if you look at 48 hours ago, there was a conventional wisdom that was almost coalescing after the second Comey letter that, you know, maybe it would be a somewhat early evening. Maybe North Carolina, Florida would break fairly early based on some of the early voting patterns we saw for Hillary Clinton. I don't know why anyone should be surprised that people, the media, the polls have been wrong again. I think this has just been a very, very incredibly unpredictable election. Donald Trump obviously knew something that a lot of people didn't.
So here's an interesting point. He needs 42 electoral votes. She needs 73, and there are 83 up for grabs. I mean, he is within reach. Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania.
Right. He needs to, I mean, she needs those states. I mean, she needs 2 of those 3 states. Obviously, they're very big electoral vote states. And, I mean, his performance in the first part of the evening has put her on the defensive, and she has to hold these.
You have been saying that this is also a reflection of a lack of belief in institutions, and now including polls.
Yeah, polling, get out the vote operations, which really didn't seem to do much in this election. It confirms the suspicions of a lot of conservatives in America about elite opinion being wrong, about polling being wrong. You know, part of Donald Trump's appeal was an idea that there is a conspiracy of the establishment, and this looks like it because it was so systematically wrong
this night is
these areas.
Confirmation for...
Yeah, I think they will take it as confirmation that elite culture was against them.
All right.
No, in very many ways, and one thing that is consistent is the people were making up their mind at the last minute. We were talking about late deciders. Trump won them within the last 30 days and within the last week in many of these battleground states.
All right, thank you. Let's go back to Scott and Nora.
Nora, you were just going through some of the exit polling data, and you came across something fascinating.
Well, this is fascinating. One of the swing groups that we have been watching in this election is suburban women, who swung from Bush to Obama won them in the last election, and we were wondering where they would go. Suburban women have, in these states that we're watching, turned out for Donald Trump. In Michigan, he's winning them by 10 points over Clinton. In Wisconsin, Trump is winning suburban white women by 7 points. In Pennsylvania, Trump is winning suburban white women by 2 points. In Ohio, Trump is winning them by 10 points. So he has managed to keep suburban women in his column in those particular states. It also helped drive him in Florida. So that is part of his coalition tonight.
Wouldn't you say that's a very big surprise, considering Donald Trump's track record, that many people felt that he was insensitive and inappropriate
Well, Republicans dominate in the suburbs, so that part makes sense.
Yeah.
But Bob Schieffer, I think some people might be surprised that he's doing so well among women.
Yes. Well, I think that would be the big surprise of the night if this proves to be the difference, that it was suburban women, because everybody thought it would go just the other way. But you know, we are very close here. I mean, and we need to emphasize here, this could still go either way. But Donald Trump is now, by my count, 42 votes away from having the 270 he needs.
And you can see that on the faces of the people at the Clinton election night watch party here in New York City. Nancy Cordes is there. Nancy, tell us about the mood.
Well, Scott, the reason that you see so many shell-shocked faces here is because these are very intense supporters. They are longtime volunteers, and they know exactly what a loss in Wisconsin would mean. It would almost certainly preclude Hillary Clinton from getting to the 270 electoral votes she needs. And so this is really a stunner. The last time that Hillary Clinton was in Wisconsin, we just checked, was April 2nd, 7 months ago. So a tight race here really was not on the campaign's radar screen at all. Now, the Clinton campaign itself was very chatty earlier in the night. They've gotten quite quiet, but I did manage to get through to a Clinton aide a short time ago who says that they do believe that they will pull out a victory in Michigan and in Wisconsin at the end. He pointed out that a lot of votes in Madison, Wisconsin are still out, a big college town, a lot of young voters there, and a lot of votes in Detroit, Michigan are still out, obviously the state's largest city with a large proportion of African-American voters. But the fact that these two races are close at all, once again, is a real shock for the Clinton campaign. Even in Michigan, they were so confident that Hillary Clinton didn't go to a visit there from since her convention until a couple of days ago.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And in the state of Georgia, CBS News projects that Donald Trump is the winner. Another battleground state falls, although Georgia has been a reliably Republican state in past presidential elections.
Now Donald Trump is getting very close to the 270 that he needs to win the presidency. He is at 244. Hillary Clinton 197. And as you know, 270 again needed to win the presidency. Major Garrett is at Trump headquarters tonight. Major?
So Scott and Nora, over the last 3 or 4 days, Donald Trump has worked at breakneck pace. 5, 6 rallies a day going to all these battleground states, drawing enormous crowds. Crowds that sometimes would wait 6 or 7 hours for him to show up. And if there is one thing that people close to Donald Trump have told me throughout this campaign, it is this: that all the polling modeling for this election would be off, skewed in the wrong direction, not capturing the voters who were showing up at these rallies, and that the Trump people were certain would show up to vote. As they often told me, anyone who stands in line for 7 hours to not see a concert and not be fed is going to show up at a polling booth and cast a ballot. And it is that underlying assumption that in more than one battleground state has proven to be true. And when we arrived in Michigan over the weekend and there was a crowd of 10,000 people waiting for Donald Trump, they were screaming their heads off relentlessly through his speech. And I thought to myself, if a rally in Sterling Heights, Michigan, organized in less than 24 hours, could attract this kind of crowd and this kind of enthusiasm, Trump may have a chance in Michigan. He may not win Michigan, but that same effect was visible in rallies in Wisconsin, in Pennsylvania, certainly in Florida and North Carolina. One last point. If there was one application of a previously successful Republican presidential campaign that Trump took on board, it was George W. Bush in 2004. What was that theory? Drive up the Republican vote in the reddest part of each and every battleground state. Don't worry about the suburbs so much, but go where the Republican vote totals are richest and plentiful and drive that up as best you can. In the rural areas of North Carolina, Florida, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, that approach may in fact be vindicated in the not too distant future.
Well, that set this discussion up perfectly. Major Garrett, thank you. Donald Trump is now just 26 votes away from winning the presidency. Let's look at those 3 blue states, that blue wall that Donald Trump hopes to pierce tonight. First, the state of Wisconsin, the Badger State. And
that's 10 electoral votes.
And that is 10 electoral votes. And we have Wisconsin now as edge Republican in the state of There we go. There's Wisconsin, and as you can see, the margin there, votes still being counted, and we give that edge Republican. Pennsylvania, you were going to say?
Well, no, I'm just, people are watching basically Milwaukee County and Dane County. I mean, these are the two big Democratic areas, watching them as they watch Fairfax County and Virginia. And just Democrats are hoping that in those two places, the Democratic vote comes home. But right now, it looks like Wisconsin is slipping away.
Pennsylvania, the Keystone State, the Clinton campaign had felt confident about the state of Pennsylvania
That's
at this
20
hour.
electoral votes, Nora, there. So
20 electoral votes. That is, at this hour, a toss-up, the state of Pennsylvania. And then the state of Michigan, which Donald Trump made a late play for. That state of Michigan, 16 electoral votes. And at this hour, Michigan is a toss-up.
We started with 13 battleground states this evening that could go either way. Now there are only 6, and the remaining 3 include Arizona, which we still estimate as a toss-up, but Donald Trump does have a numerical lead there right now. There is Nevada, which we have estimated leans Democratic. That could change, but Hillary Clinton does have a lead there now. And then finally, New Hampshire, which we estimate is a toss-up still. Donald Trump slightly ahead in the vote count there, with 68% of the vote having been counted at this point. Bob Schieffer?
Well, I mean, this could come down to New Hampshire with its, 4 electoral votes. But, I mean, there are many ways now, I mean, not many, but a number of ways now that Donald Trump could get to 270. And, you look at Wisconsin, 10 votes, Pennsylvania, 20 votes, Michigan, 16 votes. That would do it for him.
John, is it possible at this point, because it has never been true until now, that Donald Trump has more paths to the White House than Hillary Clinton does?
It looks like it, because if Arizona goes in the Trump category, as history would suggest it might, and the findings of this evening go, and then he wins Wisconsin, she has to hold on to Michigan and Pennsylvania. So those are 2 big places where he's really putting a lot of pressure on her that Hillary Clinton has to hold. So if you were just to judge by where the vote is now, it looks like he's got the edge in terms of the possible pathways to the end.
Arizona and Michigan would do it.
Michigan and Wisconsin would do it.
No, I'm just receiving
Pennsylvania and either one of them.
Word guys that Canada's immigration site has crashed because there's been so many inquiries about moving to Canada. It reminds me of Brexit. When the Brexit vote happened,
all the experts.
Yes, I am serious.
This is not.
I've never lied to you, Bob Schieffer.
No, I mean, I'm just. I like to check my sources.
No, I've got very good sources. But it reminds me of when the Brexit vote happened. All the experts said no way, no way, no way. And the next day, one of the highest Googles was, "What is Brexit? What does this mean for us?"
But the Canadian website may have crashed, but there are at least 49 million people in this country who are very happy with this outcome.
That's exactly right, yeah. And that should not be overlooked. He has a huge following, and his message resonated from the very beginning. His message has resonated.
Just to go back to something that was being talked about earlier with Charlie, is this is not only, if the night goes to Donald Trump's way, this is not only a victory for his theory of the country, not only a victory for him and the people who support him, but also a kind of cultural victory in we did it our way, and it looks like it might be paying off, and that's affirming at a kind of deeper level than just my guy won.
Yeah,
you know what
it's a
this
movement
is?
In terms of what he said.
This is a vote against Washington. That's what this is.
Yeah, yeah. We're going to go inside those numbers in Wisconsin now, which is, of course, a toss-up. Anthony Mason will have more from the exit polls in Wisconsin to help explain what's going on there and how that vote may end up by the end of the night. But a quick break. We'll be right back.
with Election Night on CBS. At this hour, Donald Trump has opened a significant lead over Hillary Clinton. Her pathways to the White House have begun to dramatically narrow. Anthony Salvanto, our director of elections, show me how Donald Trump wins.
Well, Pennsylvania is still in play. If he were to get that, Michigan, if he were to get that, all of these states, Wisconsin is still in play. So all of these states with extra padding to go would get him up over the 270 that he needs, Scott.
What path does Hillary Clinton still have?
Well, she's still got a chance in Pennsylvania and in all these states that we haven't projected yet. Then she'd have to go and get a Nevada, and you know,
that's still not enough.
It's still not enough. She's got to hang on to Minnesota, and she's got to hang on to New Hampshire too. So she still has a path in the states that are at least toss-ups. But I will tell you that it's not a good sign, because if she were doing well tonight, these states would have been projected blue. They're reliably blue in most other elections earlier.
So Donald Trump is winning in, or at least holding Hillary Clinton off in states that we would have called hours ago for the Democrats in another election.
Exactly. In fact, if you want, I can take you inside a couple of these states, and I can give you a hint as to why. You can take... Oh, want to stop?
We're going to have to cut away to a break right now. We'll be right back with all the latest information. It's Election Night on CBS.
Welcome back to CBS News Election Night coverage. It is a white knuckles kind of night. Donald Trump, and you can see, doing very well tonight. Most of the United States is a swath of red tonight. We want to go through each particular state because we started off the night with 13 battleground states. Now we're down to 6. In Washington State, CBS News projects Hillary Clinton as the winner. That will add a number of electoral votes to her tally, as Washington State is some 12 electoral votes.
That was expected, though, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Washington for her.
Yes.
So.
Now the tally. Donald Trump, 244 electoral votes. Let's look now at some close states. In the state of Nevada, we are calling that leaning Hillary Clinton. In Wisconsin, CBS News estimates the edge goes to Donald Trump. In the state of Arizona, CBS News is calling this a toss-up at this hour. In Michigan, also a toss-up at this hour. And New Hampshire, a toss-up. We have, and Pennsylvania, let's not forget about the Keystone State, right. Also a toss-up.
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, it's all the same story. The rural vote is coming in for Donald Trump. It is coming in. It's not a huge amount in each county, but the counties, they all do add up. And then the Clinton people and Democrats are just hoping on their big counties. And that's true in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. In New Hampshire, that's not the case. It's more evenly spread out throughout the state.
Wisconsin and Michigan were two states that have voted, last time they voted Republican was in the 80s, even though several Republicans had tried to make those contested states in the past. The last time they went for a Republican was in the 80s. Hillary Clinton hasn't been to Wisconsin during the general election at all. She may be regretting that tonight.
Wisconsin has been a very close state, but it's part of the Democratic wall, and you know, now they're going to, when we do the look back on this campaign, Democrats are going to say, you know, why didn't she spend more time there? You know, in Michigan, Barack Obama didn't go back after July, and they must have thought it would be equally as durable for them.
And Charlie Rose is standing by now with our political panel. Charlie?
Thank you, Scott. I'm here with Peggy Noonan and Jamelle Bouie and Ben Dominic. Tell me what you think is happening here, because it is within 26 votes of Donald Trump having 270.
All right. It's epic. It is surprising. It is, to my mind, what I think I'm seeing is a kind of uprising, a kind of revolt, a kind of pushback against the elites, the establishments of both parties. There is a sense of there's protected people in America and unprotected people, and the unprotected just push back in a way that strikes me as deeply historic.
More than political parties, more than an election, a movement.
I think so, and the fact that they are backing Mr. Trump when they don't necessarily back him personally, it says it's a movement.
After the Civil War, there was Reconstruction, and in Reconstruction, black Americans and white Americans attempted to build a new kind of South. What happened after Reconstruction was angry, recalcitrant whites pushed back. They retook their governments through force, through violence, and we had redemption, and that lasted up until the 20th century. We had a second Reconstruction in the 1960s, and we've had a backlash to that Reconstruction. I think the extent to which Donald Trump has won, running a campaign of racism and bigotry, turning out millions of white Americans for that campaign, suggests that we are living through a kind of second redemption, a kind of pushback against the advancement of African Americans, of Hispanics, of women, of Muslim Americans. And I don't know how long we live with that backlash.
I think it's a pushback and a backlash, but I think it's about something that is much more longer running than race. I think it's a rejection of the elites of both of our political parties. In the past 16, no, I think it's longer running than merely a reaction to the election of the first black American president. I think it's much more about a reaction to the fact that we had, under Bush and Obama, policies that did not benefit these people, that they did not see as benefiting themselves. And I think they're rejecting both of those party elites. I think that's why Trump came along and was able to take over the Republican Party with a message that was very un-Republican.
We're looking at unified white support for Donald Trump, unified among college-educated whites, among working-class whites. I don't think this is just a question of poor economic policy for working-class whites. I think we're
but
looking
clearly
at
they're dissatisfied with the
racial.
Obama agenda, and it's something that they don't view as satisfying their needs. Barack Obama expanded Medicaid dramatically in a lot of these white working-class communities under the idea that it would both help them, but that it would also give them a vested interest in re-electing the Democratic Party. This is the what's the matter with Kansas problem. Clearly that didn't work.
Peggy? I'm thinking, what is it like in the White House tonight? The President of the United States will, if trends continue, if Mr. Trump is elected tonight, I think experience this as a rebuke, as America almost saying, we thought you'd bring us together, you didn't, and now we've taken this surprising decision and really kind of confounded political history.
Let us say very clearly here, this is as tight as it could be. Donald Trump is in the lead. He needs 26 more electoral votes to get to 270. He is not there. There are too many undecideds right now, nor is Hillary Clinton. Take it back now to Scott and Nora.
Charlie, thank you. Let's take a quick look at exactly where the race stands right now. Let's have a look at the Electoral College map. Charlie just mentioned that Donald Trump has 244, not far shy of the 270 needed to win. Hillary Clinton, as you can see there, 209. The blue states we've estimated for Clinton. The red states we have estimated for Donald Trump. The states in white are the ones that are still too close to call.
We want to go now to Wisconsin because CBS News has a new estimate. We are saying that Wisconsin is now leaning Donald Trump.
Bob Schieffer, what does that mean?
Well, that means he's getting even closer than he was. I mean, you can just go through. If he wins Pennsylvania and anything else, basically Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Pennsylvania and Michigan, Pennsylvania and Iowa, that would put him to 270.
Yeah, if he wins Wisconsin and then Arizona behaves as it's supposed to, then it's at the end of his fingertips. He's basically, I mean, he can do it with Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Maine. So it's his paths, those 6 paths that Kellyanne Conway was talking about earlier tonight. He has 6 paths.
I miscalled. He's already gotten Iowa.
Yeah,
I miscalled that. But
what would Hillary Clinton have to do to win at this point?
She would have to have her big population centers come in Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, and then if she loses Wisconsin, she'd have to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, and Maine. To hold him
She
off.
would nearly need to sweep the table.
Yeah.
But she has a shot.
That's true. That is
well, to the extent that nobody's gotten
61 away.
270.
Yeah.
And she only needs 61. So,
And her shot is the urban vote coming in, and she does better than expected.
Yes. At the moment, it looks like it's not. I mean, it looks like it's going to be she has a better chance of doing that in Michigan than in Wisconsin. I mean, her best shot, of course, would be to hold all those states, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, but that does not look like it's going to happen.
I don't think she can win without Pennsylvania, without sweeping the rest of that. So let's take a look at Pennsylvania, because Pennsylvania is the biggest prize still left on the table with 20 electoral votes. And with just about 84% of the vote in, or is it more there? I can't see that far. Based on my computer, 90% of the vote in. It is neck and neck. According to what I'm seeing, we're talking about a vote difference of just about 10,000.
Out of 5 million cast.
Out of 5 million cast.
Yeah, and she had been ahead in the numbers. So this is, if you're a Clinton person watching this, the numbers are going in the wrong direction for you. Now, there's still some out in Bucks County, which is a county that can bring in some more votes, but you want the numbers to be going in the other direction. Yeah.
One of the big surprises of the night is Wisconsin.
Absolutely, and Anthony Mason is looking at the exit poll information that we've accumulated in Wisconsin. Anthony, what is it telling us?
Yeah, Scott, two disappointing trends for Democrats in Wisconsin. First, among young people, Hillary Clinton is winning young people 46 to 39%, but 4 years ago, Obama got 60% of young people in Wisconsin. As you can see, 11% of this has bled to third-party candidates, but a serious underperformance here by Hillary Clinton among young voters and also among independent voters. Barack Obama won independents by 2 points in Wisconsin 4 years ago. Donald Trump is winning them by 5 points today. And again, third-party candidates taking 10% of the vote there. So significant underperformance here for the Democrats in these two places.
You know, there might be another factor that we haven't talked about, and that is it's a little bit intangible, but it's extremely rare for the American people to grant one party 3 terms in the White House in a row. It's very, very rare.
It's only happened once since the 22nd Amendment in 1947. And that was
Reagan, Bush.
Reagan, George Herbert Walker Bush. Now, the other thing in history that the Clinton people were hoping for is that traditionally presidential models, when the approval rating of the president is above 50%, it helps the incumbent party. President Obama's approval rating is at 51.6, I think, is the average. That's not helping. It particularly isn't helping in Michigan, where the African-American vote is not turning out enough to beat back this Trump insurgency in the traditionally Democratic states.
I was wondering, too, the very thing that Peggy raised in your panel, Charlie, when she said, I wonder what the White House is thinking tonight. Because even today, the president was on the phone calling radio stations in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Florida, encouraging people to go out and vote. I remember sitting at the Congressional Black Caucus dinner where he gave a very impassioned plea and said, I would be insulted. It would be an insult to my legacy. At one point, even when he was on the campaign trail, said, listen, you know, if you care about what we've done in this White House, think of this as a vote for this to continue. And it seems tonight that voters are sending a very different message.
They are sick of Washington. They're sick of the establishment. Washington has done nothing for the last 5 or 6 years.
Or do they like Donald Trump, Bob? Do they like Donald
I think
Trump
that's part of it. I think that's part of it, but I think mostly it's just people are sick of nothing happening.
You know, it's also interesting that having the first woman president may not have been as powerful a factor in this circumstance as we might have imagined.
You know, is it a woman president, Charlie, or is it that people just didn't want the woman president to be Hillary Clinton? What do you think? Because I think the country seemed to be ready for a woman president. You look at Susan B. Anthony's gravesite today, and people were
I agree with that. Yes, of course. You know.
Yeah, but you think it's Hillary Clinton.
Back to Bob's point.
But a moment to make history.
When people were worried about Donald Trump's temperament and judgment, and would talk to Trump voters and say to them, you know, do you worry about his temperament and judgment? And they said, well, maybe, but you know, I don't care because I want the system dismantled. And if it's dismantled, then we'll figure other things out. But the system's never worked for me. And so these niceties of temperament and judgment doesn't matter if the system's not working for me. So let's try disruption.
And John, they would say he's such a good businessman. I would like to see a businessman in the office to see what he can do. If his business is so successful, who knows what he can do with the country. I heard that many times.
We want to let the audience know that at the rate the data are coming in at this point, we may have a decision in this race in the next 30 minutes or so. You're looking at the battleground states right now, the states in blue, Hillary Clinton, states in red, Donald Trump, and in the remaining states, Donald Trump has numeric leads in just about all of them. Very slender leads, maybe 10, 20,000 votes out of millions cast, but he does have slender leads in just about all of those remaining states. Major Garrett is at the Trump watch party tonight. Major?
Right. I'm sorry, Scott. Yes. One of the interesting things about this phenomenon that is playing out before the entire nation is the Donald Trump campaign, and led always by Donald Trump, the single most important force within his campaign, him throughout, is that he can do this without the regular support of the Republican establishment. He has been at odds with the Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. I've just been talking to senior House Republicans who believe this will give Ryan and Trump some bit of business to take care of if, in fact, these trend lines continue and Donald Trump becomes president-elect of the United States. He fought with other senators. Lindsey Graham, who was a rival of his, didn't endorse him. George W. Bush didn't vote for him. George H.W. Bush, we are told, did not vote for him. This estrangement that Trump had from the Republican establishment, to many, was thought to be a weakness. He always believed it was a core strength, and it was a manifestation of what he most represented to those who supported him from the very beginning, that he was against the structure of power as it existed in Washington, and more importantly, how those voters who felt left behind by that power structure viewed it. One last thing about Trump and this orientation to his supporters. Scott and Nora, if I heard one thing said about Donald Trump repeatedly in the 16 months I've been on the road, it's that this person, whatever his flaws, cannot be bought. And for lots of Americans who've told pollsters for years and years and years they're frustrated about campaign finance, or they think the system is somehow corrupted by too much money, they decided to stop waiting for legislative remedies or a constitutional amendment. They just put someone, or put their support behind someone who they believe, because of his wealth and because of his understanding of the system, having once been a donor but now an outsider of his own, couldn't be bought and would really represent their interests and not anybody else's.
Major Garrett really doing a magnificent job covering the Trump campaign from day one. We're going to take a break, but before we do, there are some more votes coming in, and they are the votes of Wall Street. Have a look at the Dow futures tonight. They are down at this moment 840 points. That's almost 4.6%. Those are the Dow futures as they stand right now. We're going to be back in just a moment. We will break in with any late development coming right up. It is election night on CBS.
It is quite a night on this election night, and we want to go straight to some of the battleground states. First, to the Keystone State of Pennsylvania, with more than 90% of the vote in. CBS News estimates that this is still a toss-up. It is a must-win state for Hillary Clinton. In the state of Michigan, with 70% of the vote in, you can see, look at that, at just about 20,000 votes separate the two candidates. A toss-up. And in Wisconsin, with about almost 80% of the vote in, also just about 100,000 votes, less than 100,000 votes separating those two candidates. John?
It's just amazing to watch these. I mean, you know, in Pennsylvania now, as I look at it, it's about 2,000 votes that separates the two of them.
Out of 5 million cast.
Yeah.
For those of you who sat at home thinking my vote doesn't count, wrong again.
And so here we're watching this enormous country, all of this collective behavior, and it's coming down to, you know, a handful of votes in these states to determine who the next president is.
No, John, when Senator Al Franken was here at the table and he said, listen, I am the poster child of close elections, because he said he won his election by 312 votes. He said, let that be a lesson, a warning to anybody who thinks it doesn't make any difference whether I go and vote. It's moments like this that shows you, yes, it makes a big difference.
The Florida of 2000 is now
Pennsylvania.
Charlie Rose is standing by with our election panel tonight. Charlie?
We're with Michael Gerson, Michelle Norris, and Ruth Marcus. As Yogi Berra said, is not over till it's over, and we can't repeat that enough. But Donald Trump is leading in enough states to get him to 270. So I raised this question, what if Donald Trump becomes president?
Well, people concerned about that need to remember that we have strong institutions in America, strong legislative branch, strong judicial branch, and a balance of power system where the president doesn't get to do everything he wants, although he has tremendous power on the international stage. And this is someone who the Russians wanted to have elected, may have actually helped to get elected, and someone that our alliance, people in our alliance structure are very afraid about what's going to happen. He's going to have to reassure them. So there are going to be a lot of, on the international side, a lot of immediate implications.
Michelle.
You know, but there are checks and balances, but if we have a Republican in the White House and a Republican Senate and a Republican House, you don't sort of have that modulating pressure, perhaps, on someone who is rewarded for being tough, who is rewarded for being pugilistic, who was elected by 25% of his supporters said that they didn't much care for his judgment, but they elected him anyway. And this is a country that's deeply divided. Can he bring people together? Can he actually figure out how to deal with this deep, wide, roiling chasm that we have in this country?
So I want Michael to be right about the resilience and strength of the other branches of government, but I'm really worried that he's not. Why would we think that Republicans in Congress who were not willing to denounce and reject Donald Trump when he said outrageous things about Gold Star families and Mexican rapists and everything else would be willing to reject him when he is inhabiting, if he is the most powerful position in the land? He is going, yes, the courts exercise a check, but he is going to be able, if he's elected president, to nominate a replacement for Antonin Scalia and to cement a conservative-leaning majority on the court. And he's awfully powerful in military affairs.
Thank you, Ruth. There's so much more to come. We'll be right back after this break. CBS News continues.
Back now with Campaign 2016 election night here on CBS. Let us show you where the race is right now at this moment. We're going to go to the Electoral College map. And as you can see on the Electoral College map, Hillary Clinton has 209 Electoral College votes. Donald Trump, 244, well within striking distance of the 270 that he needs to win. Now, what is still outstanding? Let's have a look at those states. Pennsylvania. CBS News has not been able to make an estimate there. It's still a toss-up. Look at that vote count. They are separated by 2,000 votes in Pennsylvania after 5 million were cast. Michigan, having a look at that now. Look how squeaky tight that is. Donald Trump just ahead of Hillary Clinton in Michigan. Arizona, still considered by CBS News to be a toss-up. Donald Trump slightly ahead. Now let's have a look at Nevada. Nevada is leaning, in our estimate, toward Hillary Clinton, but not by a great deal. And New Hampshire, Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton essentially tied there. It is a toss-up. This is a review of the 13 battleground states that at the beginning of the night might have gone either way. The red states have gone for Trump, the blue for Hillary Clinton, and those remaining states you see right there. In all but one of them, Donald Trump has a lead, but it's a slender lead, and yet he does not need much.
Hold on.
I was just looking in Pennsylvania. It looks like Lebanon is out, and that's about Mitt Romney won that 63% to 35% in 2012. So in Pennsylvania, where it's very close, you've got a county that looks like it's out. Nothing's been reported yet. That should be a strong county for Republicans.
And by out you mean it hasn't been reported yet.
Yes, right. Yes.
All right. In Nevada, we have a call. CBS News projects Hillary Clinton will win the state of Nevada when all of the votes are counted. This is a state that the Clinton campaign felt strongly that they would do well in part because of the early vote and the sizable Hispanic population. But Nevada has just 6 electoral votes.
But that puts her within 55 of 270.
You are good at math, Bob Schieffer. Yeah, 55, and one more we can cross off the list. We are now down to 5 battleground states, and we do think that perhaps in the next half hour we will be able to call who is the 45th president of the United States. We should check in with our correspondents who have been covering these 2 candidates for more than a year. Let's check in first with Major Garrett, who has been covering the Trump campaign. Major, it sounds like a celebratory mood there.
Well, yeah, they're feeling very, very good here at the Trump campaign headquarters. You'll probably hear ripples of applause behind me as various projections come through. Certainly the Trump inner circle feels better than they felt this entire night. They see numerous paths to 270 to make Donald Trump the next president-elect of the United States. And I will tell you this. In the last week to week and a half, everyone associated in the inner circle of Donald Trump's campaign told me the following: that if this breaks, if there is a collective sense that Donald Trump is the change agent that the country says it wants, it will break late and it will break consistently throughout all of the narrow states. And it won't necessarily be detected by exit polls or polling data. It was that central hunch, I've called it the great hunch repeatedly on CBSN, that is beginning to be borne out by the votes of Americans in all or nearly all of the battleground states. That there would be this psychological sense that it was worth taking the chance on Donald Trump as not only an agent of change, but someone who would bring a stronger sense of leadership dealing with terrorism, dealing with the global economy, meaning globalization, and disrupt. The word I heard over and over on the campaign trail, disrupt the Washington order. That appears to be what's going on. The sense that that collective psychology might take hold appears to be on the target.
Major Garrett, thank you. It is late into the night. Nancy Cordes has been at the Clinton watch party. And Nancy, what is the mood like there?
Nora, it's like all the air has been sucked out of the room and everyone is holding their breath. It's almost entirely silent here. No one thought that this race would be coming down to a state like Wisconsin. And here's why. Back in 2012, President Obama won that state by 7 points. In 2008, he won it by 14 points. Michigan, another state that's too close to call right now, President Obama won in 2012 by 10 points. And just for fun, I was looking back at some of the articles that have been in Wisconsin newspapers in the past few days to see what they were saying about this race, and get a load of this headline from earlier today in the Wisconsin State Journal. It says, quote, Hillary Clinton hoping to win Wisconsin without setting foot in the state. The article says she's the first major party nominee not to visit the state during the general election since 1972. The fact that it is so close tells me 2 things. First of all, that trade was an even bigger issue in some of these Midwestern states than the Clinton campaign believed, and this was one of Donald Trump's signature issues. It also shows, frankly, that a lot of Wisconsin Democrats probably didn't believe that their own state was a battleground state. They may have grown complacent because the Clinton campaign wasn't treating Wisconsin like a battleground state. A lot of voters may have thought that they didn't need to either.
All right, Nancy Cordes, thank you. We should take a look at the electoral map right now because Donald Trump leads with 244 electoral votes. Hillary Clinton has 215 electoral votes. That means that Donald Trump is just 26 votes away from the presidency. We still got 5 states on the map.
And it could still go either way, but can I just throw this on the table, regardless of how this turns out tonight, because, as you point out, Bob, as we've all said, it could go either way. Shouldn't he be congratulated, or somebody just say, what he's done is extraordinary. The fact that it started with 17 candidates, it's now election night, it's gone right down to the wire, and we still don't know, after midnight, we still don't know how this is going to turn out. If you are a supporter of Donald Trump, or he wasn't your candidate, what he's accomplished is extraordinary.
It's a remarkable feat. None of the pollsters, few of the pollsters would have expected anything like this.
I don't know any pollster that called this.
The Washington elites that Donald Trump has been campaigning against wouldn't have expected this, and yet he has essentially done, or is about to do, exactly what he said he would do.
Is this, Scott, is this a victory for the Republican Party, or is this a victory for some new party? Is this the victory for the Trump Party? I mean, where does the Republican Party go? We talked about if Trump lost, would the Republican Party survive? Will the Republican Party survive a Trump victory?
You know, David Brooks had a column in the New York Times today calling for a new party.
Yeah. Sure, there will be some who will call for a new party. There will be others who see a parade in front of which they would now want to run, and they will try to join in. And there were those who tried to keep their distance from Donald Trump who will now join in. And he will, if he becomes the president, if this role that he is on continues, he will need the help of other Republicans.
And what about the Democratic Party? Is the Democratic Party going to survive this? It's not like they've had a great couple of years lately.
Donald Trump will be the leader of the Republican Party, and he will remake it in his own image if he chooses to. It's going to be interesting.
Well, it'll certainly be a different Republican Party than we've known about in the past. Starting with, it will no longer be a party for free trade.
And Bob, he thinks about it
interventionalist.
He thinks about it more than as a party. He thinks of it as a movement. That's why when Brexit came, he compared himself to Brexit.
Yes.
Now, as you might imagine, social media is on fire tonight, and our Elaine Quijano is keeping up with that. Elaine?
Well, Scott, one of the most popular hashtags right now is hashtag Drain the Swamp, as you might imagine. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these. Deplorable Josh tweets, "I've never been more proud to be a deplorable. I thank all my fellow deplorables. Hashtag Drain the Swamp. Hashtag Election Night." Another one, also from a Trump supporter, Patrick Shilley tweets, "The silent majority stands with Donald Trump. Hashtag Drain the Swamp." Also, we have one from an account, Democrats for Trump. "The establishment is panicking. Hashtag Drain the Swamp. Lock them all up." At the same time, we have others tweeting under the hashtag America is over party. One of them reading, "If you voted Trump, you voted Trump. If you voted third party, you voted Trump. If you didn't vote, you voted Trump." So, Scott and Nora, just a sampling of some of the reactions that we're seeing right now over social media.
All right, Elaine Quijano, we are waiting on calls in a number of these states that are going to decide this election. John, what state are you looking at?
Well, remember when I was talking about Lebanon County being out, meaning the votes had not been counted yet there in Pennsylvania. It was once a 2,000-person race. Donald Trump was ahead by 2,000 votes. He's now ahead by 26,000 votes. Lebanon has come in.
He is beginning to pull away, John, as you say, in Pennsylvania, and he is now leading in the remaining 5 states. He only needs 2 or 3 to win the presidency tonight, and we will be following that for you. And we will break in at any moment that we are able to make an estimate about one of these remaining states. But in the meantime, Russia has come up again and again in this campaign. The Clinton campaign accusing Russia of hacking their Democratic National Committee emails and the like. And so we sent our Elizabeth Palmer to Moscow to monitor the reaction to the election there. Liz?
Good morning. Well, the sun's just come up here in Moscow, and Russians are getting out of bed to discover that Donald Trump has a plausible path to the White House. That's going to go down very well here. People generally think of Trump as a man that Russia can do business with. He's called NATO obsolete, and he has praised President Putin's leadership style. And so Russians, who really would like better relations with the world, they want an end to sanctions. They hope that this may lead to less aggression between Russia and the U.S. Now, the Kremlin, you can probably see the Kremlin towers behind me. President Putin and his insiders probably up all night watching the results come in. President Putin is a pragmatist, and he has made it clear he will work with whoever wins the White House. But he may still be hoping that these results bring some kind of discord in the United States, because basically he still sees the U.S. as an opponent, and anything that weakens it strengthens the Kremlin. Scott, Nora?
Liz Palmer in Moscow for us tonight. Bob Schieffer, did you ever think you'd hear that?
Well, all I can say, I haven't had time to do a survey yet, but I think Moscow is going to be one of the few places this is going to be greeted with enthusiasm. I think it's going to create a lot of worry in the capitals of the world. I think the Japanese are going to wonder what happens next. Can they count on the United States? I think South Korea is going to have problems about this, and all across Western Europe. This is going to come as a surprise around the world.
What about,
Perhaps they'll
what
like
about the Middle East?
Well, yeah. I wouldn't even know how to assess that. I guess they'll like it in Syria, but we'll see where this goes.
No, we don't want to venture very far from the electoral map. Let us show you that again. This is exactly where the race stands right now. Donald Trump very close to being the 45th president of the United States with 244 electoral votes, 270 needed to win. Hillary Clinton at 215. There are 5 swing states still out, and Donald Trump is leading by tiny margins in all 5.
In Pennsylvania, in particular, which has been the keystone state and a key part of her strategy in order to win the presidency, it appears now that he is opening up a bit of a lead in Pennsylvania. John, can Hillary Clinton win without Pennsylvania?
No, I mean, and especially not the way Michigan and Wisconsin are going. The problem for Hillary Clinton in Pennsylvania is the big areas where she can get her vote just aren't. There's not that much left of her vote in those big areas.
Did she underperform Obama in Philadelphia? All the talk was that if she ran up the vote tally essentially in Philadelphia, which is why she had that huge rally there with John Bon Jovi, with Bruce Springsteen, with the President of the United States and the First Lady, was to energize that because Pennsylvania has no early vote.
Barack Obama got 557,000 votes. She got 559,000, at least as it's counted now. That's only 2,000 votes more than Barack Obama. And so she did better than in, say, in Florida or something. She did better in some of those counties. So yes, it looks like she did not do a big increase on what he'd done.
The presidency in the balance. Stay with us. We will be back in just a moment with Election Night on CBS. Back now with Election Night on CBS. Since we've been away, nothing has changed.
Well,
but it will.
Let's have a look at the electoral votes now. Donald Trump, 244, well within striking distance of the 270 needed to win. Hillary Clinton trailing with 215. There are 5 swing states that are still up for grabs, and Donald Trump is leading by slight margins in all 5. John Dickerson, as you go through the exit poll information and all the votes coming in, how did he do it?
Well, I'm still looking at that, Scott. It's in different ways in different states. You know, part of it is that if you look at a state like Pennsylvania, Barack Obama, 13% of the electorate in 2012 was African American in Pennsylvania. So now it's only 10%. So Hillary Clinton's vote didn't turn out a little. His vote did turn out. Then you've got in Florida and North Carolina, you've got Gary Johnson, the Libertarian candidate, got 7% of the vote, took some of the millennial vote, which was up in North Carolina. But because Johnson was taking it, Hillary Clinton, it looks like didn't grab as much of the millennial vote in that close state. In Florida, the Hillary Clinton strength with with white college-educated voters did not exist. Donald Trump beat her with that group by 20 points, whereas in a state like Pennsylvania, she's up by 20 points with college-educated white women. So it's a bit of some of it's idiosyncratic to the states, but basically, in the rural areas, he boosted his support among Republicans.
I think there are 2 big factors. I think there are 2 big factors here. The first factor is that about 7 out of 10 voters are angry, dissatisfied, sick of government. Number 1 thing. Number 2, amongst nearly every age group, blacks, Hispanics, independents, she underperformed Barack Obama. So the Clinton campaign had talked about that she would build a new kind of coalition, different than the Obama coalition. It is a different coalition, and she wasn't able to replicate the Obama coalition of 2012.
I was talking to African-American voters in Cleveland, and I said, do you feel the enthusiasm that you did for Obama? And they were telling me, no. I hope we have a big turnout, but I don't feel the groundswell.
Which is why President Obama made such a push to the black voters and a personal appeal to say you've got to get out and vote.
Charlie Rose is with the political panel for more analysis of what we're seeing at this hour. Charlie?
We're with Leslie Sanchez and Ben Dominic and Ruth Marcus of the Washington Post. This is more than a national election.
Absolutely. Talking to a lot of folks, certainly in the Republican Party, they feel this is an epic, certainly a historic global event, especially when you combine it with Brexit, which was very much a big part of Donald Trump's argument. And he's also talking about the fact, and Nora was talking about this too, that in the big cities, you saw the machine, the Democratic machine turn out. But what we see now is an avalanche of rural voters, small cities, the suburbs, the exurbs, that turned out in a big way for Donald Trump, and nobody really saw that wave coming.
You know, there's a saying that ideas don't run for president, people do. I think in this election you had two very controversial people, and ultimately you saw the motivating factor for Hillary Clinton's voters among the Barack Obama's constituencies, the younger voters, minority communities, etc., not be as much of a motivating factor as the motivation of Trump's supporters, both for him and against her. Ruth?
I know you don't want to hear this word, but I'm going to have to say recount. It could be that Donald Trump wins tonight and Hillary Clinton concedes, but if things are close in enough states, it's very possible that we could enter the 2016 version of a recount, which is counting provisional ballots. It's probably not going to happen, but it definitely could.
Thank you, Ben. I've got to go to break. We'll be right back. More from CBS News Election Central. Stay with us.
In the West, it is election night on CBS. In the East, it is election morning on CBS. It has been a long night, a fascinating night, Donald Trump's night so far. Let us show you the electoral map. Donald Trump well within striking distance of becoming 45th President of the United States. Hillary Clinton with 215 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 244. The red states are Trump, blue states are Clinton. The white states are those that we have not been able to make an estimate because the race is too close to call. The polls have just closed in the last state, and that is in Alaska. But while these states that you see in white are too close to call, Donald Trump is leading numerically by small margins in all 5.
Scott, this is something interesting from the exit polling team. 73% of the voters say they had made up their mind over a month ago, which means the Access Hollywood tape made very little difference. Neither did the FBI Hillary Clinton email controversy. So it seems that the cake was already baked. If you were for Hillary Clinton a month ago, you were still that. If you were for Donald Trump a month ago, I think that because there was so much speculation about the ups and downs of the campaign, we're switching people's minds. That does not appear to be the case.
Everyone at home is either online or has their notepad doing the math about the different paths to victory. And so let's go through the states to give everyone the very latest tally in those states that we have yet to call. We'll start first with those battlegrounds, which we can show you there. There's one state not on this battleground that I'm going to tell you about too in just a moment, but let's go first through these battlegrounds tonight. First, the state of Pennsylvania. 97% of the vote in the biggest electoral prize still left there. Michigan, Donald Trump has a slight lead there. Wisconsin, Hillary Clinton did not visit the state since the primary. Donald Trump did, spent money there. It has benefited him. Arizona, Hillary Clinton, the Goldwater girl originally, hoped to make a play there, but Donald Trump leaning in the state of Arizona. New Hampshire at this hour, a toss-up. Those are the states still left on the map. The one state we've not talked about in a bit, as we were all trying to do the math here, is Minnesota. Another one of these states that the Clinton campaign had felt comfortable about, had assumed that it was in the Democratic column. But at this hour, as you can see right here, this is a toss-up, according to CBS News.
I remember a conversation with John, and he said he had talked to the Trump people and said, "Why are you going to Minnesota?"
Yeah. Well, again, in the story as we look back on this campaign, I mean, the Trump people had a different set of data. It was consumer-related data. It was not sort of the normal state-of-the-art political polling. And a lot of the people in Republican circles who looked at the Trump polling and their methods thought, you know, it's not the same when you're selling a consumer product as when you're selling a candidate. Well, it turns out that the Trump people knew something. With their special black box of assessing the world, they figured out who their voters were, and they figured out how to get to them, and it looks like they're getting to them.
You know, Kellyanne Conway was just here this morning when we were all here however many hours ago, and she said one of the storylines of this campaign will be about how many non-political experts were involved in the Trump campaign. Their director of analytics, social media, people who had never worked on a presidential campaign before, pollsters who didn't predict this would happen. They were all that traditional class of consultants and pollsters, media buyers, Bob, have made a lot of money on these contests, winning and losing for their candidates.
You know, we still don't know anything about Maine. There are 4 electoral votes up there, and the polls just closed in Alaska. Let's don't forget old Alaska up there.
You know,
3 electoral votes, but those 3 electoral votes may matter.
It might matter.
One of the big themes of this campaign has been the kind of outsider, a populist versus the elites. Well, that's the message part, but it's also through the campaign and the way it was run. This was, we're going to do it our own different way. We're not going to listen to the specialists and the experts, although, of course, they used some of it from the Republican National Committee. But in form and message, it was an outsider campaign.
But, John, talk about specialists and the experts. You can't get a more special and expert than the Clinton machine. What does this say that this comes down for Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump? What does this say went wrong in her campaign if it doesn't turn out her way this evening?
Well, you know, if we're talking just about the Clinton campaign, it's got to be that Democrats were not excited about her, and they did everything they could with the state of the art. But as to pull out another cliche of politics, they say that the ground game and all this structure is good for a field goal, but you have to get within a field goal.
And she had the backing of an incumbent president who has very high approval ratings at this particular time.
Well, that's right. And we haven't seen a connection between an incumbent and a challenger like this. Even Bush and Reagan didn't campaign the way these two did.
I just think that that outsider versus insider, and those insiders who make a living trying to predict, turn out the vote, they are all scratching their heads tonight saying said that they got this totally wrong.
The political science books are going to get rewritten.
If my math is right, there's now 67 votes still on the board, still in play here. She needs 55. He needs 26. That shows you how close it is.
Nobody campaigned harder for Hillary Clinton in many of these swing states in recent weeks than President Obama, and Margaret Brennan is at the White House for us tonight. Margaret?
Well, a crowd has gathered here, Scott, but the silence from the White House is deafening. President Obama argued that the very fate of the republic, his words, hinged on this election, and he was on the stump for his successor more than any other president in modern history. Donald Trump, a man he called uniquely unfit for office, is going to deal Obama's historic presidency a serious blow. Clinton had promised that she would protect his signature achievement, Obamacare, which has been damaged in recent months. She had pledged to undertake immigration reform, roll out environmental protections, and defend that landmark nuclear deal with Iran, which Trump says he's going to tear up. Supreme Court nominee Merrick Garland doesn't look now like he'll get confirmed. That's going to leave us with a split Supreme Court. Trump said he's going to renegotiate Obama's free trade deal with Asia and other alliances. So this is going to make it very difficult on Monday when President Obama heads to Europe to try to reassure allies that America is going to stand by their defense, particularly considering that Trump has made friendly overtures to Russia. How is he going to explain this pledge to possibly start a trade deal with China? So this is going to be really difficult for the White House to explain away in the light of day. But Scott and Nora, President Obama said before the polls closed that when the sun rises, America will still be the greatest nation on earth. I think it's safe to say he didn't think he would wake up to this kind of result.
Margaret, it sounds like and it looks like there's a really large crowd around the White House. What's going on?
Well, Scott, there has been a crowd gathering over the past few hours, and it's gotten much, much larger just in the past 30 minutes or so. And you have seen more Secret Service move towards that front gate of the White House, just trying to protectively get things under control or watch for any threats. But you've got a mix here. You've got chants of Black Lives Matter. You've got anti-Donald Trump chants. You've got pro-Hillary chants. I see red, white, and blue balloons. There were some singing the American anthem and other patriotic sounds earlier. So it's sort of hard to, in many ways, pull through the gate exactly where sentiment is. It sounds just as confused as many of the political experts have been in predicting this outcome.
Margaret, thanks very much. And on January 20th, there is going to be a new resident in the most splendid of all public housing in America there on Pennsylvania Avenue.
It'll be interesting to see the world reaction to this result tonight, however it goes down. Especially, I think people will be surprised that it's gone so down to the wire. Secretary Kerry was saying the other day that parts of this election have just been downright embarrassing.
I do think it is important to point out at this hour, it is 1:10.
Yes.
And the reason that we have not made a call is because this race is so close in so many of these states.
And can still go either way.
It can still go either way. And while Donald Trump has had a very good night, we're still looking very closely at a number of these counties that are coming in, and we want to bring you all of that data as it becomes available to us.
It could go either way, but there are more ways for Donald Trump than there are for Hillary Clinton.
Yes, you want to be, I mean, if you're Donald Trump and you're looking at Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, you're seeing states in which the numbers are growing in your favor in those states. And if you couple that with what has happened tonight, you know, the momentum of the moment is with him. So you would rather be Donald Trump in this scenario.
And he's leading in the popular vote as well.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, as we talk about all these things, I want to remind you who are watching us right now that the moment any one of these states can be estimated in the favor of one candidate or the other, we will drop what we're doing. We will tell you instantly. You will be the first to know. Having said that, Charlie Rose has some insightful panelists for us to listen to right now. Charlie?
Indeed we do, Scott. Michael Gerson, the Washington Post, Peggy Noonan of the Wall Street Journal, and Republican strategist Frank Luntz. I begin with Frank. Tell me, what do you think?
This is inconceivable 5-6 hours ago. First, all exit polling should be banned. The fact is the numbers were wrong all the way across the table on state after state after state. The 5 p.m., the second wave got it wrong. Second, there is still a hidden Trump vote. People who refuse to tell pollsters who they voted for will not acknowledge it. And I think they're going to come out of the woodwork tonight. And third, how do you address that anger? Those are the people who really want to tear up, blow up Washington. They're going to have to figure out a way to work with them, with the House, the Senate. This is going to be the most chaos that we have seen in Washington in a long, long time.
Your belief is that Trump has won?
My belief, yes, I've had a chance to look at the counties. I believe that Trump will be the next president.
Peggy.
I think we should keep this in mind, tens of millions of Americans tonight who are experiencing this evening not only as a political event and a historical event, but as a spiritual event. They feel grateful. They feel they are rebuking a decayed establishment that has richly earned a rebuke in 25 different ways. Spoke to a friend of mine, a major Trump supporter, this evening. He told me, I just spoke to him, I said, how did you react when you realized this was going to happen? He's a tough, hard-boiled guy, and he said it was 9 p.m. and I burst into tears. He said, this is really going to be something. He said, but it's the right thing, we are certain. I leave it there.
We often saw in this campaign, when the focus was on Donald Trump, his numbers went down. When the focus was on Hillary Clinton, her numbers went down. My question at this hour of this election day, was this a victory for Trump or a loss for Hillary Clinton? Was it about Trump or Clinton?
Well, I think it's hard to argue that this isn't a victory for Trump. I mean, his people came out in the right places, in the right numbers, and brought an extraordinary upset, one of the largest in American history. And I think that's all
true. The largest political upset in American history if he goes on to win this.
Yeah, I think that's certainly
in
true.
our lifetime, certainly.
This is Dewey defeats Truman. This is since 1948.
But I have to add, though, that this is also a validation of a certain kind of politics, more cruel, more ruthless, more personal than any I've seen in my lifetime. He has a huge burden, if he wins this election, to do some form of outreach, to say that this is a single country and not use groups to attack in that way. I don't know if he's capable of that, but every president has that, and this president more than others.
If he wins, it's not only the biggest upset of our political memory, is it also the most transformative election because of who he was, how he campaigned, and what he did? Is it?
I think that's fair. On foreign policy, this is a total change from the Reagan foreign policy.
It's a change from the Bush foreign policy. I mean, it is a removal. It's almost like kicking away from the past 15 years, I think, is how Trump would see it.
50 years.
And his supporters, I must say, you said Trump said he would do this, and it is a remarkable thing. His supporters, too, all along said they were going to accomplish what they accomplished tonight. It is quite an achievement.
But the problem is, I've talked to his supporters a lot in the last year for your show.
Right.
They want revenge. They don't want cooperation. They don't want compromise.
What does revenge mean for them?
They want to get even with the people in Washington and Wall Street who did them down.
But what do you mean, get even?
Get even with the politicians who didn't listen to them. Get even with the businesses who've gotten rich and sent their jobs to foreign countries. Get even with a society that they think has turned against them. The one thing that the Trump people have in common is that they think they've lost their America and they want it back.
There's also confidence in a Trump government. The Dow Jones futures are going down, down, down.
Yes.
With great concern over what it means.
That does feel like Brexit. Yeah. You know it does. It's a very similar upturning of the establishment and then the financial establishment beginning to quake and quiver. We'll see what follows that.
Yeah, he won't be able to populate his entire government with loyalists. He will need Republicans to do this. And you could have people like Senator Corker as Secretary of State, which is a real possibility that would be reassuring to foreign countries and our allies. He could make moves like that if he wanted.
Okay, this question too. What's the possibility this election will be challenged and we'll have months and months of...
Well, we'll see what kind of a margin we're looking at the end of the night. If this is close, 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 it looks to me like there may be movement in the area of questioning certain state outcomes. If it seems more definitive than that, I would think it appropriate that it be accepted, and I would kind of expect that, although Mrs. Clinton is not someone who, she's like Trump in that neither of them would be quick to do a concession speech, so we'll see how that goes.
This is not about them, this is about their voters, and their voters are going to protest. We see it tonight in front of the White House. Mark my words, tomorrow those protests are going to grow.
All right, let me turn it over to Scott. As we try to find out if we're any way closer to a decision, we go to Scott at the decision desk.
This is the decision desk, and these are some of America's best political scientists and statisticians and vote counters, and they are looking at those last few states that are going to make the difference, and all of this is under the direction of Anthony Salvanto, our Director of Elections here at CBS. Anthony, when we were here about an hour ago, the board looked just like this.
Just like that.
Why don't we know what the votes are in these states yet?
A similar story all across here, Scott. It is down to figuring out just how many absentee ballots there are left around Detroit and in Wayne County. Those are places where Hillary Clinton has been doing okay, but if she's going to catch Donald Trump, who has a slight lead in the total vote, that'll have to be made up in there, because you see, he's done even better than Republicans typically do in counties all around it.
And in the remaining states in the upper Midwest?
Yeah, it's a similar story in Wisconsin, where we're looking around Milwaukee. We're hearing reports that there are still ballots outstanding. Not everything has been counted in and around Milwaukee. That is critical. As you see, Hillary Clinton is winning there. The only question is, are there more ballots there that can help her catch up?
Winning in Milwaukee County, but not in the state of Wisconsin overall.
But not in the state of Wisconsin. This is still relatively close for the state if the rest of Milwaukee comes in. Again, you see, we've been seeing 99% in, but this is a story we've told all night, which is the turnout is so high throughout so many of these states that not everyone knows exactly how many ballots are still outstanding.
Now, we've talked about a historic high turnout in Florida. Have you also seen history-making turnouts in other states, or do we know yet?
Yes, there has been high turnout, but I will tell you, it favors Donald Trump in that the turnout has been higher in more rural areas, in more ex-urban areas where his voters have been strong. It's not so much a pattern where people are swinging as it is relative to the turnout that Hillary Clinton got in her strongholds.
So what you're seeing here is a massive turnout of his voters, and that's why the map looks the way it does right now.
Yep.
What do you have to have in order to make estimates on the remaining states?
The ballots that are remaining, you have to have the rest of them counted in and included in those counts, so that once we can say where a state's going. At this point, it's less about models and patterns as it is about raw vote when it gets down to the end of the night and it's this close. So it's once they say, okay, that's it, we're done counting, that's when we can describe the state.
Let's look at the nation as a whole. Let me ask you two more quick questions.
Go.
What is the path for Hillary Clinton to win at this point? How is that possible?
Well, she'll have to hang on to Pennsylvania. That's going to be extremely narrow if she does. And then all of these states up here.
She has to sweep the
She'll have to sweep them. She'll have to sweep them.
And for Donald Trump, what are his paths?
Donald Trump has a lot of paths now. You know, we expect, now not all the votes counted in Arizona, but he's got a slight lead there, and then he would just need one or two of these other states where he's already got that slim lead. Once they finish counting, if he hangs on to that lead, then he would go up over.
Much easier for Trump now than Hillary Clinton. Donald Trump with 244, 270 needed to win. He's well within striking distance of being the 45th president of the United States. We will be back with the very latest vote total information on election night on CBS.
This is the closest presidential election I've covered, and I did cover the 2000 presidential election. In a number of states, we see extraordinarily close vote tallies. We want to go to Anthony Mason, who can explain what we are witnessing tonight. Anthony.
Yeah, Nora, we wanted to look at the exit polls to see kind of what the recipe is for motivating Trump voters. And you could kind of, if you remember the 1976 film Network and Howard Beale, I'm mad as hell, I'm not going to take it anymore. It's kind of a Howard Beale coalition, because 38% of Trump voters told us they're angry at the federal government. 93% said the country's on the wrong track. 77% said the fight with ISIS is going badly. 57% told us trade is taking jobs away. I remember going back a decade and covering the economy, hearing middle-class voters in Ohio tell me they felt that Washington protected the rich and protected the poor and forgot about them. And in the last 16 years, the median income in this country has not moved. That is a recipe for anger. Nora?
All right, Anthony Mason, thank you. I want to go back.
Looking at exit polls, yeah. Nora, if I could follow up on what Anthony said. One of the things that united the Trump voters is 74% of them said they want that wall, something that he announced on that very first ride down the escalator 500+ days ago. They want the wall.
And who's going to pay for it? Mexico. All right, as he chants in those rallies. And then, of course, as we witnessed in the debate we covered, too, though, Hillary Clinton challenged him on whether Trump had the guts to bring it up. I think she used the word cojones with the president of Mexico about who would pay for that wall. We've got a lot more information ahead. We're going to take you inside these battleground states that we have yet to call. Also explain why some of them we're still calling a toss-up. It has to deal with some absentee ballots in some of these main cities in these battleground states. We'll have more straight ahead. CBS Election Night continues at 1:24 in the morning.
There you go.
Are so close, we cannot even estimate who the winner is going to be yet. We are watching the last vote totals come in on many of these states, and it is that we're going to have to rely on in order to tell you who has won them. But we can say at this point that in the 5 swing states that remain, Arizona, Michigan, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Donald Trump does have a small numeric lead in all 5 of those. He is knocking on the door of 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue, and it could be Pennsylvania that puts him over the top. If you'll have a look at the board there, Donald Trump with 2.8 million votes, Hillary Clinton 2.7 million votes. It doesn't get a whole lot closer than that, folks. And now here is Wisconsin, also a very close result. Let's have a look at the battlegrounds in their entirety. There were 13 states at the beginning of Election Day, which was yesterday, and 13 states that were battleground states. It could go either way. These are the states that were going to decide the election. The ones marked in red are the ones that we have estimated will go to Donald Trump. The ones in blue, Hillary Clinton, and the ones that are not colored are the states that are still outstanding. John Dickerson, how has Donald Trump done this?
He's done it by running up the score in the rural parts of America. In the parts when we first met with Donald Trump back in 2015 in his office, he said basically it was pretty simple. He needed to turn out the vote that Mitt Romney couldn't turn out in the conservative base that he knew was there and that he knew he'd be able to turn out. That's what he did.
And the conventional wisdom, sorry, Gail, was that what the Republican Party had to do, must do in order to win, is bring in women, bring in African Americans, bring in Latinos, and Donald Trump has repudiated that and proven that that was not the case.
That's right. There was a bit of a debate whether you had to do that immediately for this presidential election cycle, or whether you had to get on your way to doing it because the demographic changes would hurt the party in 2020. Well, he said, forget all that, and he went and did it his own way and found his own people to do it.
He also said all along he didn't really need the GOP establishment to accomplish what he wanted to do, and he certainly didn't.
And also, we should pile up all the things that were arrayed against him, including all of the ad spending by all of the Clinton team and all of their friends and allies, plus all of the celebrities, plus all of the other the media in the kind of popular media. The entertainers were against him. I mean, he had a lot going against him.
He actually smirked at the Clinton campaign, I thought, the other day when he said, there's no J-Lo, no Jay-Z, no Jay-Z, no Katy Perry. It's just me, and I don't even sing. And look at the crowd that came just to see me. I tell you, it's a beautiful thing. I mean, and clearly that worked for him.
He was right about that.
Yes. We have talked about that money is the mother's milk of politics. In this race, Hillary Clinton raised and outspent Donald Trump by a lot. I looked at the numbers before we began the night. Hillary Clinton had raised about $1.3 billion, including state party committees. Donald Trump, it was about $800 million. She had about a $500 million advantage. She creamed him when it was on the airways during the summer. She way outspent him, you know. She was on the airways when he wasn't. So he's managed to do this well despite some of those structural advantages that favored the Democrat.
About 6 hours ago, there were high spirits at the Clinton campaign headquarters here in Manhattan, but that has changed dramatically. Nancy Cordes is there for us this morning. Nancy?
Scott, I just talked to a Democratic strategist very close to the Clinton campaign who said that no one is considering this over just yet, but they are not delusional either. And he brought up a name that we haven't heard a lot of over the past few hours, and that is James Comey. He argues that the reason that the Clinton campaign was surprised by these close races in Wisconsin, in Michigan, and Pennsylvania is partly because no one could have seen this bombshell coming 2 weeks ago, that the FBI director would send a letter to Congress informing them that his agents were looking at new emails related to Hillary Clinton's use of a private server. He and many other Democrats are going to argue that turned off a lot of white working class voters who were trying to decide at that point between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump. And further, they argued that even though a couple of days ago Comey essentially sent another letter saying, never mind, we've looked at these emails, it doesn't change our fundamental understanding of the case, all that did was inject the email issue, which has always been a loser for her, right at the end of the race, essentially 1 day before Election Day. And so you will see a lot of Democrats arguing that he had a role to play if she loses in her loss. And Republicans, on the other hand, will say if she hadn't used a private email account and email server in the first place, then he wouldn't have had to send any letters at all.
But let's also remember those days before the Democratic National Convention when she was having a knockdown, drag-out fight with Bernie Sanders, who had generated a national movement of his own on the Democratic side. How much do you think that hurt Hillary Clinton?
I think it was very difficult for her because during that race, Bernie Sanders tied her very closely to Wall Street over and over again. He called her the candidate of Wall Street, and that was something that hadn't been a huge problem for her historically, but that combined with all of the big speeches that she gave to Wall Street firms in the year leading up to her decision to get into the race really hurt her in a year that people were looking for outsiders and felt that she was the ultimate insider, perhaps beholden to big banks. And so he did come around, obviously, in the general election. He did get behind her, but he was always more convincing making a case against Trump than he was making a case for Clinton. And in some of these states, I think you will see that the margin of victory for Donald Trump could end up being very close to the number of votes that these third-party candidates racked up. And those are votes primarily coming from young people, from disaffected supporters of Bernie Sanders in many cases, who might have otherwise gone for Hillary Clinton.
Loud and clear about the Comey letters and the problems that they may or may not have caused. But we had an exit poll about an hour ago that said 74% of the people that cast their votes today had made up their mind a month ago. Although when you look at the results tonight, I guess the exit polls don't hold a lot of credibility at this particular time. But they do say that the cake was baked in.
Told us on CTM, CBS this morning, that he didn't think it had that kind of impact.
Yes, he did say that.
The interesting thing, too, is she had an array of surrogates. The president and the first lady, the former president, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders.
Joe Biden.
Joe Biden, all out for her. Donald Trump had nobody but himself.
You know, while Robbie Mook did say it didn't matter at the time, there are going to be a lot of people in whose interests it will be if Donald Trump wins the presidency to argue that Comey did this in order to get themselves off the hook, to explain why it didn't work out, in order to make excuses.
But Charlie raises a very good point, because he did say that right after. No, they don't think that had any effect whatsoever.
Now, in full disclosure, I was a philosophy major, not a math major in college. But I think for anyone at home trying to do this math, because we've all been sitting here trying to do it, I hope this is helpful. But as we put that up on the board, that Trump 244 and Clinton 215, these are the states that are remaining, that add up to 79 votes. Am I right, Bob? You've been doing...
Right.
We're
my
right.
Arithmetic teacher, Mary Hager, corrected my figures, and that's absolutely right.
So this is where we're hanging, right in the middle. So we've got still a number of states here. Now, while some of these are edging to Donald Trump, we've got a number of them up on the board. We can talk about them. But this is where we stand now at 1:40 in the morning, and this is why we haven't called this race tonight.
Nora, can I just say, you might not have been a math major, but you have very good penmanship. Very easy to read. Thank you.
It is the least likely possibility, but there's still a possibility of a tie.
There is still a possibility.
269 tie, and then the U.S. House of Representatives would decide who the President of the United States is, and the Senate would decide who the Vice President is.
And Gail, the way that there would be a tie is there are 2 states in the Electoral College map that split their votes by congressional district. Those 2 states are Maine and Nebraska. So Maine still has 4 electoral votes. We've not called that. Those can split 3 plus 1 or 2 plus, right, John, 2 plus 3 and 1.
There are a lot of people.
And Nebraska still has 1 electoral.
There are a lot of people in bed already looking and saying, when are they going to be able to call this thing?
Yes.
Well, we don't know.
This, I mean, this made it more clear to me. This is a lot still. This is a lot still to call with a lot of reports.
You're talking about 90 and 95% of the votes in all of those places.
That's
where there's razor thin margins, and Anthony is telling us that they're hearing through the wires, through the Secretary of State, that there are absentee ballots that for some reason or another apparently have not been counted.
Right. Is it all about the absentee ballots at this time? Is that what we're waiting for, absentee ballots?
Yeah, well, in those states that are the Midwestern states that aren't being called, that seems where it looks like, and you look in every county, it looks like 99% of the vote is in.
Well, where are the absentee ballots, y'all? Why aren't they sitting there at the office and somebody's going 1, 2, 3, 4?
Also, part of the problem is, Gail, that they're also, because of the turnout, they're not, they think they've got all the vote in, but they're in the modeling, they're not quite sure.
Sometimes the registrar, this is particularly true where I grew up in Texas, they would put the votes in the trunk of the car, drive home, and the next morning they'd get up and deliver the votes down to the county seat.
Or see how many they needed.
I was going to say, how many ever made it out of the trunk?
Yeah. But one of these states that we're talking about and waiting on is the state of Wisconsin. We now show it, CBS News shows it as leaning for Donald Trump. He has a small numeric lead there. Our Chip Reed has been following the campaign there in Wisconsin. Chip?
Well, hi, Scott. You can see behind me that they've torn this room apart here. This is where Paul Ryan had his victory celebration tonight on his re-election for his 9th term to the House of Representatives. And we are told that earlier this evening, Paul Ryan called Donald Trump and congratulated him on his big night. And they say they had a very nice conversation. It's a very interesting dance we're going to see between these two if Donald Trump does pull out this victory, because you may recall that a month ago, after that tape was released, the Billy Bush tape, in which Donald Trump talked so rudely and lewdly about women, Paul Ryan was so offended that he said he wasn't going to defend him anymore and he wasn't going to campaign with him. That really angered a lot of Trump supporters, and tonight some are saying that Trump should do everything he can to keep Paul Ryan from being reelected as Speaker. So you've got a real drama going on here in Wisconsin, aside from the fact that this race is so close. And by the way, when we first came out here a few days ago to cover this, we didn't even come here to cover it as a battleground state. We came to cover the battle between Trump and Ryan. It only became a battleground state today, really. So people really missed what was going on here.
Chip Reed in Wisconsin for us tonight. And also we should make note that the Democrats needed to pick up 5 seats in order to take control of the Senate, and they have failed to do that. The Senate will remain in Republican hands. We will have the very latest vote totals for you when we come back as election night on CBS continues.
Okay, one more time from our experts. We got Mark Leibovich, Michelle Norris, and Ben Domenech, the publisher of The Federalist, from Aspen Institute, and from the New York Times. Think about this, and what do we add to this conversation? Donald Trump pivoting to governing.
That is the question. I mean, this is someone who has not pivoted really to anything. I mean, it's been one of the more
sort of overused buzzwords in this whole election. He never really pivoted to being a nominee. He did it his way. He's now going to get a chance to sort of do whatever it is his way. I think he's obviously promised a great deal. We'll see if he can deliver.
In broad principles rather than laying out deeply detailed programs.
Yes, but I think tone is would be the first thing to do. I mean, how gracious would he choose to be if he is elected president?
If he is winning, we can't forget that Chris Christie is his transition committee chairman.
You have to remember that Donald Trump was elected by people who want him to bring change to Washington should he be elected. That's what they're looking for. Oftentimes, when presidents are elected, people see the pivot almost immediately. When Barack Obama was elected in 2008, people were in the room said they could see something immediately change in his voice and his demeanor. I don't know that you're going to see that from Donald Trump. That's not who he is. That's not, as Mark said, what we've seen throughout the campaign.
The last time you had someone like Donald Trump rise to this level of office, it was Andrew Jackson, and he insulted all the people at the time, too. Everyone clutched their pearls in Washington at someone who was coming in and who was wrecking the system. But the truth is that in this role, Donald Trump is going to have to turn to the advisors and to the supporters that we've seen around him over the course of the past several months for advice, people like former House Speaker Newt Gingrich and others who are going to give him advice on how to participate and run the actual office of the presidency. The question, from my perspective right now, is what is the very first note that he sounds? A conciliatory note where he says, we are not enemies, we must not be enemies, but friends. You know, it must be an approach that really makes clear to the American people that that he is not someone who is going to use the office of the presidency to engage in the kind of vindictive behavior that he has over the course of this election.
I do think, I mean, there is sort of a choice, but not a choice, but there is humility and there's vindication. You have a sense that he will take his victory, if he were to win, as a sign that he can, his way was the way to get him here. I think clearly anyone who's ever been elected president will say that a kind of just something comes over you the second it looks like you're going to be elected.
There were so many things during this campaign that we said he cannot get beyond this. It almost began with the McCain comment all the way through what happened on the bus. He can't get beyond this. But it looks like he will.
The ultimate I told you so administration.
Although we have not been able to find his way yet to 270 votes.
You know, it is a situation that is unprecedented in a lot of ways. I think there are a lot of Americans right now who are probably concerned about the direction that their country is taking. There are a lot of people who didn't support Donald Trump. But I think that it's incumbent upon us to be hopeful about the fact that a lot of Americans have come out and given voice to concern and to I think a rising level of frustration.
But it's also incumbent on him to recognize the fact that there are great reservations, and an act of leadership is to reassure a nation.
It's important.
We're a nation of states.
We're a nation.
And you may not hear that from him, but you can, I mean, this is, for some people, this is a very scary moment. There are a lot of people, this feels like a thunderclap. And what you may see is that kind of leadership not necessarily coming from Washington, D.C., but coming from the states.
The thing to keep in mind, though, is that while we may look at this as being a moment of chaos, and around the world and certainly in the markets, I think that they are looking at it that way. From the perspective of the people who voted for Trump, this was an act of democracy. This was an act of representative democracy, not chaos, not something that's throwing the system out, but something that sends the message that the system needs to change.
All right, let's go back to Scott.
Charlie, thank you very much. But wherever you are on Donald Trump's successes this evening, about 56 million Americans are happy about it and 55 million Americans are not, those being the popular vote totals. Major Garrett is at the Trump headquarters tonight. Major?
Scott, the crowd, and it may start this chant again, but just a few moments ago was bellowing in its very lusty way, call it, call it, call it. There is a sense in this Midtown Hilton, where Donald Trump has his victory headquarters, that they are on the cusp of victory, that they are on the cusp of this historic breakthrough, propelling Donald Trump, a political novice, no military experience, utterly unprecedented in the history of the American presidency, the 45th president of the United States. They believe that moment is coming very, very soon. And to pick up on the point of Charlie Rose's panel just a moment ago, yes, Trump voters do believe this is a radiant expression of their definition of democracy, their definition of what America is, what it ought to be, and what it can possibly be. And they believe Donald Trump is their best voice in achieving that. A couple of quick words about his approach to governing. I've been talking to Republicans on Capitol Hill. They are not necessarily optimistic, but they're sanguine about dealing with Donald Trump for one reason, and one reason specifically. Mike Pence. the running mate of Donald Trump, former member of the House, well-known, well-respected. They expect Donald Trump to lean heavily on Mike Pence for many of his first legislative initiatives, specifically his promise to rapidly replace and repeal the Affordable Care Act. And who is one of Mike Pence's closest friends in the United States Congress? Speaker of the House, Paul Ryan. There is some great expectation, Scott, among Republicans I've been talking to tonight, that Mike Pence can be a bridge between Donald Trump and the Speaker of the House, and a productive one at that.
Major Garrett, thank you very much, Major. Let us bring you up to date now on where the election is. What's taking so long? Well, it's just that close. And it really matters what some of these vote totals are, because they are so close in so many of the states. This is the Electoral College map that we have for you. Hillary Clinton, 215. Donald Trump, 244. Well within striking distance of the 270 that he needs to win. Those states that are in white are the states where the polls have closed, but still, after hours of counting, the race is so close in those states, CBS News has been unable to make a projection of the winner. Nora, take us through some of the individual states.
Yeah, let me just show you this real quickly, why we are not able to call this race, because what races still remain on the table. Here is just my rough sketch of sort of Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, New Hampshire, Alaska, and one more in Nebraska. All those add up to 79 electoral votes. And of course, winning those states, the right number of those, getting you to 270 would win you the presidency. Two quick things before we go to the boards. Quickly, Secretary, we've not seen Donald Trump or Secretary Hillary Clinton yet tonight. Clearly they are behind doors with their closest advisors and their family looking at these results, and we are looking at these results, trying to figure out who is the winner tonight, who's going to be the 45th
supporters seem
president.
to be getting antsy.
Yes. The Clintons' campaign chairman, John Podesta, has left the Peninsula Hotel and is headed now to the Javits Center. So perhaps we'll get some sort of update from the Clinton campaign about what they see from these results. Now let's head to the states. Pennsylvania, which is the keystone state and key to a Hillary Clinton win tonight. We see here that, well, it's narrowed since the last time that we looked at this. He had opened up a bit of a margin. Now we're back to less than 80,000 votes. One of the reasons that CBS News has not called this up until now, the last update I received was there was some question about some absentee ballots in and from the Philadelphia area. Let's take a look at Michigan. That state there, again, look at how close that is. That looks like, to me, less than 70,000 votes in the state of Michigan. Again, some discussion about absentee ballots around the Detroit area. Arizona, what has been a traditionally Republican state, but has the largest number of Hispanics of all of the battleground states. You see Donald Trump with a margin there. Wisconsin, a state that Hillary Clinton did not visit since the primary, and Donald Trump is doing quite well in that state. But also, if you look at the vote tally, it's close. And New Hampshire, look at this, less than 4,000 votes in the state of New Hampshire. It's just 4 electoral votes. But had Al Gore won New Hampshire in 2000, he would have been president of the United States.
Is Gary Johnson the spoiler for Hillary Clinton here? Gary Johnson, the independent candidate?
We'll have to look in places like North Carolina and Florida, where he got some of the, certainly the younger vote, those 18 to 29-year-olds. We'll have to make sure and take a look at the margins and see if they're big enough. But just, you know, we started out the night saying that it was very difficult for Donald Trump to get his 6 different pathways. Now the narrative has completely flipped. It is very difficult for Hillary Clinton, with those deficits in those 3 states of Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, to succeed in winning those, and then you'd still have to deal with New Hampshire and Maine.
But isn't it also true that no matter which one of them wins, it will be by a razor-thin margin? Perhaps in some of these battleground.
Perhaps, but because of the number, you know, if he were to win all of them, he'd be up in the 300 range on electoral votes, and that's, you know, once you go over 300, you get to start talking about a mandate.
How likely is that, though, John, that he
well,
could
if he
win
wins
all,
Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, that gets him over 300.
But is that likely that he can do that?
Well, he's up by at least 70,000 in all three. So.
But to Nora's point, in the popular vote, they're separated by 1%.
Yeah.
Out of 100 million votes, they're separated by 1 million votes. So that just shows you how narrowly divided the nation is. Elaine, what are you seeing?
Well, Scott, so you mentioned Gary Johnson. Our team has actually been doing the math. And so with respect to Florida, for instance, under 130,000 votes separated these two candidates. But when you look at the combined vote totals for both Gary Johnson and Jill Stein, that number is in the neighborhood of 267,800 votes. So you consider the effect that these third-party candidates had in a battleground state like Florida. We're also looking at states like Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. The numbers are fluctuating, but right now, something like 70,000, 80,000 votes in Pennsylvania separating these two candidates. Right now, Johnson and Stein combined have about 188,000 votes separating them. So 188,000 votes combined. So you see the effect here of these candidates.
Yes, I can report something right now. I'm hearing right now from the Clinton campaign that the reason that the campaign chairman, John Podesta, left the Peninsula Hotel and left Secretary Clinton is that he is going to the Javits Center to say that it is too close to call. So I think, you know, they know that people are leaving the Javits Center, that we saw the pictures earlier, that people were dispirited, some even crying. Now the campaign chairman is going over to rally the troops, and according to an official inside the Clinton campaign, to say it is too close to call.
Is it too close to call or not wanting to accept reality? Because some people are saying it's not so close to call.
We will be back with more CBS News coverage of tonight's historic election. It's election night on CBS. It's election night on CBS, and we have breaking news. CBS News has now made an estimate in the state of Maine. We are projecting that when all the votes are counted, Hillary Clinton will be the winner in the state of Maine with its 4 electoral votes. So that brings Hillary Clinton's total up to 218. Donald Trump 244, but still a very steep hill for Hillary Clinton to climb.
Again, we're looking inside those additional states, and really the ones that have animated our conversation in particular involve Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, right? Do they have a similar electorate in those states? John?
Yes, well, they do. It's that non-college, blue-collar population. What makes Pennsylvania a little bit different, I mean, Pennsylvania and Michigan, the coalition for Hillary Clinton would have to be African Americans plus those suburban college-educated women. In Michigan, she only won it by 5 points, college-educated women. So that's not a huge amount for her. Whereas in Pennsylvania, she's up by 14 points with college-educated women. So she would have wanted a bigger margin with that group. By the way, giving her Maine, it continues allowing the possibility of the screenwriters 269 to 269 electoral college tie. Since we just called Maine for Hillary Clinton.
The Clinton team and watch party was assembled at the Javits Center here in New York, just 2 miles away from where the Trump team was gathered. The Clinton team choosing this place because the Javits Center, which is a convention center in New York City, has a glass ceiling. The Clinton team wanting to make the symbolism there that to place cracks in the glass ceiling. That has not occurred as of 2 o'clock in the morning on the East, and so the Clinton campaign chairman, John Podesta, has left the hotel, and here he is to address the crowd. Let's listen.
Thank you. Well, folks, I know you've been here a long time, and it's been a long night and it's been a long campaign. But I could say we can wait a little longer, can't we? They're still counting votes, and every vote should count. Several states are too close to call, so we're not going to have anything more to say tonight. So listen to me. Everybody should head home. You should get some sleep. We'll have more to say tomorrow. I want you to know, I want every person in this hall to know, and I want every person across the country who supported Hillary to know that your voices and your enthusiasm means so much to her and to Tim and to all of us. We are so proud of you. And we are so proud of her. She's done an amazing job, and she is not done yet. So thank you for being with her. She has always been with you. I have to say this tonight. Good night. We will be back. We'll have more to say. Let's get those votes counted, and let's bring this home. Thank you so much for all of you have done. You are in all of our hearts. Thank you.
The Clinton team had written a victory speech for this party on this night, and we have just witnessed John Podesta telling everyone to go home, that there will be no victory speech or concession speech from Hillary Clinton tonight, and that they're going to wait it out until sometime tomorrow.
Not only, Scott, had they had a victory speech planned, but last week it was announced that they had had a fireworks display planned, and then that was canceled this week. I think they thought better of, well, maybe that doesn't send. They got hammered for announcing that. And then there was a problem, they said, with the permit, so that was scrapped. But it's so interesting. There was so much time spent on, I didn't see one interview with Donald Trump or one of his surrogates. If it doesn't go the way he planned, will he graciously concede? Every interview with Donald Trump or anybody associated with him asked that question.
Well, but I mean, that was the question going into the night.
Yes.
You know, if it was close, would one of the candidates not concede? I think most people thought that would be Donald Trump. It turns out it's the Clinton campaign. I mean,
but you're not saying she should concede while there's still votes on the table.
Yeah, exactly.
No,
I don't mean that. But I mean the irony of what we're seeing unfold tonight.
I mean,
you know,
Bob, have you ever seen anything like this?
Well, I was the one who said yesterday, you know, the way this thing is going, the next thing it'll happen, it'll rain frogs. Well, it's looking like
frogs are coming.
Well,
ribbit.
2004, John Kerry took a little while to get his to concede. So,
I assume what they're doing also is figuring out whether there's a challenge they can make if in fact they're losing and look at it, and they'll have a few hours to make that and look at the votes and say, here's a way that we can challenge it if we want to.
Yeah, I don't have access because we're all staring at the numbers, whether there have been a discussion about legal challenges in some of these states. I have not heard one at this particular point, but I think what we are seeing is these razor thin. But how extraordinary to have. We're not going to hear from Hillary Clinton tonight.
Yes.
One of the scenarios tonight was that this country would elect its first woman president as the 45th president, the first female commander-in-chief. We're not going to hear from her. I think the next question is, will we hear from Donald Trump?
Well, I'll bet you nobody from the Donald Trump campaign is thinking about going home. And I'll bet there are no charges tonight of a rigged election over at the Trump campaign headquarters.
Nancy Cordes is in the rapidly emptying Jacob Javits Center for us tonight. Nancy?
Well, Scott, it looks like people are heeding John Podesta's advice and filing out. You can see some people are crying. Some people just look kind of stunned. And I think the Clinton campaign itself is trying to figure out what to do next. Does Hillary Clinton stay here in Manhattan or go home to Chappaqua? If they say something in the morning, what do they say? I was digging a little bit deeper into the numbers in Wisconsin to try to figure out what's going on there. Took a look at the states most populous county by far, Milwaukee County. And it turns out that the vote totals in that Democratic stronghold are off more than 100,000 voters from 4 years ago. Hillary Clinton won the county by just about as large of a percentage as President Obama did. She beat Donald Trump there by 32%, while President Obama beat Mitt Romney there by 34%. But she was just starved of the votes that she needed in that county to offset Donald Trump's totals in more rural parts of the state. So the question becomes, was it complacency on the part of voters there? Was it disaffection with Hillary Clinton? Was it a second-rate ground game in a state that the campaign thought wasn't going to be competitive, that they thought they had in the bag based on past Democratic performance there? It's probably a little bit of all of the above. They're not ready to throw in the towel yet, clearly. You heard John Podesta basically say, let's find out what happens in the morning. But it's incredibly discouraging for a campaign that, if anything, was known for a superior ground game and had all the money in the world to air ads, to hire staffers in any state that they thought was going to be a challenge.
Nancy Cordes there. And John, this has been the central question tonight. Did Hillary Clinton underperform? Did Donald Trump overperform? What about in Wisconsin there?
So this is interesting. So what Nancy was talking about is Milwaukee County on the eastern side of Wisconsin, and Hillary Clinton got 236,000 total votes that have been totaled right now. Barack Obama got about 100,000 more in Milwaukee County. So you could say, one conclusion could be, well, she didn't turn out the vote there. But then in Dane County, another Democratic county, she got about the identical number of votes that Barack Obama did. So did she not turn them out in Milwaukee, or is there some absentee? Is that what, there are some votes that are, is that what's the holdup? That there, because if she was able to do it in Dane, being off by 100,000 in Milwaukee
huge number.
Is a little surprising. So that may be one of the reasons that Milwaukee is, and we should, I mean, and Wisconsin's still waiting to be called, even though Donald Trump has a lead of a little close to 80,000 votes.
Let's look at where the race is right now, and after that I want to show you Pennsylvania. But first, let's look at the nation as a whole. This is where the electoral vote stands right now. Hillary Clinton 218, Donald Trump 244. Now that hasn't changed in a very long time because we are waiting for these states in white. The vote totals are so close in those states that we have been unable to estimate a winner yet. Now in Pennsylvania, that is the largest state in terms of electoral votes still in play. Pennsylvania has 20 electoral votes. Have a look at this. Donald Trump, 2,886,000. Hillary Clinton, 2,810,000. So, wow, he has a lead, a significant lead, not a decisive lead. We have about 1% of the vote in Pennsylvania that has yet to be counted. And if you look at the third-party candidate, Gary Johnson, 141,000 votes. Had those swung Hillary Clinton's way, she would be winning Pennsylvania, and that would perhaps save her chances to become the 45th president of the United States. But that is not the way it has worked out. Donald Trump now has slender numerical majorities in all 5 of the swing states that are outstanding. He only needs to win, depending on the state, 2 or 3 of these. Hillary Clinton would have to win nearly all of them. And with Donald Trump leading in those states, that seems very unlikely.
Bob, are we anywhere close to calling any of these really close ones right now?
We may be inching closer to it, Bob. John, do you have any insight on that?
I think we have to talk to Anthony. Wisconsin had a record absentee ballots. Milwaukee County would be one where you would have probably a lot of absentee ballots. The fact that the count in Milwaukee is so down from Obama 12 suggests that that would be a good place for exploration with Anthony.
Anthony Salvanto, our
yes.
Director of Elections, who crunches all these numbers with his team for us over there.
But Scott, have any of you ever seen a case like this? I know we've been saying this all night. We've never seen, where one candidate just says, I'm going home, while the others are still saying, wait, we're going to sit in count. Have you ever seen anything like that?
Gore did it.
Well, Gore did it, of course, but then
the other
Kerry did it in
candidates
04.
Remember, there was in Ohio, as I recall, in 2004, there were long lines. There were charges that the vote wasn't counted, and there was kind of a discussion about Ohio in 2004, which extended. In fact, I think I was covering the White House. I remember going up to the family residence at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
John Kerry didn't give his concession speech in 2004 till Wednesday afternoon. So, so this is not that far in the past that that this happened.
Well, I take it we're not going home for a while.
Apparently not.
I mean,
no matter what John Podesta says, we're going to be right here.
For a dollar. I've stayed up this
we can just do CBS this morning, right?
I know. I mean,
yes,
it's technically.
You got the table. Why not?
And it's CBS this morning. Yes. We'll be on the air shortly.
Major Garrett is at the Trump campaign for us tonight. Major, I assume they're still hanging in there.
Oh, yes. Everyone's hanging in here. They're waiting for the moment. And when John Podesta, the chairman of Hillary Clinton's campaign, was shown on the large screens here, there were the lusty boos. You would expect that. But then the chant came. The chant I've heard 100 times if I've heard it once. Lock her up. Lock her up. There is, I think we should point out, if there isn't a concession from Hillary Clinton tonight, and clearly there will not be, and if it drags on into the morning, there will be friction between these two campaigns as a result of Hillary Clinton's decision not to appear, number one, and number two, not to concede. Now, what is Donald Trump going to do with tonight's results? They're waiting for Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan to be called and called definitively. They feel very good about all three states. I just received a text from former Governor Corbett of Pennsylvania who said he is certain, based looking at all the results, 99.24% of the vote in, that Trump is going to win Pennsylvania. But the Trump campaign is waiting for those definitive calls. Ironically, by the news organizations he heaps so much condemnation on when he's out on the stump. One other bit of irony. Those in Trump's inner circle find it rich, deeply rich in irony, that tonight, or this morning rather, at this precipice of the presidential election possibly leaning in Donald Trump's direction, it is Hillary Clinton who is showing hesitation about accepting the result, not Donald Trump. We all remember what ensued after the third debate when he left that an open question. The Trump inner circle finds that among the most richly ironic aspects of this early morning on Wednesday.
Major Garrett at the Trump headquarters for us. Believe us, folks, the moment we can make a projection on any of these races, we're going to do it, and you're going to be the first to know. But the vote totals are so close in these remaining states that we are unable to do that yet. However, we will keep trying on the other side of this commercial break. It is election night on CBS. Good morning. It is election morning here.
Good morning.
On CBS, and we are still waiting for a few states to come in. Donald Trump is leading by small margins in these states. If he wins 2 or 3 of them now, he will be the 45th president of the United States. Let's have a look at Wisconsin. This is one of the states that we are projecting is leaning Donald Trump's way, but we're unable to project him as the winner because the vote totals just aren't there yet. There he is, 1,385,000 votes. Hillary Clinton, 1,309,000 votes. And it is the same story in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, New Hampshire, very close vote totals. Let's have a look at Pennsylvania. There is Donald Trump with 2.9 million, Hillary Clinton with a little over 2.8 million. 97% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania, just a few outstanding, still a little bit too close to call. Pennsylvania is the largest state outstanding at this point, and if Pennsylvania goes Donald Trump's way, which it appears to be heading that way, it is all but over for Hillary Clinton tonight. Michigan as well. You see the numbers for Michigan.
It is, and yet our decision desk still has Pennsylvania and Michigan as toss-ups at this hour, as well as New Hampshire. Wisconsin is leaning Republican, and Arizona is leaning Republican, but Michigan, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, still toss-ups, according to the CBS News decision desk, which we're showing right now, is they are all looking very closely at those numbers.
Yeah, the jackets have come off because it's like it's hot in here already all of a sudden. But, you know, I feel like someone needs to find Alanis Morissette's song, Isn't It Ironic? Because we started off the beginning of the evening, you know, all those hours ago, saying people are anxious, at least the wait will be over. By the end of the night, we will know something. And now as we sit here at 2:32 Eastern Time, we still don't really know.
Yeah.
You're looking at Trump campaign headquarters, their watch party tonight, and Major Garrett is there for us. Donald Trump is expected at any moment.
Yeah, Donald Trump is here. The top advisors to his campaign are beginning to make their way toward the center of the stage. Sarah Palin, an early endorser of Donald Trump, John McCain's running mate, is here inside the Hilton in Midtown Manhattan. We are told that Donald Trump will be out momentarily. We don't know exactly how many moments from now, but sometime in the very near future. And because there's not a concession from Hillary Clinton, he will not declare absolute victory, we are told, but talk about the direction he sees, and the numbers in all of the states still outstanding point very favorably in his direction, and that he wants to thank his supporters and talk about this moment and bask a little bit in the improbability of it all, but also tell the country that he's going to wait, see how the numbers come in, and when the news organizations declare him the victor at some point, and the propriety of a concession from Hillary Clinton, should it come, is carried out, then he will declare himself the winner. So in that sense, you can begin to see in the emerging possibility of a President-elect Trump a deference to the methodology, the long-standing process of working through a presidential election, a hard-fought one, and a closely contested one. But Trump does want to enjoy this moment and share it with his supporters and give the country a bit of a glimpse about what he sees and what he expects in the coming hours. And I made a reference to this a moment ago, but I really do think it's worth pointing out. Every day that Donald Trump gives a speech, he heaps scorn on the dishonest, lying media. I find it ironic that at this moment, what is holding Donald Trump back from declaring himself the next president of the United States is that very same media going through the numbers meticulously, accurately, probingly to declare him the winner.
Major, thank you very much. And we are not holding back, folks. Believe me, none of us want to be sitting here at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Sure we do, Scott.
Our decision desk is going over these numbers, as Major said, meticulously. We just want to make sure that we make these estimates correctly for you. And so we are still counting the last votes in some of these states that are so close. You know, what a difference 6 or 8 hours makes. The Hillary Clinton watch party early this evening filled up with high spirits. They were expecting to win. They thought it was going to be a walk, perhaps. The Trump campaign watch party was much more somber in the beginning. They were afraid they were going to get clobbered. And then slowly, as the night progressed, it dawned on both of them.
Right. Donald Trump with 245 electoral votes, and Hillary Clinton with 218. And we should point out, as we also look at the popular vote and Donald Trump leading in the popular vote, that if we return to the map of the United States, we still have a number of states that are not blue or red. As you can see, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New Hampshire. Those are battleground states. Those are the states that our decision desk are looking at. That's why Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman said go to sleep. Donald Trump will have something else to say about that shortly. But these are the states why we're still sitting here at 2:35 in the morning.
You know, it's so interesting how evenly and closely divided our country is. You saw that popular vote. It really hasn't changed in terms of the difference all night long. Donald Trump has been ahead by 1 million votes out of 100 million cast, round numbers. In other words, he's been ahead by 1%, and that has really been the case over the last several hours. It hasn't changed much at all.
You know, I remember, Scott, when we assembled here at 5:30, seemed like a long time ago, of yesterday, and we looked for the word to describe what the exit polls suggested to us, and the word we just used and decided on was tight. It could not be any tighter.
And the other thing we noticed, Charlie, you'll remember in those early exit polls was that a large percentage of voters, almost 40%, said the most important thing to them was change. And
the single most important thing.
Early in the evening, that gave us a clue about which way this was headed.
But it was also a little bit of a fooler, because then on judgment and who you thought could handle the office, it added up to the balance of change. So all of which were attributes that Hillary Clinton has and won.
We've had an incredible team of reporters that spoke with people as they voted. We polled those who voted early, so we have a sense of the mood of the electorate. That has been these exit polls. And if you look at sort of what happened with Clinton tonight, she underperformed Obama 4 years ago amongst a number of groups. 18 to 29-year-olds, she got about 54% of the vote. Obama got 60% of the vote. And it goes on. Even among black voters, she got 88% of the black vote. Obama got 93%.
So, Nora, where she underperformed, when she underperformed, did he overperform? Did all those people go to him? Is that what happened here?
Yes, and it also, the case may be, too, that the third-party candidate took part of...
You could see where the third-party candidate would make a difference in some of these battleground states.
But his turnout in Republican counties was very high.
That's right, and she may have turned out in some places, but just not enough. I mean, Florida is again another good is the best example. He turned out high, and then she turned out. I mean, she turned out, and then he turned out even higher.
She just never seemed to generate excitement. I think that is the thing we really haven't talked about here. But from the start of her campaign, it did not seem spontaneous. It did not seem, it seemed almost rehearsed, everything that she did. And I mean, the fact is, in the beginning, anyway, she was just simply not a very good candidate. I mean, she just didn't seem to stir up a lot of excitement, especially among young people. They were going for Bernie Sanders. They were getting excited about Bernie Sanders.
Young women were going for
Young women. You never really saw that in the Clinton campaign.
I had a chance to talk to millennials for about 2 hours, a group of 30 of them recently. And one of the things that a Gary Johnson supporter said about Hillary Clinton is that people don't talk about the fact that she's part of the 1%. And for him, that was a big issue because he felt as though both candidates, major party candidates, could not identify with his own economic struggles. And that was something that was a deciding factor for him.
No, this evening is not turning out the way most people thought it would, other than unless you're a member of the Trump campaign. And I have to think that even they, John, have to be a little surprised by that it's come down to this close of a margin.
Well, I do know the conversations I mean, they've always been very bullish. In the,
they were always confident.
And they were always saying, you know, look at the rallies and look at we have a different way of trying to tap into the country, the real country, not the country as political operators in Washington see it. And I must say the political operators in Washington, in the Republican establishment, thought that Donald Trump was not going to win. So he knew something that they didn't.
These are live pictures of the Trump Watch Party. Donald Trump is there, we are told, and we understand that he will be taking the stage at any moment, and we will switch to him immediately when that happens. But we will first go to Major Garrett, who is there at campaign headquarters. Major?
Is it a Democratic source?
Well, there's a roar of approval here you can hear behind me. We have been told, I believe, I can confirm that Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede. We expect Donald Trump to come out here any moment and announce that to his throng of supporters in the Hilton Hotel in Midtown Manhattan, and that this moment, long sought by Donald Trump, long disbelieved by some in the Republican Party, everyone in the Democratic Party, and a good number of the American people still unsure about Donald Trump, apparently has come. Trump, if in fact Hillary Clinton has, as we are led to believe, called to concede, will tell his supporters that, tell the country that, and begin the process of moving himself from Republican nominee to President-elect of the United States. And the atmosphere, as you can imagine here, is elated, enthusiastic beyond belief, and a roar just went up right before I went on air. Scott and Nora, ear-splitting of the kind I've been hearing on the campaign trail when Donald Trump appeared to rallies with thousands and thousands of supporters, hoping this moment might come. In fact, it appears it has.
Now, we want to emphasize, Major, of course, that though word there is that Hillary Clinton has called Donald Trump to concede, we do not have confirmation of that from the Clinton campaign. And of course, the way the vote totals are right now, Donald Trump has not quite won the presidency tonight. He's at 245 electoral votes. He needs 270. These states that are remaining certainly are leaning his way. There's no question about that. But we were told earlier that Hillary Clinton's people were going to take the rest of this morning and wait until tomorrow morning to have any more to say about all of this. We are waiting for Donald Trump to come out onto the stage, and the moment he does, we'll be sure to go to him. And
I sure would like to know when she...
And Arizona, we are now calling for Donald Trump. CBS News estimates that when all the votes are counted, Donald Trump will be the winner in Arizona.
That's
that will give him 2 more electoral votes. So that now brings our vote totals to Hillary Clinton 218, Donald Trump 256. He only needs to get to 270. And there are a few more states like Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan that are still outstanding. But Donald Trump is leading in those states. So it may just be a matter of time, maybe just a few more minutes now before this is all done.
So all he needs is 14, right?
To get to 270. That's right, Bob. That's all he needs is 14. Pennsylvania alone would do that for him. Michigan alone would do that for him. And here comes Donald Trump.
Sounds like they just introduced Mike Pence. And his wife, Karen.
There's Mike Pence.
Mike Pence and
his family. We would expect Donald Trump next, and probably pandemonium to follow him onto the stage.
CNN projecting Trump wins Wisconsin.
They need to be down to 4.
They have reason to celebrate at those headquarters tonight.
Now come both sides. Come both sides. This is a historic night. The American people have spoken, and the American people have elected their new champion. America has elected a new president, and it's almost hard for me to express the honor that I and my family feel that we will have the privilege to serve as your Vice President of the United States of America. I come to this moment deeply humbled, grateful to God for his amazing grace. Grateful to my family, my wonderful wife, Karen, our son, Michael, and his fiancée, Sarah, our daughter, Audrey, far away, and our daughter, Charlotte. I could not be here without them. And I'm deeply grateful to the American people for placing their confidence in this team and giving us this opportunity to serve. And I'm mostly grateful to our President-elect, whose leadership and vision will make America great again. So let me say, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
Donald Trump not having officially won yet, just shy of the 270 electoral votes necessary, but certainly the states that he needs to go over the top are all leaning in his direction, and the Trump campaign claiming victory. CBS News has just projected the state of Wisconsin will also go Trump's way. No big surprise there. That brings him to 266, 4 short of what he needs to win the election. But certainly, as we said before, many of these outstanding states are leaning his way. There doesn't seem to be any mystery in this anymore as Donald Trump takes the stage in front of his fans and all of his campaign workers there at his watch party in Manhattan.
CBS News has not yet called the election as we are waiting for the vote to come in a number of states. But Mike Pence has just declared victory and introduced what he said is the next president of the United States. Donald Trump, who has never run for political office, and in his first bid for office, he has managed to capture 266 electoral votes and is on his way to winning the presidency.
He became a Republican in 2012.
And here is Donald Trump.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry to keep you waiting. Complicated business. Complicated. Thank you very much. I've just received a call from Secretary Clinton. She congratulated us, it's about us, on our victory. And I congratulated her and her family on a very, very hard-fought campaign. I mean, she fought very hard. Hillary has worked very long and very hard over a long period of time, and we owe her a major debt of gratitude for her service to our country. I mean that very sincerely. Now it's time for America to bind the wounds of division. Have to get together. To all Republicans and Democrats and independents across this nation, I say it is time for us to come together as one united people. It's time. I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans, and this is so important to me. For those who have chosen not to support me in the past, of which there were a few people, I'm reaching out to you for your guidance and your help so that we can work together and unify our great country. As I've said from the beginning, ours was not a campaign, but rather an incredible and great movement made up of millions of hardworking men and women who love their country and want a better, brighter future for themselves and for their family. It's a movement comprised of Americans from all races, religions, backgrounds, and beliefs who want and expect our government to serve the people, and serve the people it will. Working together, we will begin the urgent task of rebuilding our nation and renewing the American dream. I've spent my entire life in business looking at the untapped potential in projects and in people all over the world. That is now what I want to do for our country. Tremendous potential. I've gotten to know our country so well. Tremendous potential. It's going to be a beautiful thing. Every single American will have the opportunity to realize his or her fullest potential. The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer. We are going to fix our inner cities and rebuild our highways, bridges, tunnels, airports, schools, hospitals. We're going to rebuild our infrastructure, which will become, by the way, second to none. And we will put millions of our people to work as we rebuild it. We will also finally take care of our great veterans who've been so loyal, and I've gotten to know so many over this 18-month journey. The time I've spent with them during this campaign has been among my greatest honors. Our veterans are incredible people. We will embark upon a project of national growth and renewal. I will harness the creative talents of our people, and we will call upon the best and brightest to leverage their tremendous talent for the benefit of all. It's going to happen. We have a great economic plan. We will double our growth and have the strongest economy anywhere in the world. At the same time, we will get along with all other nations willing to get along with us. We will be. We'll have great relationships. We expect to have great, great relationships. No dream is too big. No challenge is too great. Nothing we want for our future is beyond our reach. America will no longer settle for anything less than the best. We must reclaim our country's destiny and dream big and bold and daring. We have to do that. We're going to dream of things for our country, and beautiful things and successful things once again. I want to tell the world community that while we will always put America's interests first, we will deal fairly with everyone, all people, and all other nations. We will seek common ground, not hostility, partnership, not conflict. And now, I'd like to take this moment to thank some of the people who really helped me with this, what they are calling tonight, very, very historic victory. First, I want to thank my parents, who I know are looking down on me right now. Great people. I've learned so much from them. They were wonderful in every regard. I had truly great parents. I also want to thank my sisters, Marianne and Elizabeth, who are here with us tonight. And where are they? They're here someplace. They're very shy, actually. And my brother Robert, my great friend. Where is Robert? Where is Robert? My brother Robert. And they should all be on this stage, but that's okay. They are great. And also my late brother Fred, great guy, fantastic guy. Fantastic family. I was very lucky. Great brothers, sisters, great, unbelievable parents. To Melania and Don. And Ivanka. And Eric. And Tiffany. And Barron. I love you and I thank you, and especially for putting up with all of those hours. This was tough. This was tough. This political stuff is nasty and it's tough. So I want to thank my family very much. Really fantastic. Thank you all. Thank you all. And Lara, unbelievable job. Unbelievable. Vanessa, thank you. Thank you very much. What a great group. You've all given me such incredible support, and I will tell you that we have a large group of people. You know, they kept saying we have a small staff. Not so small. Look at all the people that we have. Look at all of these people. And Kellyanne, and Chris, and Rudy, and Steve, and David. We have got tremendously talented people up here, and I want to tell you, it's been very, very special. I want to give a very special thanks to our former mayor, Rudy Giuliani. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. He traveled with us and he went through meetings. And see, that Rudy never changes. Where's Rudy? Where is he? Rudy. Governor Chris Christie, folks, was unbelievable. Thank you, Chris. The first man, first senator, first major politician, and let me tell you, he is highly respected in Washington because he's as smart as you get. Senator Jeff Sessions. Where's Jeff? Great man. Another great man, very tough competitor. He was not easy. He was not easy. Who was that? Is that the mayor that showed up? Is that Rudy? Oh, Rudy got up here. Another great man who has been really a friend to me, but I'll tell you, I got to know him as a competitor because he was one of the folks that was negotiating to go against those Democrats. Dr. Ben Carson. Where's Ben? Where is Ben? And by the way, Mike Huckabee is here someplace, and he is fantastic. Mike and his family, Sarah, thank you very much. General Mike Flynn. Where is Mike? And General Kellogg. We have over 200 generals and admirals that have endorsed our campaign. And they're special people, and it's really an honor. We have 22 Congressional Medal of Honor recipients. We have just tremendous people. a very special person who believed me, and, you know, I'd read reports that I wasn't getting along with him. I never had a bad second with him. He's an unbelievable star. He is, that's right, how did you possibly guess? So let me tell you about Reince. And I've said this. I said, Reince, and I know it. Look at all those people over there. I know it. Reince is a superstar. But I said, they can't call you a superstar, Reince, unless we win. Because you can't be called a superstar like Secretariat. If Secretariat came in second, Secretariat would not have that big, beautiful bronze bus at the track at Belmont. But I'll tell you, Reince is really a star. And he is the hardest working guy. And in a certain way, I did this. Reince, come up here. Where is Reince? Get over here, Reince. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. It's about time you did this, Reince. Huh? My guy. Yeah, say a few words. No, come on. Say something.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next president of the United States, Donald Trump. Thank you. It's been an honor. God bless. Thank God.
Amazing guy. Our partnership with the RNC was so important to the success and what we've done. So I also have to say I've gotten to know some incredible people, the Secret Service people. They're tough, and they're smart, and they're sharp, and I don't want to mess around with them, I can tell you. And when I want to go and wave to a big group of people and they rip me down and put me back down in the seat, but they are fantastic people, so I want to thank the Secret Service. And law enforcement in New York City, they're here tonight. These are spectacular people, sometimes underappreciated, unfortunately, but we appreciate them. We know what they go through. So it's been what they call a historic event, but to be really historic, we have to do a great job. And I promise you that I will not let you down. We will do a great job. We will do a great job. I look very much forward to being your president. And hopefully at the end of 2 years or 3 years or 4 years, or maybe even 8 years, you will say, so many of you work so hard for us, but you will say that that was something that you were very proud to do, and I can thank you very much. And I can only say that while the campaign is over, our work on this movement is now really just beginning. We're going to get to work immediately for the American people. And we're going to be doing a job that hopefully you'll be so proud of your president. You'll be so proud. Again, it's my honor. It was an amazing evening. It's been an amazing 2-year period. And I love this country. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Mike Pence. Thank you, everybody.
And that was Donald Trump, the 45th president of the United States, giving a conciliatory speech tonight, thanking his supporters, thanking his family, talking about the need to bind the wounds of division in this country, and saying our work is really just now beginning.
And thanking Hillary Clinton,
saying that,
Nora, in a way that we haven't heard before, that we owe her a debt of gratitude, and the time to heal has come, that he wants to be the uniter of all people. And he made a point of saying, I am the president of all people.
It was a very un-Trump-like speech from what we have heard throughout this campaign.
Well, we were asking whether he could be conciliatory and could he be magnanimous in defeat. and we found out that he could be magnanimous in victory.
So many times he would say, I can be politically correct, so absolutely politically correct when the moment calls for it. The moment called for a speech like that, and he gave it.
Bob, talk about now the challenges for someone as they transition from being a candidate to trying to govern and becoming and filling that office, that the awesomeness of that office and the responsibilities that go with it.
I think we're kind of in uncharted territory now. I mean, we really don't know. This is a totally new and different group than we have seen arrive in Washington before, and I don't think we can predict where this goes from here. I mean, it's different. This was a different campaign, and what happens now is different as well.
I think it's encouraging, though, to hear him say that he wants to reach out to all Americans, that the campaign is over, but the work is just beginning, and that he wants to do a good job for everybody. We haven't heard him speak that way before.
The first challenge.
He said he wanted partnership, not conflict, which was also something that we hadn't heard before. Donald Trump is the first person to become president of the United States without having held previous elected office since Dwight Eisenhower, and he did it without the advantage of having won World War II.
Here's the immediate challenge for him. The rhetoric was basically about as good as we've heard from him and as you could deliver. He's going to have a Supreme Court seat to fill right away. Hillary Clinton probably would not have, talking to Republicans in the Senate. Merrick Garland, probably they would have voted him through. So he has a Supreme Court, and Supreme Court fights get pretty nasty pretty fast. There's that, plus the dismantling of Obamacare, the building of the wall. So his policy agenda right away is one that is going to require some massaging. So that'll be interesting where he puts his marker as he starts to talk about.
But we don't have a divided government. We have a Republican Senate and a Republican Congress.
But there's a filibuster in the Senate. If they filibuster his Supreme Court nominee, which will return the court to being a conservative majority, then you're going to have a fight in Washington.
And you don't know, the other part is this is going to be, I don't care what you say, this is going to be greeted with surprise around the world. Maybe Russia's pleased with it, as we were hearing from our reporter in Moscow earlier this evening. I don't know how the rest of the world is going to react to this, except with surprise. They're going to find it hard to believe, I think.
They'll probably react depending on how he maintains the sense that he did in this speech, or in terms of the people that he chooses, selects him to be in his cabinet. That will be an indication of what kind of government he wants to have.
Major Garrett is at the Trump campaign headquarters. Major?
Well, a couple of things, Scott, and everyone else on the panel. Talking about governing, my sources within the Trump transition team tell me that as of last Thursday, all of the work set before that transition team had been completed, meaning they'd put together all the policy binders, had put together all the binders on passable cabinet and sub-cabinet nominations and appointees, had put together all the bindings on other political appointees that a future Trump presidency, should it occur, might have to have ready for the work to begin. So that work by the transition team has been completed and is ready for Donald Trump, now President-elect of the United States. So when Donald Trump told the country tonight he's going to get to work, he has plenty of binders and plenty of staffers on that transition team who have done the work for him to begin that process. A couple of other observations. Donald Trump has said from the very beginning of this campaign that he saw something in America in terms of untapped potential, in terms of people who wanted to be a part of a rejuvenated American dream, but felt that was no longer open to them. And he tried to speak to those people before he spoke to anyone else, and in a way that they fundamentally understood without any filtering from any other source. And even when controversies would arise and Trump's poll numbers would dip, or there would be some defections from the Republican Party over something that Trump said, those people who heard Trump first never left his side. And Trump was speaking to them tonight when he talked about a country to be proud in, a country that's going to aim for the best and never accept anything less than the best. Those words always resonated with his supporters. one last historical analogy that I've never forgotten since Newt Gingrich, a longtime Trump supporter, put before me several months ago. He said, to understand Donald Trump, you have to understand three American figures. Andrew Jackson, a populist president who toppled the existing order in Washington. Teddy Roosevelt, a Republican president who challenged the existing Republican approach to business and was a person of strength and projected strength. And P.T. Barnum, someone who relentlessly marketed himself for the benefit of his business and his image of himself. Newt Gingrich told me Donald Trump is a combination of all three of those figures, and his upside potential is enormous, and his downside risk is also rather sizable. And even in the last days of the campaign, Gingrich fretted openly if Trump, the downside, would undercut the potential upside. It did not. The upside now lays before the country, lays before Trump and his transition team. Guys, back to you.
And Nancy Cordes is over at the Jacob Javits Center here in New York, where Hillary Clinton's watch party broke up about an hour ago. Nancy?
Well, Scott, the lights are now out here, and they've already brought out the heavy equipment to start tearing this whole set apart. And what's so fascinating is that for all of the talk over the past many weeks about the possibility of Donald Trump not accepting the outcome of this election, in the end, it was Hillary Clinton and her campaign chair, John Podesta, speaking for her, who came out here just after 2 a.m. Eastern time and told everyone to go home because things were still up in the air. And yet, a short time later, we can now confirm Hillary Clinton did call Donald Trump to concede. So at the end of the day, she is the one who has not delivered a concession speech, at least on election night. I'm told that there are a number of Clinton campaign officials still at Brooklyn headquarters, crunching the numbers, trying to figure out what went wrong, trying to figure out if there are any voting irregularities that they should examine or call attention to. Every single campaign aide I have seen here tonight, Scott, has been shell-shocked. They are totally stunned by this news. They weren't just confident at the beginning of the night that she was going to win. They were sure of it. There was no other possible outcome in their mind, not because they were cocky or being fanciful, but because all of the data that they were looking at was telling them that she was going to win. And that may be part of the reason that you never saw her here tonight, which is that just like her campaign aides, it was very difficult for Hillary Clinton to accept the news as well.
Nancy Cordes, thank you. And an interesting point that she makes there about as much data, polling, money, consultants, the whole Obama analytics team could not fend off what has been an incredible uprising for change in this country and for the unique person that Donald Trump is.
You know, it'll be fascinating when he starts to govern, because a lot of times when people would say, well, you know, you're supposed to do it this way and you're not doing it that way, you're doing it this other way, and that would create a certain sense of chaos, but he thrived in chaos. In fact, when things were too calm, he sometimes would create chaos to turn the conversation on his turf. What does that look like when you govern? It may be the route to new success in a number of parts of Washington that have been clotted, but it's going to be an exciting ride. And there are going to be a lot of people who need to join in the team who may not know how to work or need to learn how to work in an environment where you've got a leader who leads in that way. And that'll be, we've never seen a chief executive who has led like that, in part because the office constrains you. You can't do it. But on the other hand, we thought there was a lot in politics that constrained him, and nothing did.
But, you know, guys, he has said all along from the very beginning that this was not a campaign, this was a movement, and he made reference to that again tonight. This is a movement, he says, of hardworking people who love their country. And at least from the numbers we're looking at right now, close to 58 million people agreed with him that this is a movement.
But it was also a reaction to a Washington that has ceased to work. The purpose of government is to improve the lives of citizens. Our government has been just gridlocked. It's been unable to do anything. I said earlier today, you know, it took them 8 months to approve funds to find a vaccine for the Zika virus.
Right.
This is a reaction to what didn't happen as much as it was a victory for Donald Trump and his people tonight.
And Charlie Rose has the insights of our political panel. Charlie?
Scott, thank you. You know, you can say that everybody who achieves the presidency, somehow it changes them. They can't imagine what it's really like to be there and to feel the burden of the office. And his first official act to accept the concession from Secretary Clinton, Donald Trump did it with some grace and respect for his opponent. Chris Christie told me on Sunday during an interview that he'd been working hard on the transition and that they had reams of books and had thought deeply about what they would do if the opportunity to govern came. I turn next to Peggy Noonan. Your thoughts?
I think his victory speech, which many people, including perhaps he, did not know he would be making tonight, was one that was worthy to the moment. It showed us a Trump who was graver than usual, who was more serious than usual. He said things like, "No dream is too big, no challenge is too great." He reached out. I think he was trying very hard. I think he was being sensitive to those he understood he had to reassure, the one half of the United States of America that did not vote for him. So I thought it was equal to the moment, and I was glad to see its tone and hear its ring.
Michelle. I agree. He's spoken in an octave that we have not heard thus far in the campaign, and with a cadence that we hadn't heard. This was perhaps his first demonstration of something as a leader that we hadn't seen before. He didn't throw an elbow, but he also talked about rebuilding, and it'll be interesting to know what that means. Is he just talking about infrastructure? Is he just talking about building the economy? Or is he also talking about unspooling the legacy of Barack Obama? Barack Obama's presidency has been consequential, and for some people, they view it as something that has been quite successful. And will he start taking apart key provisions of the Obama legacy? And so it sounded quite graceful, but was he also sending a signal that change is coming? Right. Big change is coming.
No, Charlie, what I keep coming back to and thinking about Trump's victory and the implications and what we'll see going forward is that his coalition didn't just include working-class whites and college-educated whites. On an activist level, it included men like Stephen Bannon, included people who would identify themselves as white nationalists, included parts of American life that have been suppressed for a very long time. And so looking forward, I think I'm a little less interested in sort of the mechanics of a Trump government and more interested in what does it mean that a candidate who in a lot of ways ran with a nod and a wink towards those people is now the president of the United States. What does that mean for African Americans? What does that mean for Muslim Americans? What does that mean for the groups of people that Trump has targeted in his campaign? I think that is the question that should be driving a lot of us going forward, because I do not think that we should take lightly those facts.
The question will be, will he govern differently than the way he campaigned? Often governing is someone, I think it was Governor Cuomo said, you know, governing is prose and campaigning is poetry. We will now see what the prose is like.
I think one of the things that Jamil said, though, is so important, in that governing is one thing, but also the messages that you send. We have this odd moment in America where we're passing the baton from the nation's first black president to a candidate who was endorsed by the KKK and did not denounce that.
Exactly.
And so, you know, as president, you send a message to the electorate about these key issues. And governance is one thing, but how people live and react on the ground is something very different.
It's about deed, not action. I mean, it's about action, not words, in the end.
Yes, of course. But let me sum up for me. I do indeed. I think we have witnessed tonight something epical and grave. I think it is the beginning of a new era whose shape and form and content are not known to us and are not clear, whose personnel and exact direction are unknown. But I think something huge and incalculable has occurred this evening, and I just wanted my last words to be, God bless our beloved country.
It was a historic night, and we all look forward to understanding how it goes from here. Back to Scott and Nora at the desk.
Brilliant conversation there, Charlie, and some really interesting points to amplify here. What is Barack Obama going to say? He has called Donald Trump unfit. He's called him dangerous. And What will this mean for Obama's legacy? It means it's in jeopardy.
On January 20th, President Obama is going to be standing next to Donald Trump at the Capitol watching him being sworn in.
Well, I mean, one of the first things that Donald Trump has said he's going to do is roll back Obamacare, which was the president's main legacy. And what other things are going to happen here that...
As you know, and he's going to have to work with Congress, and there's some prioritization here that it's going to have to take place.
We're looking closer into the numbers about how Trump pulled off this historic victory tonight. Anthony Mason has those details. Anthony?
Nora, we're going to look at the three pillars of Trump's victory. The first was male voters, men. He won them 53 to 41%. He also won whites without a college degree by more than a 2-to-1 margin, 67 to 28%. And voters told us that the quality they wanted most in their candidate today was a candidate who could bring about change. And among those voters, Donald Trump won 83%. So huge landslide in that category there, the most important quality. And finally, there was a lot of talk after the Access Hollywood tape, and a lot of leading Republicans pulled back their endorsement from Donald Trump, that Republicans might, in fact, flee from him. Well, that didn't turn out to be the case today. He won 9 out of 10 Republican voters. They came home to Donald Trump. Gail?
He certainly did, Anthony. Continuing that conversation, according to the exit poll, 7 in 10 said that they were dissatisfied with the federal government. 58% of those who made that comment went with Donald Trump. 36% of those went with Hillary Clinton. It goes back to what he said from when he started this campaign. It's not a campaign, it's a movement of people. And that certainly bore itself out today.
Now, everybody knows it's only the electoral vote that counts, and Donald Trump has won that decisively tonight. But have a look at how divided the country is. Let's look at the popular vote. 57,600,000 for Donald Trump, 56,855,000 for Hillary Clinton. That's the popular vote as it's being counted right now. Donald Trump wins in the popular vote, yes indeed, but it's only about 1% difference between the two.
Yes, and you know, we've seen Donald Trump give a conciliatory sort of the right pitch in his speech, but those 56 million who voted for Hillary Clinton, there are a lot of them who believe that he came to this position by playing on racial fears. He was for 5 years the chief advocate of the idea that President Obama was illegitimate because he wasn't born in the United States. There are people on the other side of this who are not going to just accept this, and we will see what the shape of that response will be and who becomes the voice of that response. You mentioned Barack Obama. He will not be the voice of that response, but who is and who does, and we have yet to see that part of the story play out.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of things. One is this is really a historic achievement in America. I mean, it's historic. Nothing like this has ever happened before. And secondly, you have to give him credit. I mean, he has achieved something that no one from the beginning ever believed he could do.
Elaine?
So on the point that John was making about these racial divisions, David Duke has tweeted, "This is one of the most exciting nights of my life. Make no mistake about it, our people have played a huge role in electing Trump. Hashtag MAGA, Make America Great Again." Now, at the same time, as Trump was reaching out tonight, I was reminded of the Latinos that I met at the U.S.-Mexico border when I did a documentary for CBSN, Latinos for Trump, who were among his most passionate supporters because they felt he was the one who was actually going to affect change in Washington. So they truly believed in him from the beginning, despite all the controversies.
Bob, what are you reflecting on this morning?
You know, I remember when Richard Nixon resigned and CBS News correspondent Roger Mudd was part of the panel after that happened, and they said, "Roger, what's your reaction?" And he said, "You know, I think I want to go home and sleep a couple of hours, and I'll come back and tell you tomorrow." This was totally unexpected. I think certainly from those of us who've been covering politics and over the years, this is, I think Charlie is right. This is historic. But I don't think we can say right now where this goes from here.
Unexpected, not because of any interest in politics, but unexpected because of the polling. The polls were telling us Polls done by many different organizations at many different times, and we're all pointing in the direction of a Clinton victory.
The polls and the behavior of a candidate that people said was not fit to be president of the United States. So many people had found his behavior egregious, but at the end of the day, it really didn't matter. I take some hope in his speech tonight, though, that he said he wants to reach out, that he wants to build bridges, and that he wants us all to come together. I think that's a really good way to start in this country, because there's a lot of healing that needs to happen today.
If you look to your point, Gail, on the questions of has the right experience and has the right judgment, Hillary Clinton won those questions by gargantuan amounts and numbers, but again, it's not what people wanted. They wanted change over experience and judgment.
They're fed up.
All right. Well,
yeah,
change is what they will get.
Yeah. And
it has been quite a night.
We hope he rules by fear by hope rather than fear.
Well, his conciliatory victory speech tonight was certainly a very good step in a long, long process over these next 4 years. We sure are grateful that you stayed here with us all this time. The
who are you people?
rancorous, sometimes raunchy election of 2016 now comes to a peaceful, if improbable, end. 70-year-old Donald J. Trump will be sworn in as the 45th President of the United States on January the 20th.
The Trump presidency begins in 72 days, fueled by what we know now is record turnout. Election coverage continues now on our streaming news service, CBSN, and there will be much more in just a few hours.
Really?
Yeah.
Who's gonna be
Charlie
here,
and I, right back here.
Wearing these same clothes.
Yeah.
For Norah O'Donnell and our entire Campaign 2016 team, I'm Scott Pelley. Thank you for being with us on CBS.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
I'm back!
When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best.
I'm running to help working families get a raise!
We will make America great again.
The American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails. It's weak to disparage women. It's weak to disparage Hispanics.
A man who can be provoked by a tweet should not be anywhere near the nuclear codes.
I could stand in the middle of Fifth Avenue and shoot somebody and I wouldn't lose any voters.
Just remember, love trumps hate.
I humbly accept your nomination.
For President of the United States.
Russia, if you're listening, I hope you're able to find the 30,000 emails.
I'm not making excuses. I've said it was a mistake and I regret it.
This is the single biggest scandal since Watergate.
There is no case here.
We're going to win at the border. We're going to build a wall. Mexico's going to pay for the wall.
You could put half of Trump supporters into what I call the basket of deplorables.
She has tremendous hate in her heart.
I don't care what he says about me. I care about what he says about you.
I pledge to every citizen of our land that I will be president for all Americans.